Hey guys. Here's part 2 of Regret, Enjoy. Chapter 9, Homecoming. Konoha was, most of the time, blessed by warm weather which allowed the villagers to always wear light clothes and even allowed a nice time at the lakes. The villagers were having their normal routines, merchants selling their products, friends joining together for food and drinks, girls talking about boys and shopping, guys discussing about martial arts and girls. It was as normal as any other place, however that all was ruined by what appeared to be a little kid with a blue scarf around his neck chasing after a black cat, while causing havoc amongst town. This was the second time he was chasing the damn cat and he swore the damn animal would be skinned alive, when he caught it. His team was following from the roof with the intention of catching the cat up front, but Konohamaru reasoned that they didn't want to get their hands dirty, leaving the work all for him. Suddenly, the cat entered in a darkened alley before stopping because of the huge wall that prohibited him from escaping from his pursuer. It, then, snarled in a pathetic attempt to scare the two approaching genins away, but it was unsuccessful. The little girl with the funny hair pressed the intercom button and communicated that the target was trapped. Hearing this, Konohamaru suddenly jumped from the other side of the wall, before landing graciously on top of the trapped animal, thus capturing his prey, or so he thought. The animal fought with all his might to hurt the Sandaime's grandson in the worst way possible, but the little guy wouldn't budge. After a while, Konohamaru managed to lock Tora in with his arm, while smiling at finally being able to capture the damn feline. He was smiling like crazy, however the cat managed to free his claws and lash them at Konohamaru's face with enough fury that caused the little guy to scream from pain. At the mission room . Seeing the cat Tora being squeezed like a toy by its owner, the Jinan team couldn't help but feel bad for the little animal. They, like every Jinan in Konoha, knew why it escaped a lot. After the feudal lord's wife left the premises, Ebisu, the team's Jounin sensei lashed out at their bad skills for taking too long to chase the cat, meaning more training for them. Moigi, though, protested. But sensei, that cat was difficult to trace, he seems pretty used to escaping. I won't hear it, this only proves that you three lack the skills to perform this mission properly, Ebisu scowled. Konohamaru, though, took an indignant sit on the ground, before protesting that he couldn't show his real skills in these lame missions, which made Umino Iruka, who was sitting next to the Hokage, explaining that about ninja ranks and mission ranks, which was later seconded by the Hokage, who voiced that only D-ranked mission for now. Obviously, though, Konohamaru protested. I can't keep doing these lame missions, after all, I will become the Nana-Dime, 7th, Hokage. Huh? And who will be the Raku-Dime Hokage if I may ask? Asked Tsunade, clearly interested in what the little guy had to say. Who else? Naruto Niikin will be Raku-Dime. Ebisu, Iruka and Tsunade were surprised to hear this, since it's been 3 years since the blonde left with Jiraiya of the Sannin. At the Hokage's office . As Tsunade, Iruka and now Shizune looked at the Jinan team leaving the administration building, they couldn't help but imagine the blonde. It's been 3 years since he left for real training with Jiraiya-sama, I wonder when he will be back? Iruka asked. Tsunade remained silent for a while, wondering about the blonde. Looking at Konohamaru now, she could have swore she saw the same blonde brat annoying the hell out of her, but she remembered that after the traitorous ordeal 3 years prior, she knew that the blonde was now different than the exuberant demeanor he always carried within him. She just hoped beyond hope that Naruto was able to maintain his innocence a bit longer, or else Tsunade feared that what made the blonde's personality would soon vanish. He's scheduled to be back today, I believe, we need him here, though. I feel that some drastic changes will occur soon. Tsunade said. Westgate . Leaving the forest path, 3 shadows approached the village they left behind for so long. Well, at least Naruto and Jiraiya more than Yugao did, but all of them spent quite a lot of time away from the village. Their clothes remained almost the same, with Naruto being the only one who added another piece. On top of his dark gray shirt, he was now wearing a customized black vest with the red spiral on his back, just like a Jounin-style vest, but entirely black. As they entered the village, nostalgia hit both Naruto and Yugao like wildfire, but whereas you would think Hayate's memories would bombard the woman the second she stepped into the village, instead all she thought was how much she missed her peers at the Onbu and of course, those who graduated with her at the academy. It has been 3 years. Naruto was looking around the village as both Jiraiya and Yugao looked at him with a smile on their faces. Both of them knew how much Naruto loved Konoha and its sights. The woman, though, lost her smile and looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama, now that I returned, I must present myself at Onbu headquarters. Could you tell Hokage-sama this for me? The perverted only nodded, before he saw that Naruto and Yugao were crossing eyes with each other. I'll see you around, Naruto, maybe get together sometime for lunch. I'd like that very much, Yugao-chan. You can take me to that sushi place you're talking about, say tonight at 8? The woman smiled once more, before vanishing within a swirl of leaves, but the message was already delivered. Jiraiya could only smile as he saw his precious student's interaction with Yugao. Ever since these two bonded back at the waterfall place, their relationship only improved with time, up to the point of even going out 6 months ago to a village near the capital of Water Country. The pervert was still due to convincing Naruto to tell him how that night went. What the pervert didn't know and probably was dying from curiosity was that the night that they went out was the first time they hooked up with one another. The blonde would still daydream about how it was to kiss the gorgeous Kunoichi and the fact that Yugao was smiling the entire time. Something clicked that time inside Naruto and he couldn't help but smile in response. How many times do I have to ask for you to tell me what happened that night, Naruto? I want to know, please. How many times do I have to say to you, Uro-sensei, that's mine and Yugao-chan's privacy, dear Kami? Sometimes I wonder if you're asking this, so that you can use us as characters for your next book. Jiraiya had the decency to snort at the blonde from being caught. His new book, Icha Icha Makeout Tactics, was indeed developed by watching Naruto and Yugao interact with one another. Jiraiya was just thankful that Naruto didn't read his book, otherwise the wise-ass would figure it out instantly and, well, he didn't want to think about getting the blonde angry, not if Yugao happens to join his side after knowing as well. The subject was dropped as they entered the administration building, all keen on talking to Tsunade as soon as possible. At the Hokage's office . Tsunade was now alone in her office when a sudden knock was heard. Giving it no mind, she authorized entrance, before the door opened. It took only a glimpse of blonde hair entering her office to realize just who was at the door. She took a moment to seize him up from head to toe and she was surprised at how much bigger he was now. He was easily her height if not more. Also, he changed his clothes drastically, Tsunade reasoned. She happened to like it in fact and couldn't help but wonder what happened to change his mind about getting rid of those hideous orange clothes. She was by his side in a minute, before enveloping the young man in a fierce hug, which much to her surprise, was returned as she felt Naruto's arms around her. I missed you, Tsunade Butchin. Sorry about the name calling, I guess some old habits don't change, he. Missed you too, brat, and I do care about the name, so stop calling me that, okay? I can tell you've changed a lot, I'm really glad to see you again, Tsunade said with a smile on her face as she looked at the younger blonde. Now that the sentimental reunion was over, Tsunade went back to her desk and returned to the Hokage position, before addressing the two once more. So, I see you managed to improve, after all? You're expecting us not to bring any results? You insult my teaching skills, Suheim, mumbled Jiraiya, earning a smile from the Hokage, before she heard the door knocking once more. Excuse me, Tsunade-sama, but Shizune was, Naruto, you're back, Sakura shouted as she fastened the steps to face the new blonde before her, and just like Tsunade, she was admiring every bit of this new Naruto, not in the same way, though, as Tsunade was more of a motherly manner and Sakura was, well, moving on. Sakura, it's been a while? How are you doing? Asked Naruto. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Jiraiya were exchanging some words while looking at the teammates reuniting once more. Jiraiya explained about Yugao going to Onbu headquarters and a little summary of Naruto's training trip, including some aspects of Naruto and Yugao's interaction that shocked Tsunade, but her eyes returned to normal. Surely, Naruto would be able to heal the woman's depression, but she didn't know this relationship would actually be a romantic relationship. After a while, talking, Naruto heard from Tsunade that he was to be tested right away. Okay, but how do you want me to show my skills? Naruto asked, before Tsunade pointed to the furthest window of the room. The blonde, then, opened the window and looked outside for a while, before he spotted his opponent reading that smug book, before greeting the blonde. You got taller, Naruto, that's for sure. I trust that your training has honed your skills as you desired? As Kakashi entered the room, he saw also Sakura. You two will be my opponent. Kakashi said. I want to see how you two will fare against someone of Kakashi's skills, Sakura, show me you haven't been slacking in your training. The fight will occur at Training Ground N7 in exactly 4 hours. Both me and Jiraiya will be there as well to supervise, and Naruto, depending on the skills you show, there will be a reward for you. Nobody in the room, except for Jiraiya, knew Naruto to look at Tsunade with suspicion and skepticism. Sakura was only waiting for the blonde to scream to the heavens about whatever the reward is and challenge Kakashi that he would win for sure. But instead, he just looked at the Hokage with his eyes unmoving and a simple smile on his face. Could we perhaps do it now? I kind of have a date with someone and she's kind of hard to find if I were to cancel it. Sakura was shocked instantly. Naruto on a date, but he just arrived, how could that be? Kakashi was also shocked at this information, since he was having the same thoughts as Sakura. However, one thing occurred to him. He heard that one of his old Onbu subordinates Uzuki Yugao joined Naruto and Jiraiya on their travels, but the woman was so fixed on avenging Hayate, no, it couldn't be possible? Hopefully, Jiraiya solved the entire situation. Don't worry Naruto, I'll find her and explain the situation. I'm sure she'll be delighted to see the display, said Jiraiya, before he vanished within a swirl of leaves, leaving Naruto with a smile as he left the room, with the promise of meeting them on Training Ground 7. Sakura was gawking like a fish and so was Kakashi, but Tsunade couldn't help but smile at the blonde's actions. Well, since that's already out of the way, why don't you two scram out of my office, because I got work to do. With Naruto . After leaving the office, Naruto chose to wander around town for a while, as in getting once again adjusted to the sights. Apart from the inclusion of Tsunade's head at the Hokage monument, nothing much has changed, he reasoned as he passed through the academy and a couple of restaurants and stores that he remembered 3 years ago. People would wander around chatting happily with friends, lovers, family. Suddenly, he heard Sakura shouting for him to wait, getting his attention, thus stopping in the middle of the street. Hey Sakura, what's up? The girl took a while to recover from so much running, apparently from chasing Naruto all the way from the administration building. Naruto, I wanted to catch up with you. You leave for 3 years and then come back, I want to know what happened, how was it? It was great, Jiraiya-sensei taught me lots of great stuff, I managed to perfect some flaws about my before skills and even managed to add quite a few extra. Actually, I plan to show them in our match against Kakashi-sensei. What about you, though? I'd be wrong to presume you're a Chunin now? Sakura looked at the blonde strangely as he was talking. Naruto was just so much different now that she felt like she didn't know him at all. The strange level of confidence, the calm talking, expressing different words than ramen and Hokage. Yeah, I managed to pass last year, into Kigakure. Both I and Shino managed to pass, but the others managed at the following exams. Now, out of our academy friends, only you aren't a Chunin yet, Naruto. Neji recently got promoted to Jounin and it's doing a lot of missions with Guy-sensei and Kakashi-sensei. Sakura thought the blonde would be shouting mad at the news of being the last one, but instead, he just kept that smile of his, as he continued walking, presumably to his apartment. That's nice, Neji is a talented shinobi, I'm sure it was only a matter of time until his talent was noticed by the Hokage. Now, I guess I have to pass the next one and become a Chunin just like all you guys. Hopefully, I could, perhaps, surpass Neji and become a Jounin as well in the future. Now, I wonder what happened to my apartment since I was gone. After I left, I forgot to ask someone to take care of it for me, so I wonder what a mess it must be right now, wanna help me clean? Asked Naruto. The girl nodded, before they went up the stairs and stopped once they reached his floor. When the door was opened, no one was prepared for the sudden wave of dust to fill their lungs, making both shinobis cough instantly. Cough, cough, wait right here Sakura, I'll get inside and open the window, man I can't see a thing inside. After he entered, Sakura lost sight of him and wondered if she should have checked his apartment every once in a while. It wasn't until the dust cloud started to vanish that the blonde shouted for her to enter. As she got inside, she looked at the window that Naruto mentioned and thanked the heavens for the sudden air entrance that filled the room, cleaning their lungs a bit. Needless to say, the place was a freaking mess. Some clothes tossed on the floor, old ramen cups piled next to the only garbage can which clearly wasn't emptied if the stinking smell was any indication. Okay, I almost feel like hiring a Jinan team to clean this place, it's a mess in here. Well, let's clean right, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Instantly, 4 doppelgangers appeared next to Naruto, and then all 5 of them started cleaning, each doing a specific task, thus not needing Sakura's help in the end. The original one gathered his old orange jumpsuits in order to burn them all, since he already had a change in wardrobe. One of the clones was responsible for gathering the litter on the ground and throwing in a big garbage disposal located on the building's first floor. 2 clones wiped the dust off the wooden floor and some accumulated at the walls. The window needed some cleaning as well, so the fourth clone was in charge of that. In little to no time, Naruto's place was already clean and the real Naruto dispelled the clones while clapping his hands signifying the job done. Sakura, though, just kept watching the clones do all the work and was amazed at the time needed to clean everything, and she actually noticed that no spot was left unchecked by the blonde, which was surprising considering that Naruto was after all a boy and as such, a boy wouldn't be able to clean at certain spots. Well, now we can be here, without risk of coughing to death. So, how was your training this last 3 years? Asked Naruto, getting the pink-haired girl's attention. It was great as well. Tsunade-sama and Shizune-senpai are very strict, and in little to no time, the results were already showing up. I managed to learn some medical ninjutsu under their wing and even got to help them at the hospital, taking care of some patients, although Tsunade-sama is still due to allow me on the more sensitive procedures. I even got some classes in poisons and antidotes from both Shizune-senpai and Anko-senpai. One piece of advice, though, Anko-senpai is stricter than Shizune and Tsunade-sama combined. I mean, she literally tossed me on the ground several times, until I learned them. In the end, though, it was for the better, as I intend to create antidote for every poison in existence at the elemental nations in the future. How about you? Tsunade-sama told me Jiraiya-sama is a master of ninjutsu and even the art of fuinjutsu, though I don't know much more than the usual sealing scrolls. Naruto kept hearing everything and smiling through the whole thing. He was wondering about Sakura's sudden change in behavior from that usual short temper of hers, when the blonde acted stupid in front of her. Truth to be told, Naruto was wondering if his teammate acted that way because of the things he would do in order to get attention, because now that they were talking like equals, she was much calmer than before, which was strange. Jiraiya-sensei was also strict as hell. We did some training with the Rasengan that would send me to unconsciousness almost every day. We sparred almost every day as well, and the man helped me in correcting a lot of my flaws regarding taijutsu and weapon throwing. I'll tell you, boosting of confidence aside, I thought I had it all once I graduated and became a Chunin, but after what happened, it showed me that my skills were nothing compared to what it should have been. Luckily, I managed to see them now, right? Also, we used to travel a lot and Jiraiya took me to see some great sights around the elemental nations. There is this place in water country called Taki no Sanpasu, Waterfall of the Three Paths, and it's very beautiful. We happened to train there for a long time, so that I could get adjusted to strong water currents, while sparring with him. These last 3 years were very good, indeed, Sakura. As the conversation continued, Sakura definitely stopped thinking about the differences between this Naruto and the one she came to know. To her, it was like seeing two distinguished personalities, whose comparison was just not possible. So, she settled for knowing this new Naruto and go on from there. It wasn't until Sakura mentioned Sasuke's name that Naruto's usually relaxed expression suddenly changed and the girl noticed instantly. In fact, she was rather uncomfortable in discussing the Uchiha manner with Naruto, because of what the blonde told her 3 years ago, but the fact remained that Sasuke was a part of Team 7 and Sakura wanted the team to be reunited once more, regardless of her feelings for the raven-haired boy. Naruto for his part, though about lashing out at Sakura for trusting someone who didn't think twice about betraying the so-called Team 7, but between doing this and risk crushing her heart, the blonde chose to be stoic about the subject. Sakura, you already know my position in this manner, so it's better for us if we place a mute point in all this. I can see that you're eager to bring him back, and although I don't agree with you, I'll respect it, seeing as you are a teammate and a friend. I only hope that he doesn't do to you what he did to me. Sakura didn't need to ask what Sasuke did to Naruto at the time, since it was pretty obvious, by remembering Naruto at the hospital 3 years ago. However, she was surprised with Naruto's strange and somewhat mature answer to an obvious emotional concern. I can see this trip did well to you, Naruto. You're definitely more matured than when you left. We better go to the training ground, because it's almost time and I don't think Kakashi-sensei will be late this time. After the blonde offered a nod, they left the premise and went to the training ground. With Yugao . Right after presenting once more at the Onbu HQ, Yugao was surprised that her captain Tenzu released her from presenting for duty the first day. Getting some spars with Naruto was alright and kept her from rotting her skills, but she missed the constant rush of Onbu level missions. Now, though, she was with nothing to do, until the blonde came by and took her to their date at the sushi place. To this time, she still was a little lost concerning this rather odd relationship. It all began with Hayate's message from the beyond saying that she'd have to move on, and the hidden message that the blonde would be a valuable partner. The truth was that after a few dates and conversations throughout the trip, Naruto proved himself time and time again that he was more than a 15-year-old Junin. His opinions were rather mature for his age, she reasoned, and, surprisingly, he managed to keep a certain level of conversation that Yugao is used to have with her peers. A sudden memory appeared full force in her mind about a special day when he invited her to go the water country's capital city as his date, and it made her blush madly. They didn't do anything out of the ordinary apart from making out severely. At the time, a sudden desire of flesh appeared in both of them, which made Naruto pay the bill sooner than expected, before they rented a hotel room to be together. Just the feel of the blonde's toned body at the time managed to send shivers to her body. However, what could have been a perfect night ended up being cut short because both she and Naruto sensed some strange activity happening and opted to flee the site from fear that Akatsuki was behind all this, but the thought was forever kept in her mind. As she wandered around town, her eyes caught sight of her role model, or rather what he used to be when a part of the Anbu Corps. Hitake Kakashi was, by all means, a legend of the shinobi world, as the copycat ninja Kakashi no Sharingan, although that book he was reading managed to lower his reputation around the village. Not that the man cared, though, as several people already told him to stop and he paid it no mind. "Greetings, senpai, it's been a long time since we last met." Instantly, Kakashi stopped his attention from the book and looked at his former Anbu subordinate, before greeting her with the usual yo. "Yugao-san, indeed it's been a while, how are you doing?" The greeting was okay and all, but Yugao could very ascertain when someone was coming with bullshit talk with her, before saying what they really want, so it was fair to say that she preferred that the man would stop doing this and go directly to the point. "Kakashi-senpai, I know you too much for you to just greet me and ask how I am doing. You chose to meet me here, because you were aware this is the path out of the headquarters. What is it that you want?" asked Yugao, showing no signs of being amused at Kakashi's stoic personality. "Straight to the point as always, I was hoping to see if we could discuss about a certain blonde that, from what I hear, has been common knowledge between you and me." Yugao looked at the man in front of her incredulously. Kakashi never bothered about others' personal lives, seeing as his personal life wasn't that remarkable in the first place. When she was with Hayate, the man wouldn't even lift an eyebrow in surprise after the announcement of their engagement. Nevertheless, figuring out what he wanted to talk about Naruto was better than assuming that he knows about the fact that they were dating. "Naruto? What about him? I'm already aware of the fact that you traveled with him and Jiraiya-sama for 1.5 years, and when he came back, he mentioned that he couldn't take too long for an exercise to show the results of his training because he had a date with someone. Now, I know that the blonde is growing up and maybe attracts some attention of the female population, but even then, I don't consider him fast enough to arrange a date just after arriving." "Kakashi-senpai, seriously," Yugao didn't know what to say to the man who considered himself responsible for the blonde just because the man was his Jounin sensei 3 long years ago, and why would he care anyway? Yugao heard the word someone and smiled slightly at the crafty blonde from keeping everyone at a loss on who would the date, but Kakashi linked the dots pretty easily. It didn't matter, though. "So, you're really quick and assume that because of what he said, I'd be his date, because of the time we spent together? Seriously, Kakashi-senpai, what if Naruto met with a kunoichi from the village when she was on a mission or something?" "You have yet to deny your involvement in this manner, Yugao?" asked Kakashi, already sure of the answer, but also because the woman never lost that smile of his, like telling the man it was not of his business who she should date and why. "You're right, I'm not denying. Indeed, Naruto and I are dating, so what's the problem?" Kakashi's intention, at first, was to give the girl some heads up about dating someone younger than her, and Naruto of all people. However, just like Sakura, Kakashi was under the impression that the boy was just as he was before he left, immature and loud. Yugao, for instance, was already aware of Naruto's underestimation by his colleagues in thinking that he was a no-good loudmouth and rash-thinking individual. Oh man, he thinks he knows Naruto. If you're thinking about the blonde's previous behavior, then you of all people should be aware of his intentions at the time, to act like he did. After all, aren't you the creator of the phrase "look underneath the underneath"? Kakashi's sudden serious visage told her that maybe Kakashi misinterpreted Naruto's act of ignorance towards his surroundings, so she settled herself to explain better from the man who until now thought he knew about his student's life. Seeking attention was everything he carved for, seeing as people either ignored him or sent hateful glares because of what he carries within him. For instance, Kakashi-senpai, would you consider him the same Naruto you know, after he asked you about his skills as a shinobi 3 years ago? If he was anything like you portrayed him out to be, despite getting beat constantly, he would continue with the same reckless thought over and over again, thus getting killed in the process. You met the real him, albeit briefly, one day prior to his trip with Jiraiya. Now, seeing him today, could you compare him with the one you knew? Kakashi concurred with everything the woman told, although he didn't show it. It was true that Kakashi was misinformed of the blonde's presumably cheerful demeanor, never once displaying a hint of sadness or seriousness in his tone of voice. The man had the decency to sigh in dismay at the sudden revelations. I guess you're right, although I have yet to see this new Naruto you portray him out to be in the midst of battle, and only then will I know that he changed for good, which in fact will occur at exactly 15 minutes from now at training ground number 7. He invited you to come watch, since it will get in the way of your date. I'll be there in 15 minutes, I just have to change my clothes and put my Anbu uniform. You and only you have knowledge of our relationship, senpai, and for now, I and Naruto agreed that is to remain this way. See you there. After saying, Yugao vanished within a sunshine, thus leaving Kakashi alone thinking about the blonde enigma and how different could his fighting skills be. At training ground number 7 . The sun was about to set as Kakashi, Sakura and Naruto looked at each other, prior to the battle that was about to occur. Near a tree, were Shizune and Tsunade looking at them from afar, with Jiraiya sitting on top of a tree branch with a lone Anbu member standing on top of said tree branch. To the untrained eye, Naruto was focusing his sight entirely on Kakashi, but his eyes were more inclined to see both Kakashi and Yugao, whose position was exactly passing Kakashi's right shoulder at the moment. As in being nostalgic, Kakashi suddenly pulled 2 bells from his pocket, before explaining the rules. As you can see, it will be bell test all over again, same objective, same rules. I trust that you now will understand when I say that you have to come at me as if you were after my head, and seeing as I have a feeling you two are not to be taken lightly, I will use the Sharingan this time. Both paid quick attention at the mission objectives while Kakashi strapped the bells on his waist, before placing one hand on his pocket, while observing his opponents. The fight already started, but no side made a move so far. Suddenly, both Naruto and Sakura threw some projectiles towards their sensei, who in turn, jumped by instinct, before taking 2 kunais since his Sharingan already envisioned the next move. Another barrage of projectiles was thrown at the silver-haired sensei, who in turn, managed to deflect with his kunais, before he threw them towards Naruto and Sakura. Out of the blue, the man started a quick series of hand seals, before the 2 kunais transformed to 10 projectiles, forcing both Sakura and Naruto to evade the barrage, Sakura evading from the left and Naruto doing some backflips. After evading, Naruto and Sakura charged the descending Kakashi from both flanks, being Sakura the one who aimed the first punch. However, Kakashi's Sharingan advised him to evade the punch from so much chakra being focused. As the punch passed through, the wave of chakra actually managed to hit the tree, and Kakashi wondered what exactly the Hokage taught her. However, he didn't have time to wonder as Naruto came by with a reverse kick aiming his left stomach, forcing Kakashi to use his arm to defend, which was surprising considering that the kick wasn't a wasted move. The silver-haired shinobi used brute strength to throw Naruto away from him, before he aimed a strong kick at Sakura, but the girl was already far out of range, before she threw a couple of shurikens at his blind side. Focusing chakra to his legs, Kakashi managed to jump in time, before landing on a treetop as he looked at his students. Their taijutsu was already high Chunin material, which caused the man to smirk with a sudden feeling of pride, but then he realized that it wasn't him who taught them, so he chooses to focus at the task at hand. Suddenly, Kakashi vanished from sight, leaving Naruto and Sakura in the middle of the field, looking around to spot the surprise attack that would surely follow. Sakura, for instance, was now applying what he learned under Tsunade. Left? Right? Above? Behind? So, if he's in none of these positions, then... She focused all her chakra in one single tenketsu and punched the ground with all her might. As a result, the entire ground exploded upon contact, thus shaking the entire ground, which almost made Naruto lose his balance as he questioned what the hell was that Sakura just did. This thought was mirrored by an entirely shocked Kakashi who appeared beneath the now destroyed field. Kakashi-sensei, I found you. The man now knew that Sakura learned the secret behind the Hokage's taijutsu technique, and he concluded that being on the receiving end of one punch would mean his end, so better stop kidding around. Meanwhile, Tsunade was appraising her skills and Jiraiya was muttering silent words about a second Tsunade. Back to the fight, Kakashi was now facing his students, before Naruto summoned 2 Kage Bunshine all of a sudden. Without even attacking, Naruto screamed the word henge and 2 windmill shurikens appeared in both his hands in an instant. He threw the first one at Kakashi, who dodged it easily to the right, before the blonde threw the other one, forcing him to jump, but he managed to dodge them all. However, much to his surprise, Naruto was already in front of him, with a roundhouse kick just seconds away of hitting Kakashi's head. While being impressed by the blonde's speed, Kakashi managed to defend the powerful kick with his arms, before a kunai suddenly appeared on his hand with the intent of hurting the blonde. It was stopped however, as Naruto managed to hold Kakashi's wrist as they descended to the ground, where Sakura was waiting to deliver the punch. Meanwhile, Kakashi was wondering if the girl would deliver the punch with Naruto nearby, when he realized the blonde substituted himself with a log nearby, leaving him alone to receive the punch. It was luck that a tree branch appeared, allowing Kakashi to flip and land a safe distance away from them, before he hid behind a tree, while watching the splendid teamwork this two were displaying right now. Suddenly, however, a very familiar sound of chakra being summoned into the palm of Naruto's hand, Kakashi got away just in time before Naruto slammed a much bigger Rasengan at the tree, shredding it instantly. At the stands, both Tsunade and Shizune was gawking like a fish at the fight occurred. Certainly, Naruto and Sakura already knew each other and managed to fight together accordingly, but this was unheard of. Plus the fact that Naruto managed to do a Rasengan without the clone's assistance showed much of his training and skills. After evading the deadly attack, Kakashi looked at his students while panting a bit. Surely, keeping on taijutsu wouldn't be a good option for the man, seeing as these two worked well together. Where one would attack, the other would remain as backup and vice versa. He didn't have a time off with them, so maybe a new approach was preferable. Lesson 1, Taijutsu completed. Now is time for Lesson 2, Ninjutsu. Instantly, Kakashi started doing a huge sequence of hand seals with an impressive speed, before he inhaled air into his lungs. Katengu Kakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Grand Fireball Jutsu. He, then, exhaled the technique straight at the two, before he saw that Sakura was about to flee, but stood her ground as the technique approached. Apparently, Naruto said something and she chose to remain. But Naruto couldn't know about. Suten Suijin Heki, Water Release, Water Barrier Jutsu. As the fireball approached, a torrent of water appeared in front of them, protecting Naruto and Sakura from the incoming attack, before Kakashi stopped the attack, giving the much-awaited signal for Naruto for another technique of his own creation. Suten Suryu Kiba, Water Release, Water Dragon Fang Jutsu. The same torrent of water used for the barrier technique was suddenly transformed into an enormous water dragon as it charged at Kakashi. The technique frightened the Jounin for a while, before he saw that the dragon was passing a great distance above him, making him smile at the attempt of his student to control such a strong technique. He was under the impression that Naruto did the Suiryu Udan no Jutsu, but this technique was different. His Sharingan alerted him of it, as he witnessed the dragon's claw just seconds away from decapitating him, forcing Kakashi to evade to the left. However, the attack managed to hit Kakashi's arm slightly, cutting the man's right sleeve entirely. He focused his Sharingan on Naruto's smile, before he realized that this was his trick the entire time. Up on the stands, Jiraiya and Yugao were talking about this new technique and praising Naruto for its usage, while Tsunade and Shizune were trying to see if this was a genjutsu or something. The Naruto they know wouldn't be able to do Suten Jutsus. Looking at the perverted smirking, she knew the man kept the information until Naruto showed it himself. Back to the fight, Kakashi was now dodging another barrage of attacks by Naruto and Sakura, while feeling his stamina leaving him with each evading movement. It was time to bring out the big guns now, since Naruto showed his. Landing a kick on Sakura's chin, Kakashi backflipped as Naruto managed to grab her falling body from hitting on the ground, before he made some hand seals. Raiden Denku no Okami, Lightning Release, Lightning Wolf Jutsu. Seeing the incoming attack, Naruto grabbed Sakura with his arms before jumping away in time to avoid the fast-approaching wolf. However, his feet weren't as fortunate, which sent thousands of volts to Naruto's system instantly, earning some screams in agony from the blonde, but other than that, he was fine. Lucky he was that he had a major wind affinity the likes of which no one knew. Sakura, when I say so, you'll move and collect the bells from him, okay? The woman obeyed instantly. Naruto was different. Hell, she didn't even know half the techniques Naruto and Kakashi used, and his moves so far spoke highly of his skills. He, then, got up and Kakashi immediately narrowed his Sharingan eye at Naruto's next move. Suddenly, a vast series of hand seals were being made and Kakashi waited for the eye to tell what would come to him. However, the strange thing was that Kakashi just couldn't read Naruto's thoughts. By applying a closer look, Kakashi saw with shock that Naruto wasn't looking at him, but rather his feet, not allowing the Sharingan to know what would come. Fuuten Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. The man was caught by surprise when his eyes saw a sudden ferocious gust of wind towards him, but it was too late to focus chakra on the ground, as Kakashi was sent flying uncontrollably towards the incoming set of trees. It was worse to Kakashi, because he had a lighting affinity, so wind attacks were his major weakness. A sudden bell noise alerted him, but when he sought to look at the bells strapped on his waist, he saw with shock that it wasn't there anymore. Closing his eyes as in waiting for the impact, he was surprised upon seeing that Jiraiya was there waiting for him with a rather big toad who caught him and placed him gently on the ground. When looking up, he saw Jiraiya with a smirk. "I forgot to tell you not to underestimate Naruto, Kakashi. In the end, he gave you quite a fight, didn't he?" Kakashi was slowly getting up as he saw Naruto and Sakura each carrying a bell while talking to one another. Indeed, Yugao's words made more sense now. The blonde in front of him wasn't the same one he knew, or at least he thought he knew. Afterwards, Tsunade arrived in the middle of the clearing just as Kakashi arrived at the scene. "So Kakashi, how is your opinion about their skills as a team?" asked Tsunade, though her answer was already certain. Kakashi closed his Sharingan and looked at his team with a smile on his face. "Both Naruto and Sakura have what it takes to form a team, and both have Chunin level skills, with Naruto being Jounin in terms of ninjutsu. I'm sure they'll fit your criteria perfectly." Tsunade and Shizune smiled, before she turned to Naruto and Sakura. "So, from now on, you two and Kakashi will form Team Kakashi and will be grouped on missions and Naruto," said the Hokage, calling the blonde's attention. "As of right now, you're awarded with the position of Chunin of Konoha. Now pay attention, because generally, in order for a Jounin to be promoted, he or she must attend the exams, but are occasions when the Hokage, together with the responsible Jounin, can promote the Jounin once he show enough skills to give him the Chunin position, and since Kakashi consider you as such, it's my privilege to grant you the position." The blonde was indeed shocked, but he had a feeling the woman wasn't quite done yet. "Now, a Chunin is a position of privilege within our ranks, and as such, it will be required of you to protect Konoha on the front lines. Also, a Chunin is to act as captain, so you'll also be drafted to lead a Jounin mission outside the village from time to time. I can see that your skills skyrocketed under Jiraiya's guidance, and I believe you earned this position. Now, I would give you the Chunin flak jacket, but I see that you already have one, so you can keep it, no problem. Any questions?" "Nope, no questions whatsoever," just the shocked face was evident in his face. Chapter 10, A Friend's Call for Help. After Naruto and Sakura's test against Kakashi, everyone went to their respective homes, but not Jiraiya and Tsunade, as the latter invited her teammate for some sake in order to talk about the village's newest Chunin shinobi. Tsunade was dumbstruck the entire fight, and she wanted answers that only he could supply. Well, Yugao could as well, but the Godime wasn't in the mood to ask one of her subordinate Onbu for a bottle of sake, or two for that matter. So, now, both she and the Gama Sanin were pouring cup after cup down their throats, before Tsunade smashed the sake bottle on the table and looked straight at Jiraiya, who by the way was showing, maybe, the biggest grin possible, as he knew that Naruto impressed her in more ways than anyone thought possible. "I take it you want answers about the brat's skills." The look of sarcasm on her face was enough to satisfy his answer as he smiled and poured one more cup of sake, before smiling at the blonde. Jiraiya never thought he would enjoy this so much. The look on her face, daring him to speak or else she would take action, was too much to his drunken state, but he knew not to push her buttons any longer, since Tsunade had quite a short temper and could land quite a punch at his jaw. "What did you expect, Tsunade? 3 years ago I told you that he had potential to be great. You saw the results yourself, didn't you?" "Yeah, I did, but his growth is unheard of, damn it. In 3 years, he managed to correct every flaw he had regarding taijutsu and weapon accuracy. He learned and mastered 2 elements, and I happen to know, from his file, that he's attuned to the wind element, not both wind and water. He learned a new element from scratch. Don't tell me you don't think this surprising. Even Minato took longer to learn the lightning element, and he was considered the strongest shinobi in existence. Come on Jiraiya, spill it." Tsunade was getting irritated at each passing second with Jiraiya's nothing but vague answers. The man for his part felt the urge to tell about Naruto's other skills, but then, he would actually fear for his life. The Godime was already impressed with what she saw of Naruto's skills. There wasn't any need to further fill her agony right now in understanding all this, especially when her mind was already immersed in alcohol, thus devoid of any rational judgment. "Okay, Tsunade, calm down for a second and I'll explain. Time is a hard reality for shinobi, you and I both know that. It takes a long period of one's dedication and compromise in order to learn a certain skill, yet alone master one. However, because of the blonde's abundance of chakra, time doesn't apply to him the same way as it does for us. You would do well to remember the usage of the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, his signature move. By this, Tsunade was already drawing to the needed conclusions, but Jiraiya continued the explanation. Kage Bunshin was mostly used for reconnaissance, simply because whatever memory the clone gathers, it's immediately transferred to the original, upon being dispelled. Now, with Naruto's chakra capacity, he isn't limited to 4, 5 or 6 clones. He can summon 200 of them and still possess the chakra to train his techniques. Now, with 1 real and 1 clone, you do a task half the time needed. Imagine the same principle with 100 clones. The blonde trained in 3 years the equivalent of 10 years easily. The woman had the decency to be shocked at the number of clones Naruto manages to create and still possess enough chakra to train on his own. However, this ability was unheard of in Tsunade's opinion. If such ability was real, then there wasn't anything Naruto couldn't learn with the help of his clones. Looking at her teammate's eyes, she was getting suspicious. True, Naruto did accomplish a lot already: taijutsu, elemental ninjutsu, weapon accuracy, but what if the blonde had more up his sleeve? Surely, the Chunin could have used his skills with clones to learn a totally different new art. Looking at him with a smug look on her face, Tsunade questioned the man while holding the sake bottle on her left hand. Okay Jiraiya, I'm convinced of the blonde's growth, but we're talking about the skills that he showed throughout the fight against Kakashi. What of the rest, Jiraiya? Certainly, with the Kage Bunshin style of training, Naruto could certainly learn other valuable skills that would better mold his skills as a shinobi. The pervert had to smile at his teammate's deduction, not enough for him to tell about Naruto's skills in dispelling mid to high level genjutsu as well as in wielding the bow staff. Surely, he would show everything he has learned at the fight against Kakashi. Tsunade. You can't fight someone of Kakashi's caliber and even still manage to hide his skills. We focused, mainly, on those 2 elements in his taijutsu. We sparred every day until we returned and Yugao helped as well. She managed to correct 1 flaw with his stance as well as helped him with suit manipulation. She was greatly beneficial to his training, you know. Jiraiya knew what he was doing by adding Yugao to the conversation. By adding her name, Tsunade forgot entirely about Naruto's hidden skills and thought about a relationship between an Onbu captain and a Chunin. The Hokage, for her part, frowned at the pervert's sudden change in discussion, but didn't create a fuss over it. She was just as interested in the blonde's romantic relationship as she was regarding the blonde's shinobi abilities. Speaking about Yugao, what, or rather how did it happen? I mean, before she would go on suicidal mission after another in hopes that some lucky kunai would slice her jugular, Tsunade said. I still don't know Tsunade. Ever since she started traveling with us, she and Naruto quickly formed a bond of friendship. Every day, both of them shared a lot of stories together, until one day, I wake up to see they both hugging each other. Afterwards, feelings started to bloom for one another. One thing that both the Gaki and Yugao have in common is that they could keep a secret better than anyone I've seen, and that's saying a lot, considering my spying network. There was one night they went out in Water Country's capital that I still want to hear about. The damn brat just won't tell a thing, damn it. Jiraiya's mumbling managed to get a rise out of Tsunade as she, then, poured some sake down her throat. Serves you right, pervert, stop messing in other people's lives. Now, that's enough drink for me, I'm afraid. I'm going home to have some sleep before Shizune comes barging in lecturing me to stop drinking. Once Jiraiya paid for the huge tip, both Sannin went on different ways, with Jiraiya knowing that Tsunade was safe, considering that Onbu was following her every step, preventing the almighty god Hokage from making silly mistakes that could endanger her image regarding both the village as well as others throughout the elemental nations. Next day. The next day, at his office, Tsunade was reading the mission requests while rubbing her temples, in hopes of reducing the painful hangover she was feeling right now. It was even worse since, on top of the alcohol still lingering inside her blood vessels, she still had to hear her assistant's nagging voice, lecturing her to stop drinking, especially because of her status as God Hokage. Looking at a B-ranked mission request, Tsunade was still rubbing her temples as she realized what the mission entailed. Clearing her mind of her pain, Tsunade smiled, finding the right time to test the newly formed team. Shizune, call the shinobi written in this mission request for me ASAP, will you? The black-haired woman frowned at the lack of control in the Hokage's voice, but took the mission scroll, before looking at the people designated for the mission. With a smile on her face, she assigned one Onbu to get the jounin that will be responsible for the assignment as well as his team. At Naruto's house. Naruto was having a peaceful slumber as the clock near his bed showed it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. Usually, Naruto would have to meet his team at only 10 or 12, if Kakashi's tardiness wasn't yet cured. Suddenly, a knock was heard at the door, jerking him out of bed instantly while mumbling some curse words at the damn morning lover who would think of waking him at 7 o'clock in the morning. Okay, now the blonde was pissed as he marched towards the door with very intent on knocking some sense into this person's mind, except if Yugao were to make a surprise visit, then the blonde wouldn't be mad. Opening the door in a normal manner, Naruto was half expecting to see Yugao, only to see a silver-haired Jounin waving his hands in a greeting manner. Morning Naruto. It took a while for the scene to be registered in Naruto's mind. He knew the clock wasn't broken, it was 7 o'clock in the morning right now, the sun was just now getting up and the birds were beginning their morning songs of joy. With all this adding up, it was impossible for someone like this guy to show up this time of the hour. Kakashi, for instance, was looking at the blonde's questioned looks with a frown on his face, as his students had so little expectation from their sensei. It made matters worse when Naruto moved his hands to dispel a supposed genjutsu, before Kakashi had to intervene and prove that it was real. It's not a genjutsu, Naruto. We have a mission, get dressed. I'll be right here. Sorry, if I was a little shocked Kakashi-sensei, I'll be ready in a few minutes, Naruto said. At the Hokage's office . Half an hour later, Team Kakashi was joined in front of Tsunade and Shizune as the Hokage addressed the mission that they were about to undertake. Team Kakashi, we've received call from a city 10 miles northeast from here, near the Fire Country's capital city. The Fire Daimyo would normally send his samurai to investigate, but he passed the mission to us instead. It's a B-ranked mission consisting of releasing the village from a group of missing nins from Amiga Corps that are terrorizing over there. Proceed with utmost caution. From what I understand from the mission request, their group is quite extensive, probably 2 to 1. Oh, and they managed to capture the village mayor's 10-year-old daughter. You three are to leave immediately, any questions? The Chunin on the team nodded their heads in the negative as Kakashi was reading the mission scroll with a relaxed and a somewhat bored visage on his face, before he faced the Godime Hokage. Any known skills we should be aware of? Kakashi asked. We're talking about civilians here, Kakashi. They wouldn't be able to give us a thorough report on what ninja techniques they're using. We're lucky to at least know their numbers. Team Kakashi is to leave right now. Suddenly, 2 amounts of leaves and a small tornado appeared in Team Kakashi's place, before they vanished via sunshine, towards the mission at hand, leaving Shizune and Tsunade alone as the Hokage turned to the next mission assignment. The Hokage was without a care in the world as she assigned a Jinan team to handle a C-rank document delivery mission, before Shizune decided to interrupt. She was worried for the mission that Team Kakashi was about to undertake. Tsunade-sama, wouldn't it be better to send another team with Team Kakashi? The missing nins are quite a few for a 3-man cell? Shizune asked, before hearing Tsunade's warm laughter. Do not worry Shizune, Kakashi is one of this village's elite Jounin and Sakura was tutored by both of us, she'll be fine. Last but not least, there is Naruto. The pervert confided me some information about his training and I can say for sure, is that no one deals against groups of shinobi enemies, better than him. You saw him yesterday, didn't you? That brat surprises me every day and this mission will be a piece of cake for them. Now, call me Ebisu's team, I have an errand for them to run. After Shizune left the office, Tsunade was remembering what the pervert said to her, before they left the bar last night. With Team Kakashi . After leaving the administration building, Team Kakashi were jumping through rooftops towards the east gate. According to the scroll, time was of the essence in this manner, the entire village was being bullied by the missing nins and they even have the mayor tied down, because of her daughter being kidnapped. Both Naruto and Sakura were aware of the sensitive situation they were in as the last few buildings passed by them before handling the documents to the Chunin on duty at the gate. It wasn't long until they went back to the sky, but instead of rooftops, Team Kakashi now was traveling through the heavy forest that surrounded the village. The temperature was staggering, but with the speed they were traveling, the wind gathered was more than enough to cool their skin enough to withstand the heat. Not that it mattered, though, as they were born in fire country and this hot temperature is common this time of the year. One person, in particular, was enjoying in comfort silence, the great many sights that surround the hidden village in the leaves. The almost quiet but smooth sound of a river that crossed the forest as well as the glistering image of the sun being reflected on the water, the animals minding their own business as all of them decided to refresh their bodies because of the extremely hot temperature. Their travel would last another 20 minutes, so Naruto had enough time to administer the sight that he could lay his eyes on. Meanwhile, Sakura and Kakashi were paying close attention to both the path ahead and the blonde on their left flank. The day before, Naruto had still to show his face in Konoha. Both Kakashi and Sakura were caught wondering about the other member of their group. How much did the blonde change? What did he see on his travel that changed him so much? These questions kept plaguing their minds constantly as they saw the blonde looking at all directions with a comfort smile on his face, like he was in peace with the world around him. It was a strange sight, whereas before you would see a guy with unlimited amount of energy, jumping constantly and screaming to the heavens about his undying wish of becoming the next Hokage. Now all that energy have seemingly vanished without a trace, and it was unsettling to see. Especially for Sakura of all people. The old Team 7 suffered like no other with the betrayal of their comrade Uchiha Sasuke, and yet, seeing Naruto like this without a care in the world, kind of forced her to believe that Sasuke never existed in the first place, kind like their time as a team never existed. Kakashi looked at Sakura's saddened face, before looking forward as their objective was getting closer by the minute. The Jounin was equally puzzled with Naruto's new behavior, new way to see things. His most important goal upon taking on a team was to teach them the value of teamwork above all other skills. Granted, Sasuke was to blame for this situation, but while he understood that Naruto changed, he now realized something ironic. He liked the old Naruto more. The silver-haired Jounin couldn't help but feel this way. Yes, back there he was brash, annoying and hyperactive like no one, but his compromise with never giving up despite it all, caused Kakashi to smile at his student. Now, it's like he turned from oil to water. This new Naruto was reserved, kept things to himself, definitely skilled if what Kakashi saw the other day was any indication. He stopped his wanderings as he saw a village on the horizon with a couple houses and a small business center. He couldn't detect any presences at all, but Kakashi had enough experience to be able to detect when an enemy is concealing their chakra so as not to get caught by the opponent. Signaling with his hands, the group stopped to a halt as the mission leader turned to address his subordinates. Okay, we are a few miles outside the village, so I'll be briefing you two on the mission specs, so bear with me for a second, since I won't enjoy repeating. Kakashi looked at the two, who in turn, demonstrated their utmost attention, which pleased Kakashi as he managed their full attention. According to the mission request, the enemies are up to 10 missing nins from villages we're still unaware of, so we'll be playing safe at first, gauging their strength. Also, they happen to hold the entire village as hostages for their little scheme, so it will be up to us to get rid of these missing nins. What's most important, right now, is that these guys could either be narrow-minded thugs with shinobi training or deadly killers with an A or higher status on the bingo book. If the latter happens, we have no choice other than to retreat and call for backup of another team before returning. Now, seeing as Sakura is the medic nin of the group, she'll be on the supportive side, in the back, with genjutsu and weapons. That leaves the fight for us Naruto. Sakura was a smart girl and she could catch things at almost the same pace as Shikamaru, and the man was considered a genius amongst the Chunin population. Therefore, she managed to notice the look the two shared with each other. It was definitely different than before. Kakashi and Naruto was displaying trust in one another against 10 missing nins. She just prayed that these two would be alright. Fine by me, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said with excitement, which earned a nod from Kakashi. True, in person, Kakashi wished Naruto didn't change much, but he didn't have one negative bad of the blonde's skills at the moment, and that's saying much in his book. Okay, let's proceed with caution for now. As soon as we arrive, both of you must be ready for any kind of trap. Let's go now. As soon as the order reached their ears, the three vanished in a blur, before arriving in the middle of the village's business center. The place was better described as being abandoned for God knows how many years. No presence that could be seen, no voices that could be heard, nothing. Think they left the place with the villagers as hostages? Are we too late? Sakura asked, but both Naruto and Kakashi managed to sense a great number of chakra looming inside the houses. It was like the enemy was just waiting for the group to spring the trap, before moving in for the kill. It was when Naruto placed his foot just past the business center that the ground started to crumble out of a sudden. The team wasn't keen of waiting to see what would happen, so each of them jumped on top of a house, just seconds before all hell broke loose. The noise was the signal, Naruto considered as they heard the sound of doors breaking under the pressure of one kick, before the group attacked the Konoha team with shurikens and deadly other projectiles towards what seemed the strongest of the team, namely Naruto and Kakashi. The silver-haired Jounin parried every projectile with deadly precision by using 2 kunais on each hand, but Naruto was impaled by all of them, quite to everyone but Kakashi's surprise, before his body was replaced by a log as the blonde appeared by the Jounin's side. Kakashi stiffened upon seeing one of the missing nins looking at him with a smile on his face. The man was tall, heavily built with a scar crossing his forehead. The rain-hidden village, scratched forehead protector was located around the man's neck as his black scythe was screaming bloody murder. Naruto saw the look in Kakashi's face and asked away. "Do you know him, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked, before seeing his sensei briefly nodding, while never taking his eyes away from this terrible enemy. Only in the bingo book, A-ranked missing nin Omuru, Amaze Maruishi, Boulder. Actually, the one who managed to beat him was Orochimaru, even before facing Hanzo of the Salamander and being, latter, nominated as one of the Sannin. Sakura. Said Kakashi, getting the woman's attention as she listened intently. "Right now, our priority is to find the mayor's daughter as well as the villagers to make sure they're all right. Me and Naruto will remain and fight this group. Out of the 10, only Omuru represents danger, so I'll take him. Naruto, you'll be up against the rest 9. There's Jinan to low Chunin level, nothing I know you can't handle, right?" Only a smile was needed, before Sakura vanished within a blur to look for the little girl's location. Naruto, for his part, smiled at this scenery. Fighting multiple opponents was what he trained so hard for these last 3 years. One of the enemies, when seeing the girl vanish, was about to go look for her, but was stopped by Omuru, who ordered him to take care of the blonde, much to Kakashi's surprise. Omuru, Amaze Maruishi, A-ranked missing nin, was eyeing Naruto, a tough fighter, but a Chunin still. Looking at the blonde, Kakashi was surprised when Naruto grabbed a blue scroll strapped with red tape, before he unwrapped it and extended the scroll in mid-air. Immediately, smoke filled their position, before Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise as the imposing black bow staff now in Naruto's grasp as he fell into a battle position stance. Kakashi would be surprised by the sudden new skill, but he has other concerns at the moment. Naruto noticed the stare he was receiving from the enemies and even Kakashi's. He knew this would shock his sensei, considering that he had yet to use his bojutsu in a fight next to the silver-haired Jounin. Nevertheless, his concerns landed on the 9 missing nins. Of course none of them looked like much, but whereas Naruto would have no trouble fighting one-on-one, but definitely 1 against 9 was a challenge to say the least. "I'm not going to ask how or when you learned how to wield the bow staff, and I won't ask why you thought better than not telling about it to me beforehand. What I'm going to ask is for you to be careful, Naruto. I'll be extremely occupied with Omuru and I won't be able to provide cover." Kakashi said, before seeing Naruto smile in appreciation. "Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. I trained a lot these last 3 years on how to take on multiple enemies. I'll be fine." Kakashi nodded his hand in positive, before focusing all his attention on Omuru, who for his part was looking directly at Kakashi, as if the rest of the world wasn't suddenly important. However, the same moment he diverted his attention away from Naruto, the blonde began a huge series of hand seals in order to divide the fight and let Kakashi alone with his opponent. Fuuten Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. The wind suddenly picked up, alerting Kakashi to the usage of chakra, before he turned to Naruto. Just as he did so, Naruto exhaled a strong gust of wind that managed to send all the opponents flying away from the vicinity, except Omuru, who had enough experience with wind users to focus some chakra to his feet in order to stick to the ground. Nevertheless, he prided himself of being cautious, and in the end, this mysterious blonde proved to be quite the opponent. Kakashi had to smile at his student, though he had more important matters to take care of. Naruto, at this time, had already vanished within a small tornado, probably towards the position where the others went, thus leaving the 2 strong opponents alone in a deserted city. "I was hoping that Konoha would send someone strong to defend this pathetic excuse of a village. I'm glad they sent you, Sharingan no Kakashi. I'll be testing my skills against you," Omuru said, starting the challenge. "Surely, you already battled against tougher opponents than me, Omuru. No matter, though, you won't get out of here alive, Omuru." After accepting the challenge, Kakashi fell into a taijutsu stance, while observing his opponent. The man was obviously built for close to mid-range fighting, so taijutsu wasn't exactly the best alternative of engagement. Plus, the fact that Naruto is facing 9 enemies at the same time worried Kakashi, but he didn't have a choice, but to trust the blonde. "There has been 20 years since I faced that snake, Kakashi. After that, no one gave me the rush of a true fighting. You'll provide this for me." "Enough talking, let's get this over with," Kakashi said as he lifted his headband, revealing the almighty Sharingan. With Sakura Away from the fighting, Haruno Sakura was searching for clues within the village territory in order to locate the mayor's kidnapped daughter as well as the rest of the villagers, seeing as the missing nins captured them all. She didn't want to leave her comrades behind, but orders were orders as she happened to take great pride in being loyal. The houses were in bad condition, but as she entered in one of the houses, she was dumbstruck to see blood on the ground, pointing towards the windows, as if whoever it was dragged away by the missing nins. Upon looking at the window, she managed to follow the path of blood through the grassy field, quite to her surprise, since a little rain would wipe this blood away instantly. She shrugged this thought away and followed the path, weary of the presumably obvious clue. Certainly, not even an academy student wouldn't be able to spot the path of blood, thus Sakura was only waiting for a trap to trigger as she followed the path. Eventually, the trail of blood stopped and Sakura looked up to see a cave a few hundred meters in front of her with one man guarding the entrance. Immediately, she rushed to hide behind a canopy tree right next to her. She waited a bit until she was certain that the man didn't spot her position, before she moved through the foliage, until she was at striking distance with the guard. Taking a shuriken from her holster, she threw with utmost proficiency at a specific point in the man's neck, killing him instantly. The noise he made upon falling on the ground gave her the signal to appear, before she checked his vitals to assure that he was dead. As a medic nin, Sakura loathed the necessity of killing the enemy, but as both Shizune and Tsunade taught her, sometimes you have to kill one in order to save 1,000. Not that Sakura enjoyed hearing that, however it's in her profession's nature to kill when needed of her. Steeling her resolve, she entered the cave, before she smiled upon seeing a group of frightened people staring at her in fear. Do not fear, everyone, we're ninjas from Konoha. We're here to free you, let's go. With Naruto . After Naruto appeared at the clearing, the enemies stared at him with concentration, due to his wind attack earlier. The enemies dressed up pretty much the same. Gray flak jackets with black paints and the usual mask every Ame nin possesses in order to breathe below water. The only difference between each other was the facial features and their hair, with some being raven and a few blondes. Before the Konoha Chunin could assess their strength, his enemies charged with intent to kill written all over their face. Quietly grabbing the bow staff, Naruto started spinning it until it formed a circle spin, while at the same time focusing Fuuten-type chakra through his weapon's length. Just as the enemies were about to arrive and kill the blonde, his jutsu sprang to action, forming a concentrated gust of wind out of the staff that enveloped everyone. Fuuten Repiso no Hagshi, wind release, violent gale wind jutsu. The jutsu itself didn't possess offensive purposes, so Naruto's intention was to keep the entire group from attacking him together, allowing him to strike each one with his bow staff. Taking advantage of the enemy's disorientation, the blonde managed to land a powerful strike at one of them on the shoulder, before he heard the sound of bone cracking under pressure, followed by a huge scream of agony. As the blonde went for the second one, a hail of kunais charged at him from the left, forcing him to abandon his charge and fall into defensive position, deflecting the projectiles by effectively positioning his weapon. After the projectile attack, Naruto charged the ones who threw them, while swirling his staff behind his back. The two responsible for the projectile's offensive charged as well, but unlike Naruto, both of them were making hand seals, finishing it with the dragon hand seal, before gathering water chakra inside their bodies. Suten Mizutama, water release, water bullet jutsu. Out of nowhere, the two enemies shot numerous water bullets towards Naruto, who managed to dodge a few, before jumping in midair to avoid the rest. However, as he was about to attack the two with his staff, two came from behind and tried to attack him with spinning kicks aiming for the blonde's head. To the Ame nin's surprise, one kick landed, but when they were about to pound Naruto further, before they realized with fear that a log was in his place. The real Naruto, now seeing the four in front of him and another three closing by from his right flank, quickly summoned two Kage Bunshine that managed to stop the ones from behind, before doing a sequence of 4 quick hand seals. He approached his hand close to his mouth in order to concentrate his next attack. Fuuten Kaze Dongan, wind release, wind shot jutsu. The numerous wind shots charged the 4 missing nins in front of him with speeds unheard of, before hitting the enemies dead on. And because of Wind's abilities, the bullet landed on the enemy's legs, opening a huge hole on it. The 4 were taken care of, to say the least. Just a little pressure to their leg was enough to pour a large quantity of blood, followed by an unbearable pain. This allowed Naruto to charge at them and land powerful strikes on their shoulders, dislocating it and taking them, definitely, out of commission. The remaining 4 looked at the blonde with fear as he now stood in front of them with a stealing resolve. Their peers were all hit on the shoulder and were on the ground, unconscious. The ninja in front of them was on a whole other level, so they needed to use everything they have in order to beat him. Naruto was about to charge when all four of them started making hand seals, but what alarmed Naruto was the last hand seal used. Tiger, damn Katen jutsu, Naruto thought as he quickly made a series of hand seals of his own to parry the blow, before he sensed the usage of chakra in front of him. Katen Kanhaozaki, fire release, flamethrower jutsu. Much to Naruto's surprise, the four techniques managed to merge with one another, doubling the size of the flame beam. The blonde managed to finish the dragon hand seal just in time, before he managed to gather as much chakra as he could to strengthen his defense. Suten Suijin Heki, water release, water barrier jutsu. Just as the fire attack was about to reach Naruto, the water barrier rose in front of him, stopping the fire beam attack from advancing, but because of the joined efforts, Naruto's jutsu proved too weak to parry and his defense wouldn't be able to hold on much longer, forcing Naruto to jump up high and avoid the attack, before watching in morbid fascination as the attack managed to explode a huge rock behind him. The blonde was caught by surprise when he felt the temperature rise, before he turned and faced the mighty of a grand fireball technique. Being on the air prevented him from evading, so he was enveloped entirely, much to the enemy's smirk, seeing as the blonde did cause a lot of trouble for the group. However, as soon as the group turned to see their master, they were head to head with Naruto crossing his arms in a bored manner. Said attitude was met with question marks followed by shouts from the Ame missing nins, since they saw the Chunin being enveloped by the grand fireball technique. Naruto, for his part, smiled at the group's inability to understand what happened up there, so he set himself to explain, seeing as he was about to end this fight anyway. That attack actually did take me by surprise. I'd say congratulations are in order. I had very short time to make Cage Bun shine and replace positions with him. Now, Naruto said as he started a huge and fast series of hand seals, thus alerting the enemies. One didn't want for Naruto to finish the sequence, so he charged at the blonde, quite expecting the Chunin to stop the hand seal sequence and block any eventual strike that may come after him, but to the man's surprise, Naruto's resolve never faltered as he went through hand seal after hand seal, before he focused on the bird hand sign. Fuutanatsugai, wind release, pressure damage jutsu. Instantly and with but a surge of both his hands, Naruto exhaled a wide camp of compressed wind towards the enemies, who for their part, couldn't escape. The compressed wind was gaining power from Naruto's chakra as it sliced and shredded everything in its path, leaving nothing standing: trees, flowers, grass, human bodies. Still, the compressed wind field took a while to stop as it leveled the entire clearing in less than a minute. Satisfied with the results of his wind training, Naruto turned to where Kakashi and Omuru were fighting. Surely, air pressure manipulation was the hardest theory to grasp, and surely Sujiro-sensei would be proud to see Naruto's performance. With Kakashi . Back at Kakashi's fight, both he and Omuru reached a stalemate at the center of the village with Kakashi holding a kunai and Omuru a broad kodashi. Just after Naruto left, an only ninjutsu fight began, Kakashi with every trick in the book so far acquired by his Sharingan and Omuru, surprisingly, with only Doton ninjutsu. And while the silver-haired Jounin possessed an entire arsenal of Raiten ninjutsu, Omuru would simply dodge or evade by merging within the ground. When it was clear that they would reach a stalemate in the ninjutsu department, Omuru attacked Kakashi with straight-out taijutsu with his kodashi for a supporting edge. Kakashi was faster with the Sharingan, but every blow he managed to land on Omuru was like he was kicking and punching a damn rock. The Sharingan user couldn't for his life figure out what was happening, but he couldn't let himself give up. Like him, Omuru wasn't having much luck. The Konoha Jounin was 10 times faster than he would ever be, so every blow he prepared for, Kakashi would be 2 steps ahead of it, thus dodging effortlessly. Getting frustrated with the useless assault, Omuru used brute strength and managed to throw Kakashi out of balance long enough for him to use one last jutsu that will assure his victory. Doing a 4-sequence hand seal, he, then, slammed his hands on the ground with enough force that managed to create a small hole. Doton Jishin no Jutsu, Earth Release, Earthquake Jutsu. The results were much appreciated as the ground started shaking with utmost intensity, making Kakashi lose even more balance, almost on the verge of falling on the ground. Omuru wasn't stupid enough to waste this gold opportunity as he charged with his kodashi with the intent of slicing the famous Sharingan no Kakashi's head off. The man knew his opponent was dry of resources of defending himself, if his wide eyes were any indication. However, just before Omuru's kodashi landed inches away from Kakashi's jugular, he heard something that made his skin crawl. Seconds later, He looked to his right to see a water dragon coming from his left side, before hitting him full force, sending the missing nin flying towards the nearest tree forest, where he ended up hitting his head, before reaching unconsciousness. Suten Sweryu Udan no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Dragon Jutsu. Kakashi was surprised at what happened, before he turned to see his blonde student landing next to him so as to check on his sensei. "Are you okay, sensei?" Naruto asked as he extended his hand to help Kakashi get up. The silver-haired jounin took a first look at his student and saw the battle marks on his clothes and even on his skin, which meant he also had a fierce battle of his own. Smiling at his student for actually saving his life, Kakashi rushed to Omuru's position and started focusing lightning chakra on his right hand for the killing move. By this time, Sakura and the villagers arrived, before she greeted her teammate and sensei to report the mission well done. By this time, though, Kakashi already delivered his Raikiri blow to Omuru's heart, before sealing him to be taken into Konoha's custody. The mayor, at the end, appreciated the Konoha team for saving their village, to which Kakashi replied by saying that they were happy to be of help. Afterwards, Kakashi, Sakura and Naruto returned at a normal pace towards their home village. The mission started as B-ranked, but with Omuru's presence, it turned to an A-ranked mission. Sakura pouted because her job didn't require much action other than swiftly killing the guard covering the cave entrance, so she ended up asking questions about her teammate and sensei's piece of the action. Unfortunately, both weren't very attentive to details, which actually infuriated her to no end. Naruto just faced 9 enemies on his own, and the only thing he told her was that he used a couple of Fuuten jutsus, managing to overcome the enemies, but Kakashi knew better. He was the one who saw the bow staff on Naruto's hand and the fact that the blonde's stance was nothing less than jounin skills. Nevertheless, he chose to stay silent in this whole manner, seeing that he would have other opportunities to question Naruto about it in the future. After a few more hours, Konoha's impossibly penetrating walls surrounded by dense foliage. Upon arriving, there were few things Team Kakashi wanted to do, seeing as this wasn't a long-term mission or anything. They left in the morning and returned a few minutes to sundown, so besides reporting to the Hokage about the mission, there wasn't much to do. Sakura would do her hospital shift later at night and Kakashi was about to finish the last issue of Icha Icha Tactics. Speaking of the book, Kakashi thought that this one was the best one yet. The characters Nagashi and Yugito were a part of a special organization that was responsible for maintaining the security in Fire Country's capital. One time, they went on a mission together and immediately bonded to sexual levels that, according to Kakashi, contained the best sexual scene ever. Little did he know, though, that the characters Jiraiya based off were real and he happened to meet both of them. Naruto, actually was the only one of the 3 that happened to have plans for tonight, which didn't include either reading his novel alone at home or spend the night inside some hospital. Yesterday, he didn't have time to accompany Yugao to that sushi place she was telling so much about, and tonight happens to be the time when her team gets the night off to enjoy themselves. So, Naruto only had to report to the Hokage and he was ready to go home and change his clothes to, later, meet with his girlfriend. Probably, that's why he was smiling from ear to ear as the group crossed the gate, before presenting the necessary documentation to the Chunin responsible for gatekeeping. At Konoha . After presenting the documents at the gate, Team Kakashi went straight to the Hokage's office where the report was handled, directly to Tsunade's ears. Normally, the Hokage didn't need an oral report presentation from its shinobis, but when missions regarding other villages' security within Fire Country's territory, it's the Hokage's responsibility to conjure a summary report and send it straight to the Fire Daimyo. The report indicated that neither of the 3 ninjas had any trouble dealing with the enemies, except from Kakashi's momentary lack of concentration, which led to Omuru almost killing the silver-haired jounin if it weren't for Naruto's prompt response with a high-level Suten jutsu. Tsunade was skeptical about Naruto's part of the mission, seeing as he just faced 9 missing nins without breaking a sweat. She was more than curious with the blonde's real capabilities and she hoped that this mission would force him to show said skills to the public. But, since no one, from the team, was present to witness his fight, she was forced to take his word for it, much to her frustration. She knew something was wrong and both he and Jiraiya were hiding something, but the question was why? Sure, a ninja's profession is deception and hiding their skills is the difference between killing and be killed. Nevertheless, as Hokage, she should be aware of her ninja's abilities, for assignment issues. Tsunade sighed in resignation as she couldn't do anything right now, so she dismissed the team with the order of presenting tomorrow for another mission, before everyone, but Sakura, vanished from the office. The girl was to head towards the hospital and Shizune would accompany her there. With Naruto . With hands on pocket, Naruto was walking aimlessly throughout the streets of Konoha. Looking at the time, he supposed he had a few more hours before he had to leave home to meet with Yugao at the sushi place. Suddenly, he spotted two familiar faces coming his direction, so he decided a greeting was in order. However, both friendly faces took a while to recognize the blonde, much to his snort, seeing as he didn't change much, or did he? "Damn it, Shikamaru, it's me, Naruto," Naruto shouted at both Shikamaru and Temari, while the former kept looking at the blonde with a questioned gaze. "Oh Naruto, I didn't recognize you there. When did you return from your trip?" Temari, for her part, looked at the blonde in front of them and wondering if this was the same blonde shrimp that wanted to take on everybody and the same one who managed to save her brother from himself. "Just yesterday, my team and I already had a mission today, A ranked." Not that is any of my business and all, but why are you together? This isn't a date, right? Shikamaru is too lazy for that." The pineapple-headed Chunin snorted at the commentary, but Temari bit him to it with the explanation. "A date? No, hell no." Once again, Shikamaru snorted at how much troublesome blondes he knows, before she continued, "Since the agreement with Suna and Konoha was signed, I was nominated ambassador for my village. Also, both villages assigned me and this lazy ass over here to organize the Chunin exams." "What reminds me, Naruto," said Shikamaru, calling the blonde's attention. "Aren't you going to compete this time? If I remember correctly, you're the only one from our age that is still a Junon. Even Neji is now a Jounin." "I was, but the Hokage decided to test my skills against Kakashi-sensei, and if I passed, then she would promote me. Me and Sakura managed to defeat him, so Hokage-sama promoted me last night," Naruto said, earning a nod from Shikamaru, before the blonde turned to Temari. "Say Temari, how is Gara? I imagine him to be at least a Jounin as well if his skills, 3 years ago, was any indication." "Actually, Naruto, Gara was promoted to Chunin on that exam 3 years ago, and just last year, he was nominated the Godime Kazekage. He and Tsunade-sama has been making plans for a while and the village relations improved tenfold." That information shocked Naruto, but in a positive sense. He confessed that he wasn't exactly friends with Gara, but seeing as they share a common feat, Naruto considered him close to family. Shikamaru and Temari considered how Naruto always wanted to become Hokage and, maybe, he was taking this information badly, but it all faded when the blonde smiled. "Well, good for him. It's good to see one of us getting the recognition he deserves. Now, guys, I have to go home, so I'll see you later, see ya." The blonde didn't want for a reply as he continued on his path towards his house, while thinking about how Gara was now the Godime Kazekage and how much stronger he must have gotten now. Shikamaru and Temari, though, kept looking at his back with a frown, because both spotted several differences between the old and the new Naruto. The lazy, though, shrugged his shoulders and began walking towards wherever he was going, before Temari followed him as well, muttering about lazy-ass shinobi and the lack of motivation. At Naruto's house . Once arriving at his building, the blonde proceeded to climb the stairs towards his apartment for some relaxing, before he had to take a shower. The thoughts on the next Kazekage now vanished from his mind and he was just wondering what he would do for relaxing. Throughout his training trip, he enjoyed reading ninjutsu material. It calmed him down, somewhat, even if he was indirectly training. Upon arriving on his floor, he looked up to see his sensei seating close to ledge while reading the book Uro-sensei wrote. Naruto somehow knew what Kakashi wanted with him, although he actually preferred that his sensei would focus on reading that book of his and leave him alone tonight. The sun was almost vanishing by now and the moonlight was already illuminating the village with all its majesty. Nevertheless, instead of enjoying the sight, Naruto was soon to be trapped in an interrogation about his skills with Bojutsu. "I suppose you want answers, Kakashi-sensei." The sensei managed to show a smile despite his blue mask, before returning to his stoic demeanor as he closed his book and got off from the ledge. Staring in front of Naruto, he placed his hands inside his pockets and gazed the blonde's demeanor. He was slightly surprised to see boredom written on his face, but he pressed the subject. "As your sensei, Naruto, it's my obligation to know about my students' abilities. Normally, I would take you for a beginner at the art of Bojutsu, since clearly you never touched the weapon until you left with Jiraiya-sama. However, that stance alone showed Jounin-level skills. The only question that I'll ask is why? Why hide it from us, your peers?" Naruto only smiled, though, as he explained to his sensei. He was already thinking of something he could use to turn the table around, but he will only use it in the end. We shinobi take pride from deception, Kakashi-sensei. By showing everything I can do in one fight, the enemy will use the information against me and act accordingly. Plus, I already showed enough skills for you to work on, sensei, taijutsu, wind and water ninjutsu, weapon accuracy. The rest is for me to depend on, in case the enemy knows about it. I understand your reasons regarding your enemies, Naruto, but I have yet to hear about why you felt it was better hiding it from both me and Sakura. I know you changed a lot during your training and yes, you have good teamwork skills, but learn how to trust others, it's a vital skill to possess. Kakashi felt like he was lecturing the blonde, but little did he know that Naruto actually wanted him to go down that road for him to explore what Kakashi said and turn it against him. What about you, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, surprising the sensei, at the level of defiance never seen before. You have the world's most powerful dujutsu, the Sharingan. You are known throughout the elemental nations as the man who managed to copy more than 1,000 techniques, and yet, you use no more than 5 or 10 jutsus with us around. You managed to parry Zanbatsu with nothing but a kunai. Nobody I know keeps as much secrets as you do, and yet here you are lecturing me about trusting my teammates? You have to agree with me about the oddity behind the situation. Kakashi's single eye widening in surprise was enough proof to the blonde that his sensei didn't expect any sort of such retaliation coming from Naruto. Nevertheless, the slap was delivered and Kakashi suddenly didn't feel so good. Naruto's tone remained neutral, though his words echoed inside his brain. The blonde, for his part, saw the sudden change in behavior and questioned whether or not he hit a tight spot and ended up meddling in his sensei's personal life. However, why Kakashi wants the blonde to trust others, if he does the same thing? Sensei, Naruto said, calling the man's attention. You don't have to worry about me hiding my skills from my friends. Like yours, my hidden skills may allows me to save them, and that's what I aim most of all. If I said anything that hurt you, I'm sorry, it was never my intention. Everyone has secrets and it's up for each one to trust someone into sharing, you can't just force that trust. Now, I'm sorry sensei, but I'm late, I have to meet someone in an hour, so I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Yeah Naruto, see you tomorrow. Kakashi didn't wait for Naruto to reply, before he vanished within a swirl of leaves, in order to pay a visit to his fallen comrades. The blonde's words hurt deeply. But the problem was that everything Naruto was said was nothing further from the truth. How could he expect his students to trust him if he didn't trust them with his life and skills? Kakashi knew about their students' lives, but his students didn't know a thing about how it was for Hitake Kakashi to grow up during wartime under the reign of the Yondaime Hokage. Without anything left to do for the day, Kakashi just stared at the stone that contained the name of those that he considered family throughout his life. Rin. Uchiha Obito. Namikaze Minato. With Kakashi, these three were a part of the same team and, together they were, a wreck. Just like Team 7, he was like Sasuke, a stuck-up genius who considered the shinobi's rules of conduct the manual of his life. Next Uchiha Obito, the clown of the team, like Naruto. Well, like Naruto was 3 years ago, a proud knucklehead with a heart of gold, and last but not least, Rin, who, like Sakura, did nothing but fawn for Kakashi like Sakura did for Sasuke 3 years ago. While back then, his team lacked teamwork, his sensei Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, managed to correct their flaws. When the silver-haired Jounin picked up a team, he considered that teamwork would be the answer to everything. But today only served to prove that he actually didn't believe in said word. Smiling in realization, Kakashi found that he was looking directly at his sensei's name, as if he was staring face to face with the Yondaime Hokage, crossing his arms and showing that warm smile on his face. Kakashi offered silent words in approval of Minato's son and how much alike Naruto was from the Yondaime. I wonder if he will surpass the Yondaime, thought Kakashi as he gave his back to the memorial stone, before going home to rest. Next day The next day, Naruto rubbed his eyes in order to cover the first rays of sunlight that managed to invade his room. Throughout his trip, the blonde got used to waking up with the sunlight, so he never bothered closing the drapes of his window. Looking to his right, Naruto smiled as Yugao's prone figure slept peacefully with a smile on her face. Instantly, memories flooded his brain as he remembered what happened yesterday on their date. They went to the sushi restaurant, Yugao's favorite, where they enjoyed themselves as a couple while eating some sushi and drinking some sake. Even though both chose to remain their relationship a secret, the restaurant was far away from the village's commercial district, so hardly anyone would eat there, save for Yugao and a few civilians. Naruto explained about his team's mission as well as Kakashi's curiosity of his skills with the bow staff, even up to the point of saying that Naruto should trust his peers with this information. He remembered Yugao snorting at her senpai for doing something like this, before she grinned when Naruto explained how he turned the tables on Kakashi. The night was a blast so far, and it was even better when Naruto took Yugao for a walk throughout the village's outskirts, before the couple went to Naruto's apartment to end the night with style. Said style was the reason why Naruto's face was red like a tomato after what he and Yugao did yesterday. Looking at the clock, he saw that he had 1 hour and a half to present at the Hokage for another mission with his team. Not wanting to wake Yugao up, he stripped his boxers and took a quick shower. By the time he walked out of the bathroom, he saw that Yugao was already up and in the kitchen, fixing some breakfast for them. "Morning, Yugao-chan. Had a nice sleep?" The woman smiled at Naruto's presence, before nodding at his question, even though she heard Naruto's neighbor shouting to the heavens that he was the epitome of youthfulness and silently wondered how Naruto could stand it. "Yeah, although that guy woke me up an hour ago with that blatant scream of his. How can you stand it every day is beyond me," Yugao said, before the blonde smirked. "That's nothing, you should hear when Lee shows up as well. Imagine a duet of the epitome of youthfulness reverberating on your walls at 5 in the morning." Yugao flinched, before serving breakfast at the table. Surely, one was loud enough and she didn't want to hear two of them screaming at such an early hour. Breakfast was eaten quietly as they simply enjoyed each other's company. Half an hour later, the couple was now fully dressed for battle, Yugao with her Onbu attire and Naruto with his. Once leaving the apartment, each went to different directions as Naruto headed for the Hokage's office and Yugao for the Onbu HQ. At the Hokage's tower . On top of the Hokage's tower, was located the many hawks that were responsible for the communication between villages. Inside the room, were 2 Chunin seated near a table with cards on their hands, as this happens to be quite a tedious job to have. Suddenly, though, a special hawk from Suna landed, and that meant something important to the Chunin, since one of them lifted from the chair out of a sudden, dropping it on the ground as he saw the message. The special breed of hawk, they knew, were chosen for urgent message, so when one of them appeared, Konoha needed to know right away. Reading the message, the man gasped at the importance before he ran towards the Hokage's office, before barging in as expected when carrying important information. Inside he saw a team of shinobi and the famous Itachi Kakashi listening to a mission debriefing by the Hokage. However, seeing the necessity to interrupt, the Chunin did so without fear of repercussions. "Hokage-sama, an important message from Suna arrived. The Kazekage was kidnapped by the Akatsuki and they request immediate assistance." The news shocked everyone including Tsunade for a while, before Hokage mode entered once more. "Tatsuki, search for Sabaku no Tamari in the village and call for her right now, she's probably with Nara Shikamaru right now. Team 7 will be given a new mission, S-ranked. You are to go to Sunagakure immediately and assist them in Gara's retrieval." The order was complied right away by the team as the Chunin left in order to alert Tamari. Meanwhile, Naruto was shocked. Gara being captured, but how? How strong can the Akatsuki be? Chapter 11, Akage's Rescue. As the sun rose once more in a specific location within Fire Country, Sakura and Tamari awakened as they saw the Jounin leader Kakashi seating close by and looking at them. However, as they looked around, one integrant of the team was now missing. Sakura decided to ask Kakashi about where Naruto was. The Jounin just pointed up, before both girls looked in the direction only to see the blonde standing on top of a tree log, while looking at the majestic sight of the sun rising. Just like Kakashi, Naruto had already been up for a while and he was ready to move by the time the girls woke up. Gara was his friend and the only one who could understand him. There was no way in hell Naruto would let Akatsuki have their way with him. The blonde was so entranced with his line of thinking, that it took Sakura calling his name a couple of times to wake him up from his trance and jump down to meet his team. Seeing that his team was already ready to move towards Suna, Kakashi ordered them to charge once more as the group would reach the desert in about 20 minutes. At Suna . While waiting for the cavalry to arrive, Suna was doing its best to remedy the situation they were now in. The Kazekage was kidnapped and the kidnapper went through a lot in order to halt the village from going after him by adding hidden traps along the piles of rock that blocked the village entrance. And from fear of triggering said traps, a couple Chunins and Jounins were busy clearing the rock pile rock by rock, while at the same time, looking out for dangerous traps. One Jounin managed to find a medium-sized exploding seal, before asking everyone to step aside as he would detonate it. The explosion was considerably large and could easily wipe out an entire battalion. Meanwhile, other contingents were taking care of the dead bodies that tried opposing the enemy, but failed miserably. In total, Sunagakur lost 30 Chunins and 5 Jounins, and the bodies would be transported to the medical ward for analysis. Watching the entire situation from afar, one of the council members, Baki, frowned as he remembered the last event that rocked the village's foundations. When the enemy appeared, the entire village was sleeping and clearly no one spotted their approach. Gara must have been the only one who saw them, since he fought the intruder. Oh, and what a fight it was! Gara's sand, at first, managed to overwhelm the blonde enemy, but the man had a few cards up his sleeve. He had the audacity to try and destroy the hidden village of sand by using a strange explosive jutsu. It was only due to Gara's protective sand shield that the buildings remained intact and the villagers were safe from harm. The problem was from that sacrifice. Baki cursed. Because of this, Gara's chakra wasn't high enough to protect him against his enemies, hence why they were able to capture him. Worse was that Gara's brother Kankuro went after the enemy, only to return carried by a group of Jounins in very bad shape. The medics knew it was poison, but so far not one of them knew how to extract it. As for the antidote to be produced, they would need to know about the poison's components. What Baki feared was that not even old lady Chio knew about this poison, and she happened to be the village's expert on the subject. Sunagakur, because of this, had to count on asking for help, as they knew of only one person that might save the Jounin puppeteer. The Hokage was considered the best medic nin in existence throughout the elemental nations. Right now, only she would be able to heal. Did the village know that Konoha wouldn't be sending Tsunade, but instead her apprentice Haruno Sakura? With Akatsuki . Deidara and Sasori were traveling throughout the desert in a slow pace as Deidara Claybird carried an unconscious Gara on its tail. The wind was starting to increase and soon sandstorms would start to occur, forcing the two to take shelter and wait for it to stop. Looking through his puppet, Sasori was already snarling in anger from slowing the pace down. The man hated to make people wait, but he knew better than to go out facing the sandstorms. Deidara, though, was content to just explore his art, as he would use his clay to make different shapes, much to Sasori's frustration. Sasori-senpai, in time you'll learn how to appreciate my art, Deidara said, as this happens to be their never-ending debate since the blonde shinobi joined the Akatsuki organization. The only puppeteer of the group groaned as he didn't consider Deidara explosive clay as art, no matter how many times Deidara would bring the subject to discussion. You insist on calling those fireworks of yours art? True art endures the ages, beauty everlasting. Sasori's voice was slow and rough, qualities of someone who was getting irritated with the topic of discussion. Don't you dare to compare your puppets to my art. After all, art is a bang, Deidara said as he sent a little clay spider towards a small rock in front of him and activated a considerable explosion, feeling good about himself, quite to Sasori's groan of frustration. You seem like a child with explosive matches, Deidara. With Kakashi's team . Because of the sandstorm, the rescue group was forced to hide inside a small cave, quite to Naruto's frustration. He wanted, more than anything, to save his friend Gara, but the more they waited the less time they would have to stop Akatsuki from taking Gara's Baijuu. Naruto wasn't sure what would happen if the Baijuus were extracted from their host, but he had a bad feeling that his friend wouldn't live to see tomorrow, if Akatsuki got their way, of course. The group sensed his frustration, and Tamari was just as frustrated as Naruto. Gara was her brother after all. However, she knew better about than to face the largest cause of deaths for those who lives in the desert. The sandstorms took approximately half an hour to settle, allowing the Konoha ninjas and Tamari to charge once more towards Suna, where they would finally know what really happened to Gara. We should speed things up a bit, usually it's one sandstorm after another. Naruto wasn't listening, though, as he was now the fastest of the group. The girls were astonished with the speed, but Kakashi knew better. This wasn't speed, but pure chakra control. Naruto must have trained exhaustingly in this specific field, because of his abundance of chakra. Another interesting observation was that Kakashi could, somewhat, see a current of air being formed in front of Naruto. He is diminishing the air resistance in front of him. I've never seen this level of wind manipulation. Surely, Jiraiya must have taught him well, or perhaps asked another for guidance, thought Kakashi as he observed the blonde running by, not only adding chakra to his limbs, but also manipulating the air in front of him, diminishing its resistance as he ran. Certainly, he could increase his speed to top Lee and Guy's speed, Kakashi deduced, giving the amount of control he had over the air. The winds were beginning to increase once more, but the hidden village of sand already appeared in front of them. It wasn't long until Tamari saw the two Chunins in front of the gate as they greeted her and Konoha. As they ran throughout the village streets, Tamari was informed of Kankuro's condition, urging the group to run quickly towards the hospital. At the hospital . Once the group arrived at Kankuro's room, Tamari gasped at the scene she encountered. A group of 4 medics discussing some theories while her brother laid suffering on the bed in the middle of the room. His breathing was erratic and his body was sweating profusely, all symptoms of poisonous infection. Nevertheless, the doctors all but remained there discussing what to do, instead of saving her brother. As she approached the bed, Tamari suddenly looked at the medics with an indignant scream. "What are you 4 doing? It's clear that my brother is suffering from poisonous infection, give him the damn antidote." Being a doctor, it requires patience and full knowledge of what they would be treating, before even touching the patient. But, clearly, Tamari didn't understand this concept. As soon as one of them stepped forward to speak, Chio appeared with her brother in tow. "Had we known the ingredients of this poison, surely we would have cured him already. Sasori of the Red Sand has a knowledge of poisons ever greater than my own. I can't heal your brother." The sudden long look on the old lady was only evident to her brother, seeing that Sasori of the Red Sand was actually her grandson. However, the group's attention to the ongoing discussion faltered once the team from Konoha appeared and Chio eyed Kakashi with a sudden rage clear in her eyes. With unreal speed, at least for an old lady there is, Chio charged against Kakashi. "You'll die, White Fang, for what you did to my son." Kakashi's one visible eye was widened, as the old lady's charge caught him by surprise. Well, who would suspect an old lady inside the hospital? However, Chio realized after some time that the distance between her and her revenge wasn't shortening. In fact, she was hovering in midair for a while before landing her feet on the ground. Her face was speechless while searching for what caused this strange act of nature. Kakashi was too, but he was more focused in solving this little misunderstanding before the old lady came and attacked him once more. Luckily for him, the man with the white beard came and explained that he couldn't be the White Fang, simply because the man was dead a long time ago, to which Kakashi let out a whisper in relief. The woman, though, started laughing while saying that it was just a joke, earning questionable looks from everyone in the room. Little did everyone realize, though, that Naruto's arm was extended the entire time and that he used pure wind manipulation to stop the woman's advance. After the little altercation, Sakura took a step further towards the medics. "Excuse me, can I see the patient's chart for a moment?" asked Sakura, but the medic was reluctant to hand the file, quite to her expectation, seeing that her appearance had yet to demand respect in the medic field. "I'm a medic nin and the Hokage sent me here to be of any help you'd need." With that, the medic gave her the chart, before she looked at it with severe scrutiny, while coming up with the necessary procedure in her mind. Chio, in the meantime, looked at the pink-haired Chunin with certain nostalgia as she remembered one blonde woman 20 years ago, that cured every poison Suna would throw against Konoha in the first great ninja war. Meanwhile in Konoha, one busy blonde Hokage sneezed out of a sudden. "Tell me something, little girl," asked Chio, alerting Sakura's attention as the old lady proceeded. "Why do I see Lady Tsunade of the Sanin in you?" Sakura's smile grew further as her attention went back to the chart. "Well, I'm her apprentice after all. I might have picked her habits a bit. Now, Tamari, let's cure your brother." Tamari looked at her with a thankful smile as Sakura related to the Suna medics exactly what she needed. Naruto, meanwhile, was talking to Kakashi about Sakura's growth as they took a seat next to Chio and her brother. "Well, indeed Sakura didn't waste her time while I was away. I wouldn't imagine her being a medic nin though. To someone who has the same level of chakra control as the Hokage, Sakura's potential would be wasted, otherwise. Her skill doesn't belong in the battlefield, though that punch of hers could certainly break some bones. Tell me something, Naruto." While Naruto turned his head to face Kakashi, the Jounin remembered the level of wind manipulation he showed throughout the trip and the fact that he felt wind chakra stopping Chio's advances. "Was it you who stopped Chio from attacking me?" asked Kakashi, earning a smile from Naruto. Certainly, Chio was listening to the entire thing. It's been some time since now someone managed to control wind like this, and the blonde brat couldn't have met that man, could he? Air currents exist all around us, Kakashi-sensei. I just increased its force with chakra, that's all. Now I was curious about something. Who is this White Fang the old lady was talking about? And why would she confuse you with him? Now this was another question Chio wanted an answer for, so she forgot the first one. The person in question placed his hands on his chin and made a thinking noise, but it was more for effect than anything. Well, he was my father, Hatake Sakumo Kakashi said, shocking Naruto and Chio, but he continued nevertheless. The White Fang was a very skilled jounin, rumored to rival the Sanins in power. As the conversation was going, Baki arrived with a message to Kakashi from Konoha. As he opened the scroll, he saw the team's new orders. Begin chasing after the Akatsuki immediately. The scroll also revealed, quite to Kakashi's sudden curse to the heavens, that Team Guy would be the one providing backup for them. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? We are to begin chasing after the Akatsuki and rescue the Kazekage. Team Guy will meet with us halfway. By this time, Sakura managed to extract the entire poison from Kankuro's body and wiped sweat from her forehead in exhaustion. The technique involves constant usage of chakra, and to maintain a steady flow, it takes a lot from the medic. However, Sakura still had plenty of chakra to work with. She, then, joined the group and saw Naruto smiling at her. Good job, Sakura. Surely, you'll surpass the Hokage in no time. Now, we must leave immediately. The sudden appraisal was enough for her to flush. It was different than the cheering appraisals Naruto did when they were genins. It was different, it was a genuine appreciation of her skills as a medic, and it came from Naruto of all people. Certainly, it would take time getting used to this new personality of his. As the team started to run towards the village exit, Chio screamed at them, saying that she would go with them. She explained her affiliation with Sasori and the fact that she had the highest chances of survival against him. Kakashi wasn't going to rebuke, so he shrugged and started running once more. Meanwhile, Baki turned to a Chunin nearby and ordered him to gather a group for support later on. Outside the village. Trusting both the trail left behind and the information from Suna regarding Akatsuki's directions, the team passed through the desert in no time, and soon they reached the borders of river country as a sudden forest appeared in front of them. Now up in the trees, the group was traveling fast, but naturally Naruto was faster as he couldn't waste any more time in rescuing Gara, and this spiked Chio's curiosity. She knew Gara to be rather reserved socially, and the only ones who hanged out with him was his brother and sister. Surely, this Naruto character has a deeper bond with the Kazekage Jinchuriki. Turning her attention to Kakashi, she addressed the proper question. What is that kid's relationship with Gara? Upon hearing the question, Kakashi sighed in sadness, as the subject of the Baijuas always caused him sadness and a disguised hint of shame for never being there for him. Still, Sakura was there, so he couldn't exactly divulge the information and risk breaking Sandaime's law concerning Naruto's position. Gara and Naruto share the same fate upon their birth. Both had the same suffering while growing up, but whereas Gara went against everyone, Naruto did the exact opposite, Kakashi said, shocking Chio as she looked at Konoha's Jinchuriki. But Kakashi went further and explained Naruto's reasons for being so apprehensive. Now, the only one that could ever understand Gara's life is Naruto. He was really happy once he heard Gara was recognized as Suna's next cage. Meanwhile, Sakura was hearing everything while looking at Naruto's back. Suffering? Same fate as Gara? But he was always cheerful and happy, while Gara tried to kill me and destroy Konoha. How could they understand one another? Naruto was always such a mystery to everyone, even without knowing his darkest secret. Sakura, for the life of her, couldn't understand what was going on. Who was the man in front of her, she asked. Naruto was faster than the group, but in Sakura's mind, the blonde was increasing his distance between her at each step. In her mind, she couldn't see Naruto, but another person, a complete stranger. It was then that she realized the ugly truth. She didn't know Naruto at all. Suddenly, as a small clearing appeared in the horizon, the group was alerted to a hail of shuriken that came flying from the right direction, forcing the group to scatter as they landed in the clearing. Once the group took a look at the enemy, everyone flinched instantly. Black robes filled with red clouds, raven hair down to shoulder level, and three-tomed Sharingan blazing at his adversaries. Uchiha Itachi eyed the group from Konoha with the same look every Uchiha displays. One of pure superiority, and even, in some occasions, one that underestimates the enemy's capabilities. I'm afraid your path ends here, Hatake Kakashi. None of you will go any further. Kakashi flinched once he saw those menacing red eyes. He knew that upon the main Jinkai's appearance, everyone would be screwed. Looking at his team, Kakashi assessed who was the best choice to team up with him against Itachi. Sakura used a lot of chakra saving Kankuro and didn't have enough to face Itachi. Chio had the experience, but her agility probably wasn't the same as before. Naruto, I can't face Itachi alone. I need your help. By this time, Naruto already fell into position next to Kakashi as both Sakura and Chio stepped back a little bit. Kakashi charged against Itachi immediately, as Itachi with unknown speed, made hand seals, before gathering air inside his lungs. Cat and Houseka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Mythical Fire Phoenix Jutsu. The consecutive shots of fire were enough to stop Kakashi's charge, forcing him to dodge. The last one, Kakashi jumped in mid-air, before warning the group that Itachi would attack once more. Katengu Kakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. The fireball was huge and it charged against the group with great speed as the oxygen in the air allowed the ball to grow even more. Naruto, though, had a starting plan, so as Sakura and Chio jumped away, Naruto did some fast hand seals as he focused on a nearby water supply below ground. Suten Suigaden no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Fang Jutsu. Suddenly, from the nearby stream of water a jet of water suddenly erupted and charged against the incoming fireball, extinguishing Itachi's technique. Also, because of the element superiority, the water beam charged against Itachi, who jumped in mid-air in order to dodge the technique, quite to Naruto's smirk as he was counting on that. Gathering a group of 4 shuriken, he threw them at Itachi's direction, but immediately frowned once he sensed his chakra being invaded. The shuriken suddenly stopped their course and started spinning towards Naruto, instead. He should have known never to underestimate those eyes, but he practiced long and hard how to feel the genjutsu invading his body and how to immediately dispel it. Gathering his hands, Naruto managed to overcome Itachi's chakra, thus dispelling the genjutsu. The Uchiha was quite surprised at how easily Naruto broke free from his illusion. However, when he was about to cast a stronger illusion on the blonde, Kakashi came charging at him with his favorite lightning attack, forcing Itachi to evade by grabbing Kakashi's wrist and using the momentum to flip his body all the way towards Naruto's position. "What's the plan, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked as he eyed Itachi. "Pick your bow staff and charge once you see the signal. Don't forget to avoid eye contact. I'll provide backup while you charge at him." Suddenly, another Kakashi appeared from below the ground as he tried to deliver an uppercut at his chin, but failed miserably. However, his intention was to keep the enemy occupied as Naruto was already by his side, with his bow staff in hand. Naruto focused some wind chakra throughout the metallic staff, and it started glowing. Naruto meant to kill. Itachi saw that he wouldn't be able to parry the weapon and jumped out of the way of the attack. Kakashi was already making hand seals as he unleashed a great fireball technique at Itachi. The Uchiha did the same thing and the attacks collided, causing a major explosion throughout the clearing. When the smoke faded, only Itachi and Kakashi faced each other as Naruto was nowhere to be found. The silver-haired Jounin charged Itachi with taijutsu as he began with a series of kicks and punches against Itachi. However, the Uchiha was faster as he managed to immobilize Kakashi's body and grab the man's head, positioning it in front of his, forcing eye contact between the two. Kakashi was trapped in Itachi's genjutsu, instantly. However, as the genjutsu was in full effect, Itachi noticed something amiss. "I see, you're a Kage Bunshine," Itachi said, as the clone grabbed Itachi, forcing him to remain in his position. Suddenly, Kakashi appeared from the hole he created prior to the explosion and screamed for Naruto to attack now that Itachi was immobilized. Naruto, from out nowhere, charged against Itachi with a much bigger Rasengan. "Take this, Udama Rasengan," screamed Naruto as he slammed the blue sphere into Itachi, before a huge backlash of chakra enveloped the arena, increasing the wind and sending sand and debris everywhere. Kakashi was still focused on the fight, seeing if Itachi had managed to dodge the attack. Sakura and Chio were amazed at the technique. Naruto, though, was looking at the smiling face of Itachi, before his body was propelled towards a set of trees. Why the hell was he smiling after receiving the Rasengan? Thought Naruto as he went to see Itachi's position and confirm what happened. When the group went to check what happened, they were shocked to see someone else wearing the Akatsuki robes. Chio recognized the identity immediately. "I know this man," Chio said, alerting everyone's attention. "His name is Uura and he was one of Suna's advisors. His body went missing a couple days ago." Kakashi was examining the possibility of Itachi doing such a technique, but he didn't think possible. Either way, their mission wasn't over and rescuing Gara was their top priority. Still, Kakashi wanted to know about the real Itachi's position. As for this technique, one must be rather close to their location. Kisame X Team Guy == It's been a couple days since Team 10 received the mission from Tsunade-sama to serve as backup for Kakashi's team, and together they would be rescuing the Kazekage from the hands of Akatsuki. 3 years ago, if someone were to ask Gai, Lee, Neji and Tenten about this organization, none of them would even know who they were, nor what their purpose was. However, ever since their first appearance in Konoha territory, a considerable investigation was in progress, and every shinobi ranked Chunin and above was obliged to read the entire content of this research. Whether or not Team Gai knew about the real reason behind this organization's interest in Naruto, they knew about some of their abilities and how skilled they are. Right now, the team was passing through the immense desert heading to Suna. Suddenly, the team stopping their movement once they saw someone approaching, or rather something, as it appeared that they could only see bandages approaching their position like a shark in water, seconds away from attacking his prey. The team was ready for battle as suddenly a person rose from the ground with black robes, carrying a bandaged weapon. The man was smiling at them with sharp teeth. "I was getting eager for a little fight, thought I could use you four to calm my nerves." The man's figure didn't need introductions, well, at least not for Tenten and Neji, as they recognized the man instantly from the bingo book. Gai and Lee, though, didn't know him at all, but Gai would never underestimate an opponent, no matter his opponent's appearance. Kisame suddenly jumped from the rock he was standing on, before landing a few feet apart from Gai. "You're," said Gai. So you know me, huh? My legend precedes me after all." Kisame didn't know, but Gai, while looking at him, was trying to remember who the hell this dude was. Kisame took his chance and charged the group with Seimata, but everyone managed to dodge. Lee approached Kisame before inclining his body and landing a strong upper kick on Kisame's hand, sending the sword flying. Tenten took the opportunity and sent a couple of kunai at Kisame, who in turn just grabbed them with his right hand. By this time, his sword had already returned to his hand once more. Neji began evaluating the man's chakra with his Byakugan and smiled upon knowing he was a Suiten user. "We have the advantage here, there is no source of water nearby." Kisame smirked, while observing Konoha's famous Byakugan in action. Surely, figuring out his prime affinity just by looking required a dujutsu. The fish-like shinobi laughed once more and threw his sword up in the air. "You're quite proud of those eyes of yours, Hyuga. But that isn't an issue for someone like me." As Kisame finished the last hand seals, he started gathering lots and lots of water inside his lungs. Suiten Baku Suishu Ha, water release, bursting water collision waves jutsu. Once he couldn't take it anymore, he expelled all the gathered water from his mouth, as a little waterfall was formed, pretty much transforming the dry desert into a nice lake, quite to Team Gai's astonishment. Fighting a Suiten user in the desert was an advantage they could exploit with ease, seeing as it's every water user's weakness, but this man doesn't possess such weakness. Just as the technique was over, Seimata appeared once more in Kisame's hand as he laughed at his opponent's faces. Suddenly, the man skidded on top of the water as he charged at his opponents. Gai was already with his nunchaku as Kisame tried attacking him with a vertical assault. Holding the sword with his weapon, Gai managed to land a powerful kick on the man's chest, which sent him skidding a bit. Getting up, Kisame was surprised when Lee came from his back and landed a roundhouse kick on Kisame's face. Gai took the opportunity and embraced Kisame's Seimata with his right leg. The Konoha Jounin tried wielding the fierce weapon against Kisame. Suddenly, something happened and from the weapon, emerged some spines that forced Gai to let go. Kisame all this time grinned at the man's misfortune. "Sorry, but my sword is self-reliant. It chooses the wielder and in this case, it chooses me." Kisame saw that the entire team moved to attack him at the same time, causing him to smirk as he proceeded with his plan to get rid of these three nuisances. Focusing some chakra, the man produced 3 Mizu bunshines. As the team approached, the bunshines started making a quick succession of hand seals. Suiten Suru no Jutsu, water release, water prison jutsu. As they extended their hands, water rose from them until it enveloped Lee, Neji and Tenten inside a bubble of water. Gai shouted their names and was about to help them, but the real Kisame stopped him by charging him with Seimata vertically once more. Gai managed to stop the sword's advance with his weapon, however the strength behind the attack was too much and Gai couldn't hold the control over his chakra to remain afloat. He was propelled below water, before reaching the bottom of the river. Kisame smirked as he placed his sword between his arms, before joining his hands in a prayer position. Suiten Gashoka's aim, water release, 5 sharks eating jutsu. As he slammed his hands on the water, chakra started leaking from his hand as he created 5 sharks to charge at Gai. Meanwhile, Neji was observing the technique he was now trapped in and his teammates as well. Lee and Tenten clearly were having trouble holding their breath as they were in a fight against an S-ranked missing nin. But Neji was a jounin and he'd been through adverse situations before. He would just have to focus and get out of this predicament. Activating his Byakugan, Neji started to analyze the water prison technique and how each Mizu Bunshine maintains the flow of chakra. At first, he didn't find any alternative he could exploit and he was beginning to get desperate. Tenten and Lee were seconds away of drowning, he needed to think of something fast. Suddenly, his Byakugan gave him a way out. The water prison technique requires constant flow of chakra to be maintained. Not only that, but the technique links both the victim and the caster, allowing Neji to get out of the prison and eliminate the Bunshine at the same time. He would have to be fast, though. Tenten was already losing her conscience and he didn't want to think of how much water she ended up swallowing. Focusing on the Hyuga's impenetrable defensive kaiden, heavenly spin, Neji started exhaling chakra from all over his tenketsus, before spinning it. The Bunshine realized immediately, but he couldn't do anything as Neji managed to stop the flow of chakra needed to maintain the water technique. The Hyuga prodigy got out of the technique and immediately landed a powerful Juken strike on his Bunshine, dispelling him. The other two were caught as well, seeing as they were busy holding the other two. As Lee and Tenten were occupied with breathing once more, Neji was now facing the real Kisame, while Guy was below water dealing with the sharks. Neji suddenly focused chakra on the palm of his hand for a new jutsu he created. Haki Kusho, 8 divination signs air palm. Before Kisame could understand what was happening, he was sent flying backwards. He only managed to stop by focusing chakra on his feet, but when he was about to retaliate the Hyuga, the water began to glow green. The reason was unknown to him, but Guy took the opportunity after the sharks to open 5 of the celestial gates. Suddenly, the river transformed into pillars of water as Guy's chakra was enough to do just that. The green beast of Konoha jumped from his position and landed in front of Kisame, who flees upwards towards the pillar of water, but Guy was faster and engaged him in mid-air. Kisame tried hitting him with Seimata, but Guy quickly evaded and landed a fast kick on Kisame, who was sent flying immediately. Kisame was wondering how fast the man was, before Guy appeared once more in front of him with white hollow eyes. Kisame had lost the battle and he knew it right there. Asakujaku, Morning Peacock Taijutsu style. Guy's fists combusted as he landed a mean series of punches at Kisame, who couldn't even defend himself against the assault. The last one sent the enemy flying towards the ground, but just as it happened to Itachi, the real enemy revealed himself as no more than a Suna jounin with Akatsuki's black robes. Deidara and Sasori . Oblivious to the fight between Itachi and Konoha, Sasori and Deidara traveled slowly towards the organization hideout where the first Baijuu would be extracted. Stopping a while on top of a boulder, the double looked down to see a small river in the entrance to a cave blocked by a giant stone. Upon approaching the entrance, Deidara focused some chakra on his ring in order to send a signal to the seal located on the stone. In no time, the stone suddenly lifted off the ground until the cave inside became plainly visible. Deidara and Sasori walked on top of the water path, before both stepped inside the cave ground. Once there, an astral projection of a man with strange swirling eyes turned to greet them. "You're both late." The man's voice was deep and methodical as he complained. "Yeah, the Ichibi Jinchuriki turned out to be quite a challenge to overcome," Deidara said, while scratching the back of his head. "Never mind, at least the Jinchuriki is in our hands." The astral projection started with some hand seals, before he slammed his hands on the ground. The entire cave started trembling as a strange statue appeared from the ground. Its material was unknown, but had the shape of a skeleton as the creature wore a blindfold and both hands were visible. With but a word from the astral projection, 6 more presences materialized on top of each finger. Deidara and Sasori took their respective positions. Suddenly, a man with a big sword strapped on his back, which by the appearance, was former Miss Nin Hoshigaki Kisame, decided to treat some more pressing manners. The extraction technique will be somewhat difficult without Orochimaru. Perhaps it would be wiser to add more chakra to the technique. Indeed, said Uchiha Itachi, as the only given hint that it was him was his red Sharingan eyes. Then, one by one, the fingers started glowing until a specific kanji appeared on each one. When the chakra was adequate for the technique, the one with the swirling eyes remained with the ram hand seal, as he focused on the technique. Fuuinjutsu Genryu Q Fuujin, Sealing Art, Complete 9 Mystical Dragon Seal. Suddenly, the statue's mouth opened and exhaled a purple color beam, before it dissolved into 9 different ones. Each of them resembled the shape of the dragon as they charged the unconscious Gara. Upon contact, there was a mild explosion on the ground as Gara was enveloped inside a purple cocoon. The procedure has begun and in 3 days, the Ichibi will be captured and Gara will be dead. Team Kakashi . After dealing with Itachi, Kakashi and his team tried following Gara's trail, but it was to no avail. Akatsuki wouldn't be S-ranked missing nins if they left clues of their position. Kakashi, though, had an ace up his sleeve as he cut his thumb and summoned his canine detective Pakun. Before leaving, Suna managed to retrieve a piece of Gara's clothing, so Pakun's sensitive nose would be able to locate their position by following Gara's scent. The only problem was that the canine decided once more to comment on Sakura's pink hair, infuriating her a bit. She was about to charge at the damn dog before Kakashi stopped her. Pakun, we have to hurry, find Gara's trail and take us to his position. The dog saluted the jounin like a soldier to his commander. Sniffing the clothing a bit, Pakun suddenly jumped towards a certain direction further inside river country. The team soon followed as they just entered inside a dark forest, where the sunlight was having trouble passing through the bushy trees. While following the little canine, Kakashi slowed the pace a little to discuss something with Naruto. At each fight these two participated in, Naruto would show a new ability Kakashi wasn't even aware he possessed. First, it was the ability to increase the air current inside the hospital. Now, during the fight against Itachi, the man casted a considerable genjutsu on Naruto and the blonde had just overcome it like it was nothing. Not to mention the fact that Naruto's Rasengan was stronger than before. If Kakashi were to compare, he would think of his sensei Minato. While, of course, Minato's was more controlled and precise, Naruto actually surpassed in strength and power. Naruto, what more are you hiding from me, your sensei? Kakashi figured that beating around the bush wouldn't solve his present predicament and certainly Naruto would be intimidated and give him everything he could do. However, despite the desperate times Naruto was now facing, he just smiled while looking at Kakashi from the corner of his eyes. He knew no rule that stated Kakashi should be aware of everything he can do. But the blonde enjoyed Kakashi's face of frustration when he said he isn't obliged to say more than what Kakashi already knows. Please Kakashi-sensei, right now we have to focus on rescuing Gara, now is not the time. Kakashi was about to pressure further, but he heard Guy shouting his name, as Team Guy joined the gang. Tenten and Lee joined with Sakura as they started talking and Neji sided with Naruto. The Hyuga prodigy eyed Naruto for a second, while studying him with care. Naruto's chakra network was a lot different than before and more than one affinity was present, not allowing Neji to see which one was the stronger. You know Neji, I'm starting to feel rather violated here, could you please stop looking at me with those eyes of yours? The jounin snorted at the comment, but he deactivated the eyes. You didn't change so much as I expected you to. Still joking around. As the conversation went on, the team arrived at the same river Deidara and Sasori was a few hours before. According to Pakun, Gara was inside the cave. Kakashi thanked his canine detective before dismissing the little puppy. Afterward, the entire team was in front of the cave entrance as Kakashi spotted the seal located in the middle of the stone. How we get in there? Lee asked, before Guy rested his hands on his shoulders with his trademark smile. In little to no time, Guy did some backflips as he focused all the chakra he possesses into one single strike, one that would shatter any rock no matter how strong it may be. Guy was confident that his attack would shatter the stone as he started running very fast towards the stone. In seconds, his fist landed on the stone. However, little to nothing happened as the barrier absorbed the attack entirely. Kakashi and Chio was studying the seal for a moment, before both concurred that it was a 5-barrier seal. In order for us to lift this barrier, we must locate the other 4 seals that are acting together with the one in front of us. Neji, would you do the honors? With a simple nod, Neji activated his Byakugan. Instantly, he started looking all around the field for the seal's position as he was slowly pinpointing the other 4 seals' location. Problem was that the seals were very far away from each other and in order to lift the barrier, all seals must be ripped off at the same time. It was at this time that Guy gave the idea that his team would locate the seals and deal with them. They would contact each other via wireless headsets. As Team Guy left the vicinity, it didn't take long for them to reach the seals' positions. After ripping them out at the same time, it was Sakura's time to shine as she adjusted her gloves for a super punch. Just like Guy, she charged at the stone as with her perfect chakra control, she focused all of it on her fist, transforming the big stone into dust, surprising the people inside as everyone stopped the technique immediately. It seems we underestimated their skills. Sasori, Deidara protect the Jinchuriki's body at all costs, Pain said as the astral projections vanished from their current positions. It seems our mission isn't over, huh, Sasori-senpai? Asked Deidara as he and the puppet master materialized in front of the unconscious Gara. That's an understatement. As Naruto saw the unconscious Gara behind the two Akatsuki members, Naruto narrowed his eyebrows, showing every intent of killing these two and saving his friend. Chapter 12, Saving Gara. Inside the cave, two groups of opponents stood immobilized, facing the other with severe scrutiny in order to grasp any possible information to capitalize upon. On the side near the cave entrance, was the joint force of two hidden villages, namely Konohamaru and Sunagakure, fully intent on saving the unconscious Kazekage that lied unconscious behind the two Akatsuki members. Deidara, for his part, kept smiling the entire time, making it appear that they were too late to salvage the leader of the hidden village of the sand. And I thought this would be relatively easy. Now we have to fight everyone and still protect his body, Deidara said as he kept his smile. After all, he enjoyed a good fight. We need to hurry up with them. I don't like to keep people waiting. While hearing the conversation, Naruto was focusing every bit of his mental capacity in order to remember what little information he had on the two members. The blonde one's name was Deidara and he was a missing nin from Iwagakure. Jiraiya often mentioned that he knew little to nothing about his skills, but the pervert knew him to be long-range type. Regarding the man's partner though, Naruto didn't recognize this man, if he could even be called a man. His appearance was strange and the blonde wondered if he was even human. Looking at Kakashi, Naruto asked him about their course of action. We have to establish whether or not the Kazekage is still alive first. Their position suggests every intention of protecting Gara's body, so it's likely that they still need him for something. I guess we'll have to engage these two in combat. Be careful though, they are S-ranked criminals. Naruto, you and I will take on the blonde, while Chio and Sakura will take the other guy. Upon hearing the plan, everyone nodded and assumed their respective battle stances. Suddenly though, a huge explosion erupted in the middle of the field, creating a dense fog. Quickly, Naruto made some hand seals and molded some chakra. Fuuten Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough technique. The sudden increase in wind was enough to blow the fog away, but it didn't prevent Deidara from fleeing on top of a white bird of some sort, forcing Kakashi and Naruto to follow behind. Since the other was still there, Sakura and Chio remained inside the cave. Sakura, we need to be careful with him, Chio said as he focused her entire attention on the Akatsuki's puppet user. To Sakura, it sounded like the old woman knew the man they were facing, but Chio beat her approaching question and explained. I'd recognize the use of Kugutsu, puppet art, any time, and I certainly recognize the one in front of us. I guess we finally meet Sasori-kun. The Akatsuki member muttered a single snort at the comment. I wasn't expecting for you to know it was me, though I am not surprised that you figured it out, Obaazan, grandmother. As soon as the words reached Sakura's ears, she looked in shock at Chio, who never took her eyes away from Sasori. For 20 years, I wondered what had happened to you. You fled the village willingly and became a missing nin, how could you do something like this? Spare me the sentimental crap, Chio Obaazan, mumbled Sasori, much to Chio's snarling as he continued. I wouldn't have done half the things I accomplished if I was driven by sentimentality alone. Being tied to a hidden village makes you weak and hinders any shinobi's potential. No matter what ambitions I had, I was prohibited by the late Sandaime Kazekage. I chose to leave, because if I stayed there, I would never reach my full potential, and as you can see, I am pleased with the results and will never regret my decision. Sakura was watching the interaction between grandson and grandmother, but in actuality she was looking at Sasori, while trying to gather some information on the weird-looking guy. But it was a rather difficult task, considering that everything was hidden behind the Akatsuki robe. According to the old woman, the being in front of them wasn't Sasori, but a puppet. Sakura just hoped that she would be strong enough to face an S-ranked criminal with an extensive knowledge of Kugutsu and deadly poison. Sakura, you'll need to do everything I tell you in order to beat him. It appeared that the discussion was over and that the biggest fight of Sakura's life would begin. With Naruto . After leaving the cave, Naruto and Kakashi followed the flying Deidara, who was carrying Gara's unconscious body. The technique managed to extract a considerable chunk of the demon trapped inside the Kazekage, and because of this, no one knew if Gara would even wake up. Nevertheless, Konoha wouldn't give up on him just yet as Naruto and Kakashi followed from the ground. The altitude was a problem in their eyes and both knew that Deidara could simply escape with Gara's body. Kakashi-sensei, what should we do? If he stays up there? I know Naruto, I'm thinking. None of our techniques have a long enough reach and he certainly will dodge anything that he sees coming towards him. Naruto knew something about his sensei that few people did. Kakashi was the elite of shinobi and Konoha for a reason and he'd managed to defeat every single opponent he ever encountered, at least so far that is. Surely, Kakashi must have a technique to use. Suddenly, Naruto saw that Kakashi exposed the Sharingan and was now focused on the Tiger Seal. Naruto, I'm not certain if this technique will bring him down, but it will certainly hold him in place for you to act. The blonde smiled at the vote of confidence, when he noticed something strange about Kakashi's Sharingan. Its design was different now, he couldn't describe it, but it wasn't the 3 normal tomes any longer. I didn't know that the Sharingan could be evolved past the 3 tomes. Wait, I remember Jiraiya talking about Itachi's new Sharingan, Mangenkyu I guess the name was. Did Kakashi reach Itachi's level? I guess that will be a question for later. Kakashi was focusing his entire attention on Deidara now, not even aware that Naruto wasn't by his side any longer as he got deep inside the woods, focusing as much chakra as he could on his feet, as well as controlling the air resistance in front of him to run faster. But his attention never diverted from the flying Akatsuki member. It took only a moment to dodge an incoming tree branch, before Naruto saw something that surprised him greatly. Deidara was involved in some sort of transparent wave and was having trouble escaping from it. Whatever it was, this was his signal to move. As for Kakashi, he was focusing every bit of chakra into his eyes as he managed to hold the technique longer. The dimension he created around Deidara wasn't enough to deal with the enemy, but the least he could do was to hold the man a while longer so that Naruto could find a way to bring him down. As the technique required a lot of chakra to work, Kakashi started focusing on at least severing a limb or two, inhibiting his movements. He managed to take one arm, before he stopped the technique. He just hoped that Naruto managed to find a way to bring Deidara down. Suddenly as he looked, he could see a trail of white smoke going up, much to his surprise as he recognized Naruto's shadow clones. Kakashi smiled at such improvisation. Naruto used Cage Bunshine after Cage Bunshine in order to reach Deidara level. Then, Kakashi's Sharingan could see Naruto grabbing 2 windmill shurikens out of nowhere, before focusing chakra through the metal. It was something odd that Kakashi felt as he saw Naruto taking action. 3 years ago, Naruto would have done something wrong and ruined the chance, but now Kakashi's opinion was different. He had faith in Naruto. Deidara seemed to be focusing only on his missing arm and didn't notice Naruto was close by as the blonde threw the windmill shuriken straight at Deidara position. Deidara was holding his shoulder, while screaming like never before. He was more perplexed than in pain, as he wondered what kind of technique Sharingan no Kakashi used on him. He was so absorbed in pain and perplexity that he didn't see Naruto's windmill shuriken approaching his position with the promise of cutting him in half. As soon as he looked up, his eyes widened to extreme proportions. From his position, he could see only one approaching him, and after focusing chakra to his legs, Deidara managed to jump over the shuriken in time, but because of the wind chakra surrounding the weapon, the Akatsuki member felt a deep slash on his stomach. The pain blinded him to the second windmill shuriken's presence, but contrary to the first one, the shuriken's target was the bird. It ripped the clay bird in half and Gara's unconscious body started falling, until 2 Naruto clones grabbed him, while at the same time focused on wind chakra in order to smooth the drop until they landed on top of a tree. The real Naruto was just waiting on the ground as he saw Deidara falling down hard. At the same time, Kakashi arrived and looked at his student for a while, before sighing in dismay. Naruto was an entirely different man and he didn't know how someone could change so much in such a short amount of time. Not only did he manage to rescue Gara from an S-ranked criminal, but also managed to severely wound him to the point that Deidara might not be able to get away alive. Suddenly, a blur appeared in front of them, as Deidara threw a great number of clay spiders at Kakashi and Naruto. As soon as the spiders reached the 2 ninjas' location, he triggered a huge explosion, enveloping both Naruto and Kakashi completely. Despite the pain, the Akatsuki member smiled at winning the battle, before he realized that the clones didn't vanish like expected. Suddenly, Deidara felt chakra usage inside the blast. Suten Suijin Heki, Water Release Water Wall Technique. Instantly, the fire was extinguished as Naruto immediately charged Deidara with his bow staff, forcing the man to use his least favorite skill, close contact fighting. It didn't mean that he was a pushover as Naruto couldn't land a hit. As Deidara managed to retreat a distance from the rather petulant shinobi, he threw a couple more clay spiders at Naruto. Before they could hit him, however, 2 kunai suddenly impaled the spiders, causing them to explode in advance, much to Deidara's ire. As Kakashi landed next to Naruto, He received a thank you from his student. Watch out for that clay of his, Naruto. My Sharingan detected a large gathering of chakra within those clay spiders, and from what I was able to grasp, our opponent uses his clay like a bomb. Don't let it get near you, or else you're done for, said Kakashi, as he charged Deidara with a Chidori in his right hand. Deidara was impaled instantly, but as soon as the hand appeared through his back, he turned into clay, forcing Kakashi to jump away from a barrage of clay serpents that headed his way. This time, Naruto came to the rescue as he went through a series of hand seals. Fuuten Kazikiri, wind release, wind cutter technique. One by one, the serpents were sliced in half. Naruto wasn't through as he located Deidara whereabouts, hiding behind a couple of trees a few meters northeast. This time, going through a long series of hand seals, Naruto focused a large quantity of chakra before a giant water dragon roared from behind Deidara. Suten Sweryu Udan no Jutsu, water release, water dragon technique. The earth user turned a minute too late and was enveloped completely by the technique. Kakashi didn't waste any time and immediately sent a lightning wolf straight towards the wet Deidara. He understood quite quickly that his life was over if the wolf reached his position, so Deidara gathered a bit of clay from his pouch and produced a big ball of clay. He threw it at the incoming wolf, before fleeing while the two shinobi were busy dealing with the explosion. His objective was the Sanjin Churiki, and seeing as Konoha had Gara in their custody, his job was now to retrieve the body and flee right away. However, it seemed like the blonde's clones just vanished and Deidara was becoming impatient. Suddenly, he saw the two behind a large bush and smiled. Producing two spiders, Deidara surprised the clones as he ignited the clay arachnids, immediately dispelling the clones. Gara's body fell limp on the ground, earning a smile from Deidara upon seeing his prize in front of him. However, it took one step on his part before a great array of shuriken stopped his movement, causing the man to snarl from the leaf shinobi's attempts. Immediately, the real Naruto and Kakashi landed in front of Gara as they observed Deidara with severe scrutiny. So far, they only managed to take one of his arms and damage some parts of his body, but this fight was taking longer than expected. And where chakra was involved, prolonging a fight against an S-ranked criminal would only lead to chakra waste, chakra that could be used for other means like taking the Kazekage to a safe place. As a leader, Kakashi started analyzing the pros and cons of dealing with Deidara or fleeing with the Kazekage's body. The mission is to rescue Gara, not deal with the Akatsuki. However, Kakashi knew that Deidara wouldn't allow them to flee that easily. He was a man of unknown resources with that clay of his. Looking at Naruto from the corner of his eyes, Kakashi started formulating a plan. The techniques Naruto pulled thus far, the agility he displaced when crossing the desert ran through his mind. To this point, Kakashi wasn't sure if he saw everything Naruto was capable of. His plan was simple. Naruto would keep Deidara occupied while Kakashi contacted Gai's team and handed Gara to them. They would take him back to Suna while his team handled the Akatsuki. Naruto, can you keep him occupied for a moment? Naruto looked at his sensei from the corner of his eyes, before looking at the opponent once more. What are you planning, Kakashi-sensei? Our top priority right now is to rescue Gara and take him back to Suna. I'll hand him to Gai and then return to assist you. Naruto stopped for a moment to analyze the situation. From the looks of things, Kakashi was only waiting for his signal in order to proceed with the plan. Deidara was a tough opponent and his explosive clay was deadly if placed in contact with the enemy. However, what Kakashi didn't know was that Naruto wasn't showing everything and his absence could give Naruto the choice to deal with Deidara properly. I'm good here, Kakashi-sensei, take Gara to safety. I'll cover you. The smile on his face scared Kakashi for a moment. He knew how much Naruto craved for a fight here and he wondered what he was hiding. Looking at Deidara one last time, Kakashi quickly grabbed Gara's body and vanished towards the river, surprising Deidara, who grabbed some clay inside his pouch. However, his instincts told him to jump the same time as a sword of wind charged at his old position, slicing through the tree entirely. Deidara looked at the blonde only to see that he was smiling. Now that my sensei is busy with other things, we can increase the level a bit. It didn't take 1 second before Naruto took his weapon and charged Deidara in close combat. This time, though, the battle rhythm was different as the Akatsuki member tried dodging Naruto's combo. It was like his speed doubled and Deidara wasn't sure if he could dodge for much longer. Suddenly, as soon as he dodged a swing that was aimed after his head, Deidara was surprised when he sensed Naruto's kick to his chin, sending him flying. Jumping high, Naruto started beating Deidara like a punching bag with his staff, before he finished with a powerful stroke to Deidara's shoulder. The noise of bone breaking echoed through the clearing, before he was immersed in pain. He was falling very fast, but Naruto still had one attack left as he was falling as well. Doing some hand seals, he exhaled a ball of air straight towards Deidara, accelerating his fall. The hole created by his fall was huge and Naruto landed safely next to it as he looked at his opponent who was holding his dislocated shoulder, while looking at Naruto with pure anger. Naruto was about to carry out the finishing move, when suddenly two jets of water charged at him out nowhere, forcing him to jump away. He looked up to see a red head with two strange metallic structure on his back, landing in front of the injured Deidara. The blond Akatsuki member looked up and saw the man in front of him, before he remembered his partner's true form. Sasori-senpai. It seems I overestimated your capabilities, Deidara. Getting beat by a teenager. Instantly, Naruto feared the worst as he heard the interaction between these two. If he was the other one, then what happened to Sakura and Elder Chiyo? Before he could ask Sasori what happened, the man smiled and addressed Naruto. Took a little while for me to recognize you, but now I know why you beat Deidara, Kyubi no Jinchuriki. Naruto immediately narrowed his eyebrows upon being discovered, but maintained his focus. Deidara was beaten, his shoulder was dislocated and the pain he was feeling prohibited him from even moving. The problem was this new opponent in front of him. He knew next to nothing about him and this fact alone scared Naruto. It was one thing to fight a god whose powers are largely known, but it was another thing to fight a human to whom he knew next to nothing about. In the ninja world, even the tiniest detail could mean his death in the battlefield. Jiraiya taught him that much. Naruto didn't want to think the worst and he prayed that Sakura was alright. With Kakashi . As soon as he left Naruto, Kakashi immediately contacted Guy through the intercom. The news he received wasn't the one he expected. Guy's team was facing their carbon copies as it happened to be the seal's mechanism of defense. His only choice, right now, was to assist Guy and deal with his copy, before he could count on the green beast of Konoha. It didn't take much time before Kakashi arrived at the fight's location. They were on a cliff a few miles north of Naruto's location. To Kakashi, it was an amazing display of taijutsu between masters. But the mission required Guy's help and he couldn't wait for the man to deal with this on his own. The problem was that he couldn't figure out who the real Guy was and using the Sharingan for it required a great deal of chakra. However, it was needed for this occasion. Before he lifted his hideout, however, he saw the real Guy greeting him with that goofy smile and the usual thumbs up, allowing Kakashi to locate the real Guy. Leave it to Guy to do something like that in the middle of a fight. Focusing on a quick series of hand seals, Kakashi created a thick mist that enveloped the two combatants. When the other guy realized what was happening, his throat was sliced by Kakashi's kunai. Once dealt with, Kakashi handed Gara to Guy, who gave his word to take Gara to safety. Kakashi, then, focused the chakra that he was saving in Sunshine to Naruto's location. Once he appeared, he saw that Naruto was facing a new opponent and he wondered what happened to the other one. Seeing that the blonde wasn't in immediate danger, Kakashi scouted the region for the other opponent. He found Deidara badly injured inside a hole and wondered how Naruto was able to deal with the slippery snake. Seeing his chance to deal with an Akatsuki opponent, Kakashi transformed into the Anbu captain he once was. While watching the other enemy firing jets of water at Naruto and the blonde dodging skillfully, Kakashi immediately landed behind Deidara, who was occupied nurturing his broken bones. Activating his Chidori, Kakashi plunged his hand in Deidara's heart, before the man was able to realize who was behind him. However, for an S-ranked criminal, it was too easy and Kakashi realized that upon looking the clay doll in front of him just like last time. Sighing in dismay at the elusive individual, Kakashi focused on Naruto's fight against the other opponent. Naruto fired a gust of wind at the man's direction, but he jumped out of the wind's reach, before attacking Naruto this time with a strong jet of fire, forcing the blonde to use the water wall technique to defend himself. Using his Sharingan, Kakashi managed to detect the same presence as he felt inside the cave and concluded that he was Deidara's partner. So, what happened to Sakura and Chiyo? Oh my god, it can't be, they can't be dead, Obito, Rin, Kakashi-sensei. The man turned immediately to see Sakura carrying a badly injured Chiyo. He immediately went to help them, before he placed the old woman behind some bushes for Sakura to take care of her. While doing this, Kakashi asked for a full report on the man Naruto was fighting. Sakura explained the man's name was Sasori of the Red Sands and Kakashi's eyes widened to unseen proportions. It was the man who killed the Sandaime Kazekage, Sasori of the Red Sands. Sakura explained that the man was insane and that he transformed the Sandaime Kazekage's body into a puppet just so he could use the man's bloodline, Iron Sand. Sakura explained that Chio was able to destroy the Kazekage's puppet by using her selection of puppets, but Sasori was far too powerful for them and almost killed Chio with a deadly poison. I managed to make an antidote while in Suna that cured her, but she is in need of medical assistance, ASAP. Explained Sakura, earning a nod from Kakashi. We managed to secure Gara, he's with Guy right now. However, I have to help Naruto. He managed to deal with the man's partner, but I fear Sasori and on a whole other level. I trust that you'll be safe here, Sakura. Sasori is the last enemy left. Deidara is far too injured to pose a danger, but keep your eyes peeled for his presence. Sakura nodded and comforted Chio with her medical technique, while Kakashi went to help Naruto, before he heard them talking for a bit. You know, for a teenager, you certainly have skills, Jinchuriki. Anyone else would be dead right now, but you managed to hold your ground against me, and that's saying something, Sasori said, while holding two swords in each hand, dripping with a strange black liquid. Naruto was already panting for breath. Sure, his chakra capacity was larger than a few jounin put together, but fighting against S-ranked criminals was an entirely different scenario. It didn't mean he wasn't enjoying this fight, though. I thank you for the compliment. I'm enjoying this fight immensely. However, I fear this is taking too long, don't you think? Sasori smiled at the blonde's courage. He had only one scroll left on his back, which was his ultimate weapon to use. To this point, he never used this particular scroll because he never felt the need to. However, with the Kazekage gone as well as the fire and water scrolls, he'd have to use this as last resort. Suddenly, the scroll vanished and it appeared in front of Sasori, before it opened. Immediately, 100 puppets appeared, before Sasori opened his left chest to reveal an intricate set of chakra wires connecting to every one of the puppets. Naruto watched in awe as the sheer number of puppets just waiting for the leader's order to attack. He bet that just like Sasori's weapons, the puppets were loaded with deadly poison. Taking his staff, Naruto started spinning over the top of his head in preparation for a technique of his creation. As a shinobi, the blonde learned that secrecy was his most trusted ally and that showing off his full skills would spell trouble in the future. However, he didn't have a choice this time, as the puppets in front of him would easily slice him to pieces otherwise. You should feel honored, Jinchuriki. By this time, Naruto's bow staff was already spinning fast enough to create small gusts of wind around him. Why is that? Asked Naruto, to which Sasori smiled. You're the first one to see this collection of mine. Quite beautiful, aren't they? No matter what you're trying to do, you just can't stop them all. Naruto immediately released one of his hands from the staff, while never ceasing the movement. He started to mold the necessary chakra exactly the same time Sasori's puppets started to charge. The wind around the blonde began to increase, until it created an invisible shield around him. Fuuten Bue and Guy, wind release, protective dome technique. Kakashi saw them move and cursed as he arrived too late to stop the puppets from attacking his student. As he looked at the position Naruto was in, he suddenly sensed a huge usage of wind chakra. As he focused on his Sharingan, he could see a dome of sort protecting Naruto from all the attacks. Naruto started spinning the staff faster, while at the same time molding the necessary chakra. This technique was his defensive trademark, but for someone with a huge chakra capacity like him, chakra control was his weakness. The technique required a constant molding of chakra in order to remain active, and while he trained his chakra control, it wasn't 100%. One by one, the puppets were being sliced upon coming in contact with Naruto's technique, but their numbers were too much for Naruto and he was starting to lose control over the technique. Sasori already lost more than a half of the puppets, but he managed to see that the blonde's admirable efforts were starting to fade. Suddenly, Naruto relinquished control over his technique while Sasori still had 20 puppets under his control. The man had a smile on his face as he saw the defenseless individual panting on the ground. As the other puppets attacked, Sasori was sure this time that the Jinchuriki was within his grasp. Surely, finding the one-tailed Jinchuriki wouldn't be too hard, and by capturing the Kyubi Jinchuriki, the Akatsuki would have the strongest tailed beast ever to grace these lands, in their custody. Nothing could stop him now. Doton Doryuki, Earth Release, Earth Wall Technique. Sasori was surprised when the sudden Earth Wall Technique appeared and wondered just who was the cause. The Jinchuriki, as far as he knew, didn't have an Earth affinity. Naruto looked up to see his sensei in front of him, molding chakra to maintain the Earth Wall Technique. Sensei. Sorry I took a little while to arrive, Naruto. We managed to secure Gara. Guy is taking him to Suna as we speak. Kakashi explained, before Naruto got up with a smile on his face as held his right shoulder. I'm glad to hear that, but how can we beat this guy? Right now, he's counting on those puppets to deal with us. We just have to destroy them. How much chakra do you have left? If Naruto had to guess, he had chakra left for 2B ranked techniques, maybe 3, but that wasn't much to beat 20 puppets and at the same time dodge their poison weapons. However, there was the possibility of using that chakra. Given the circumstances, he guessed he had little choice in the matter. Of course, Kakashi would object. I don't have much to use. But I could use his chakra and be done with it quickly. Kakashi knew what Naruto was talking about and he dreaded every second of it. Using the fox's chakra could help them beat Sasori, but at the same time, Naruto might lose control over it and attack everyone nearby, meaning he and Sakura as well. However, Kakashi was remembering something that Jiraiya said once they returned from their training trip. Flashback on. Jiraiya and Kakashi were inside a Dengo restaurant talking about what happened during their absence, when Jiraiya turned serious for a while. Kakashi, I'm handing Naruto into your care now like we discussed 3 years ago. The pervert Jounin looked at the pervert for a while, before going back to his Icha book. Sure thing, I trust that nothing bad happened during the training trip? Nothing relating to the fox. We trained all 3 of the ninja arts, hoping to make him stronger in order to better fight the Kyuubi's urges. I trust he has more control over the fox, maybe up to 2 tails without losing his mind over it. But to be safe, I have designed a specific seal that manages to cut off the link between the fox and his chakra. I trust that you'll manage to control him, Kakashi. In fact, I'm counting on you to do the right thing here. Kakashi remembered the one time he felt the fox's chakra being used by Naruto and he could feel how powerful it was. At the time at the bridge, Naruto wasn't even using 1 tail's worth of power. Kakashi could only imagine how much powerful he could be with 2 tails worth of the fox's energy. Don't worry Jiraiya-sama, I'll take care of him. Flashback off. Now, looking at the boy behind him, he could see a firm resolve on his face. In any case, Naruto could control the fox's chakra up to 2 tails worth of power. Okay Naruto, but don't overdo it. There is so much you can take before losing your mind. The blonde smiled at Kakashi's warning, before he focused on the fox's chakra. Suddenly, his eyes changed color and a red aura surrounded his body, healing his every wound and restoring his chakra capacity. With it, his muscles were more defined and his agility doubled. He then turned to his sensei and showed a smile that made Kakashi shiver inside. I'm glad he's on our side. I won't be long Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, as the wall succumbed and they could see 20 puppets. Sasori watched the ninjas from Konoha, before taking a closer look at the blonde one. Something had happened to him, he could feel it. Upon severe scrutiny, he could feel the fox's menacing aura. Instantly, he narrowed his eyes in deep focus as his enemy had something up his sleeve this entire time and for the first time, Sasori was outsmarted by someone. Of course, he still had numbers on his side, but for how long was the question? Immediately, 10 of his army charged Naruto at the same time. Kakashi escaped the puppet's charge as he knew what would happen if he stayed. But Naruto just remained there, looking down. When the puppets were inches away from his nose, Naruto smiled. Seconds later, a huge explosion surrounded him and the puppets. For a few seconds nothing happened until the smoke cleared and Kakashi could see a bunch of scrapwood on the ground. Sasori was able to feel one by one, his puppets being slammed, beaten and broken. It didn't take long before only 4 puppets stood between Sasori and his life as Naruto was like a blur, taking care of the opposition. Kakashi was astonished by the speed in which his student was moving. If he was already fast before the Kyuubi, now he was more like a blur, even to his Sharingan. Focusing some chakra to his red eye, Kakashi could see the same ability as he saw in the desert, just doubled. As soon as Naruto finished the last puppet, he stood in front of Sasori, breathing normally. It was an exercise both Jiraiya and his sensei Sujiro taught him. Whenever perturbed or angry with something, remember to control your breathing and clear your head of outside influences. And as he looked at the enemy, Naruto smiled at how much easier he could control the fox's power. Sasori fixed eyes with Naruto's fox-like eyes like he knew his destiny. However, for some strange reason, he didn't dread the outcome of this fight. He transformed his body into a puppet in order to rid himself from the first cause that people get killed over, emotions. A shinobi, according to Sasori, must sever all ties in order to reach his or her fullest potential. Sever ties with the village, lovers, friends, family. But now, he was watching his death in front of him and by someone who outsmarted him. If he was destined to die, then at least it was by someone whose skills he came to respect. Suddenly, Naruto started making a large series of hand seals in quick succession, before he muttered the last words that Sasori would hear. Fuuten Suresu no Tatsumaki, wind release, slicing tornado technique. The Akatsuki member was immediately engulfed as the hurricane started slicing his body components, as well as the scroll located where his heart should have been, killing Sasori instantly. Afterwards, Naruto managed to stop the flowing of the Kyuubi's chakra and kneeled on the ground, panting from lack of breath. Using the fox's chakra was like poison running through his veins. Every minute he used it, he felt his skin crawl and body burning up, hence why he stopped depending so much on the fox's chakra. Kakashi kneeled next to his student, deeply proud to call him that. Naruto, so far, showed every attribute of being able to deal with S-ranked opponents. Throwing Naruto's arms over his shoulders, Kakashi could feel how tired Naruto was, but that was understandable. Hell, the chakra Naruto consumed today was more than twice of his entire capacity. Within seconds, Sakura and Chio appeared to their side and Chio asked of Gara. Kakashi explained about Gai's involvement in taking Gara back to Suna and the fact that Neji was with them, so no one would be able to sneak up behind them and catch them by surprise. Sakura saw the state in which Naruto was in and smiled. Despite the obvious fatigue and possible broken ribs, Naruto was smiling and that alone forced her to smile in return. I never would have thought Sasori-senpai could be killed and by a brat no less, said Deidara, surprising everyone as he stood in a clearing between trees, holding what appeared to be clay with his only hand. His entire body was a mess, all courtesy of Naruto's bow staff. He was panting like crazy and only had chakra for one last technique. However, he sure as hell wouldn't let Konoha get away, even if this is the last thing he did. Bringing the clay close to his mouth, Deidara took a bite of it, before swallowing it whole, confusing them for a moment. Kakashi, though, could see with his Sharingan that the opponent was focusing all his chakra to one single spot inside his stomach. To the others, they could see Deidara inflating like a balloon and everyone knew what happened when you pump too much air inside a balloon. As the chakra became too unstable, the man exploded. The members of Konoha and Chio were too close and no one would be able to get away from the blast. Kakashi focused every bit of chakra, before evolving his Sharingan. However, he was too late to use it, as the ball of fire was already approaching their position. He couldn't do anything to prevent it. Naruto looked at the incoming blast and suddenly remembered something his sensei taught him. Flashback on. The sun was already setting as Naruto and Sujiro was next to the waterfall, training. Sujiro watched Naruto train non-stop and smiled at the brat's stamina and resolve in perfecting his ninjutsu techniques.
Naruto, come here for a second, I want to speak with you.
The blonde was hovering a couple stones by using wind chakra alone, before he stopped and approached his sensei. The man taught him so much that every time Sujiro wanted to talk to him, Naruto was all ears. Naruto, you know that when comparing other elements, wind loses to fire, right? Sure, fire is fed by oxygen and any wind technique will just increase the flame's power. Explained Naruto, earning a smile in retrospect to how much Naruto learned in such a short period of time. Indeed, wind technique will just feed the flame, making it useless against Kaden techniques. However, there is one situation when wind techniques can be used to beat a fire technique, can you explain to me? Sujiro asked, before he saw Naruto thinking for a bit. After some time without an answer, the man decided to enlighten his student regarding the theory behind the jutsu he aimed to teach. Well, I'll give you a hint, my boy, so listen up. You said yourself that wind increases the power of the flames, correct? Naruto nodded, before Sujiro continued. So, considering that fire techniques utilize the air from the atmosphere, what would happen if there wasn't much oxygen to be used as catalyst for the flame? It took a while, but the blonde realized what Sujiro meant as he looked at his sensei like a gawking fish out of the water. Well, I guess that would be an example, but why are you telling me this, Sujiro-sensei? Naruto asked, before Sujiro smiled once more. I'm telling you this, Naruto, because recently I came up with a technique that manages to suck the air from the atmosphere, reducing it considerably, therefore cutting the catalyst needed to ignite the fire, and I intend to teach you this particular skill. However, this technique must remain a secret between you and me. It's something that Sunagakure wanted with a passion and I fear that if they saw you doing it, trouble would sure follow. You have my word, sensei. Flashback off. Focusing the last bit of chakra he possessed, Naruto extended his free hand and started focusing on the secret technique his sensei taught him. Ninpa Kaze Saishu, ninja art, wind gathering technique. Slowly, but surely, a small ball of wind started gathering on his hand, growing larger by the second. Not even aware of what was going on, the team from Konoha could feel the heat emanating from the ball of hell, and it wouldn't take 5 seconds for them to be engulfed by it. However, it was Kakashi who realized that the fireball was diminishing somehow. His Sharingan could detect the usage of chakra next to him, and he turned his neck to see Naruto's hand forming a ball of air the size of a fist, and it was growing. Naruto, you. The blonde didn't answer anything, though. Just keeping this technique active was hard enough and required his complete focus the entire time. Suddenly, he molded every bit of his chakra, before seeing the ball of air quadrupling in size, therefore diminishing the ball of fire up to the point that it didn't represent much danger to the team as they managed to jump in time to avoid being killed by the massive ball of death. After landing on a safe place, the entire team wondered what the hell happened and how they were still alive. Naruto was already unconscious. And because of it, he didn't realize that the team headed straight to Sunagakure, where they would make sure that Guy managed to return Gara to the hidden village in the sand alive. He missed the celebration that occurred in Suna with the safe return of their Kazekage. But Kakashi made sure to tell everyone who it was that managed to rescue Gara. Naruto was praised as a hero of Sunagakure. It was a shame, though, that he wasn't awake to hear his name being shouted repeatedly by the villagers. Both Team Guy and Team Kakashi chose to leave to Konoha as soon as Naruto awakened. Tamari and Kankuro took them to a nice hotel to spend the night. With Yugao . Blissfully unaware of the events in Sunagakure, a very tired and battered Yugao opened the door to her little, but cozy apartment. Her shift was long, tiring, and everything she wanted right now was to have a long hot bath, followed by a few hours of sleep. Yugao never complained about her job, even though there were times she regretted accepting the honor of being an Anbu soldier. Today was one of these occasions. A B-ranked criminal managed to get loose from the cell he was in, before killing at least 3 members of the unit. One of them was on her team. Eventually, she managed to recapture the guy and lock him up once more. But the damage was done and a young shinobi lost his life because of it. Sure, the ninja life was no picnic. Everyone knew that upon accepting the headband, and especially everyone who was enrolled under the Anbu forces. But Yugao didn't like it when one of her subordinates was killed. To some, it was a mere casualty, but to her, it meant something else. She was tutored by one of the best Anbu captains, Sharingan no Kakashi. And as such, she tried to command her team like he did. No man was left behind, everyone protecting one another. As the hot water came bombarding her soft skin, the woman let out a heavy sigh in response to what happened today and wondering how long it would be before she cracked under the pressure of being an Anbu captain. Well, to me, your strongest Anbu captain ever. The sudden memory of what Naruto spoke 2 months ago forced a smile on her face. At the time, they were in a fancy restaurant located within Water Country, discussing some general shinobi topics like the Anbu and the stressful life she led every day. Naruto said that Yugao was the strongest Anbu captain he'd ever met, before she contradicted him saying that she was the only Anbu captain he knew, but with a warm smile on her face, accepting the praise that had every intention of cheering her up. Instantly, she wondered if he was doing well on his mission. From what she knew, his team was sent to Sunagakure in order to rescue the Kazekage from the Akatsuki's hands. Surely, it was no less than an S-ranked mission, and normally it would be no less than suicide to send a team of 3 Chunin and a Jounin to a top mission like this. But she had confidence in his skills, seeing as she helped him train so that he could beat tough opponents like Akatsuki. Once leaving the shower and putting on some night clothes, she went straight to bed as her body was demanding at least a couple hours of rest. Chapter 13, A Couple's Night Out. 2 days passed since Gara was brought back to Sunagakure, and the 2 teams from Konoha decided to stay, in order to recuperate. Also, Naruto was still due to wake up, seeing as he used a lot of chakra against both Akatsuki Deidara and Sasori, even killing the last. Because of this event, Naruto received a treatment reserved only for the Kazekage. It was the very goddamn Kazekage who ordered such thing, and, thus, Naruto was receiving attention from the best medics Suna had to offer. Of course, they would need to get through Sakura first. The pink-haired Chunin took plain responsibility for her teammates' care and dared anyone to challenge her. Therefore, Sakura remained alone, taking care of Naruto, using every bit of the skills taught by both the goddamn Hokage and Shizune. Naruto would be completely healed by this time tomorrow, for sure. Kakashi could only smile at his beautiful student's antics, often preferring to wander around town with Neji. It was definitely better than accepting Guy's challenge to scale Sunagakure's top mountains twice. He was lucky that Lee, Guy's student, accepted the challenge, otherwise Guy wouldn't stop bugging him. Tenten opted to hang out with Temari as she showed the weapon mistress around Suna. It was actually quite surprising to see both ladies having so much fun together, seeing as, 3 years ago, Tenten couldn't stand Temari, probably, because the wind user wiped the floor with her at their first Chunin exams. However, because of the time spent between Suna and Konoha, Temari made a lot of friends in Konoha and Tenten ended up being one of them. Both were competent and highly skilled kunoichi, therefore they had a lot to talk about, besides regular woman talk like men, for instance. Temari kept saying that Shikamaru was so lazy that even though he liked her, he wouldn't make a move because it was troublesome. Tenten, for her part, chose to complain about Neji's cold attitude outside of missions. Overall, those from Konoha were having a nice time, while Naruto recovered. Speaking of the blonde, he was resting peacefully inside his hospital room, while Sakura ran her last diagnosis check on him. The rate in which any normal shinobi would recover from chakra exhaustion was at least 2 weeks, but Naruto wasn't normal by any means. He only needed 2 to 3 days, something she always seemed to wonder why, but no one ever explained it to her. She smiled, though, seeing as by this time tomorrow, they would return to Konoha. Afterwards, she left the room in order for Naruto to get as much rest as he could. However, if she remained a couple more minutes, she would have noticed that Naruto began to sweat, because of the sudden pain inside his body. Inside Naruto's mind . The only noise Naruto could hear were the few droplets of water that echoed throughout the sewer that represented his mind. The blonde knew enough about his tenant to realize that it wanted to talk to him about something. Naruto almost felt nostalgic upon looking around this place one more time. Because of his training with Jiraya and Yugao, not once did he bother to use or improve his control over the fox's chakra. The reason was that he didn't enjoy being over-reliant on the same thing time and time again. It was his resolution a couple days before his training trip began to acquire other skills besides Kage Bunshin, Rasengan and the fox's chakra. Naruto chuckled at the prospect of the fox calling him here because the gigantic demon was lonely and needed some company. As he walked towards the room where the cage was located, he could feel the enormous, almost poisoning, killing intent that leaked from his chakra coils, represented inside his mind by the pipes that ran along the walls of the sewer. It could only mean that the fox was mad about something and that could never be good. A couple minutes passed before Naruto walked inside the room and narrowed his eyes upon seeing the amount of malevolent chakra being leaked from the cage right now. It was only because of Uro-sensei and Sujiro-sensei's lessons that Naruto managed to act aloof as he saw the red menacing eyes looking down upon him. He could see all kinds of evil in that look and could only wonder what could have pissed the fox off so much. The demon, for its part, saw the boy in front of him and snarled at him, with rage beyond words, scratching the resistant bars that kept him locked inside Naruto. Kyubi was a proud demon. Therefore, when his damned host decided, out of nowhere, that he didn't need the fox's power anymore, it was infuriating. "I take it you wanted to say something to me, Kyubi?" Naruto asked as he tried, with all his might, to control his urges to flee from the room. He almost blacked out when the fox roared at him from within the cage, in response to his question. The demon's chakra was so strong that his legs started shaking. "Of course, I want to say something, you brat. You don't use as much of my chakra as you did in the past. What is it? You think you can survive out there without my help? You're weak, without me you're nothing but a pathetic meat bag." The sheer force of the fox's chakra was enough that Naruto was having trouble to breathe, much less think of a proper response to give. And despite the fox's blind rage at being dismissed so easily, Kyubi couldn't help but smirk upon seeing his tenant holding up like this. A couple years ago, the brat never won a battle using his own skills, rather depending on the fox's power to beat his enemies. Now, though, the brat had grown. He went from plain incompetent to adequate in Kyubi's opinion, and that was saying something. It, immediately, diminished the chakra leakage and looked as Naruto got up from the ground, while slowly gaining his breathing once more. "Why did you stop? I thought you were mad at me, damn furball? The fact that you have enough balls to stand strong when others almost died upon facing my wrath speaks volumes of your newly acquired skills. I'm still pissed at the fact that you feel that you don't need me as much anymore. So, I'm proposing a deal to you, brat. Tell me first, though, why are you so against using my power? Surely, your techniques would at least double in power and your speed would be unmatched. Tell me, brat, why do you fight so much against me? It's not like I will do something to get you killed, since I would go to hell as well, so what is it? Kyuubi asked, surprising Naruto a bit. First of all, the minute I use it, you start overloading my brain with negative thoughts, which would, then, lead to me using more chakra than I can control. Because of it, I lose track of my surroundings and become a threat instead of an ally. Also, as you probably know, I don't want to be reliant on you alone, and contrary to what you believe, I'm not neglecting you, you damn furball. When I face a foe I can't beat with my own chakra, I don't have any other choice but to borrow yours. I did it when I fought against Sasori, remember? Naruto explained, before hearing what he believed was a snort of sarcasm coming from the fox's mouth. He wasn't certain, though. Yes, for 5 minutes, anyway, about the deal. I'm not asking you to use my chakra every damn time. And when you use it, I won't try manipulating your thoughts. The deal was almost too good to be true, hence why the blonde found it difficult to believe his tenant. It was true that Naruto now rarely used the fox's chakra, and it was also true that when he used it against Sasori, he felt like he could withstand it without dire repercussions, which meant that his training helped him. However, the prospect of using more of Kyuubi's power and not be manipulated by the chakra's effects was too much to pass up. He could feel that the fox wanted something out of this bargain. As I can hear your thoughts, you want to know what is in it for me in this deal of ours. All I want is to have access to your senses, brat. It's damn lonely in here after a while. That way, I can see what you see, hear what you hear, feel what you feel, and before you ask, you can shut me down when you fornicate with the swordswoman. Naruto tried really hard, but he couldn't avoid the sudden intake of memories of the many positions he and Yugao were in as they ravaged each other a couple times. Okay Kyuubi, you've got a deal. Although, I know you're aware that I won't be facing S-ranked criminals on a daily basis. However, upon facing foes like Kakashi-sensei, be sure that I'll use your chakra. Now, I don't know I can allow you to use my senses, do not worry about that, it's already done. Ah, I can already smell fresh air, it's nice. Now, get out of here brat. Naruto did as he was told and left, though he wouldn't be the same if he didn't let out a smart-ass remark, seeing as it was the damn fox who called him in the first place. Next day Naruto was already up and ready to leave for his home village. Right now, he was supposed to meet his team at Sunagakura's main gate. In little less than 10 minutes, he reached the location only to see Guy and Lee screaming to each other, challenging to see who would reach Konoha first, while the rest just face-faulted at the two's antics. As soon as he sensed Gara's presence behind him, Naruto smirked and turned in order to properly greet the fellow Jinchuriki and Kazekage of Sunagakura. Although the Kage wasn't that talkative, Naruto knew how to communicate with him. The redhead Jinchuriki had a smile on his face. I wanted to thank you for your help once more, Naruto. Gara extended his hand while gathering sand. Naruto smiled and shook the Kazekage's hand. No problem Gara, we are friends, aren't we? I know you'd do the same thing if the situation was reversed. Although, it's high time we did something about the Akatsuki. We can't just sit around and wait for them to collect all the Jinchuriki. The topic was suddenly serious and Gara nodded as well. I understand, though it will be extremely hard to convince other Kages about this threat. I'll do what I can to send messages to Iwa and Kumo, though I highly doubt even one of them will see it like we do. I'll ask Hokage-sama to send word to Kirigakure and to Kigakure. Hopefully, they will be more open to threats such as this one. Now, you take care my friend. Naruto shook Gara's hand once more and then turned towards his team, knowing that Gara would just leave when the conversation was over. By now, only Kakashi and Sakura remained, waiting for him to say goodbye to Gara, seeing as the others were betting on who would win between Lee and Guy. Neji and Tenten placed a few bets as well, so they tried following the two. In no time, Team Kakashi ran as well, towards Konoha. By the regular speed, they would reach Konoha in 2 days from now, probably night time. Well, Team Guy would arrive first, but seeing as Naruto, Sakura and Kakashi weren't in such a rush to return, they were taking their time. Surely, getting back from a mission didn't require speed, and for Naruto it worked nicely. He was completely healed of course, but he was bedridden for more than 2 days. His legs weren't 100%, yet. 2 days later, nighttime in Konoha . By the time Naruto and his team arrived in front of Konoha's gates, it was already nighttime and the moon was glowing brighter than ever. He couldn't help but smile upon seeing that tonight was a full moon and, thus, Yugao would be ecstatic for a weapons spar. Something that he never understood, but somehow, Yugao was even more beautiful when illuminated by the moon. Walking inside the village, Kakashi was notified by a Chunin guard that Guy's team had already arrived and was currently waiting for his team at the Hokage's office for a full debriefing on the successful assignment. Looking at his team, he could see that they were well rested, despite the pace in which they ran towards Konoha. He suspected that Sakura would object to traveling at night, but since they were already inside Fire Country, it wasn't that much of a deal. So, the three walked towards the Hokage's tower, while Naruto looked slightly to his right, with a smile on his face. He wasn't surprised that his girlfriend already knew he was in town. She was an Anbu captain after all. He was able to understand the hidden sign language and only nodded to her invitation to meet him at her house after debriefing. As the team walked, both Naruto and Sakura were taking their time looking at their surroundings, seeing as by this time, only those who wished to have a good night out were on the streets. Usually, it was by this time that trouble usually happened and every ninja around needed to be alert, in case a drunken civilian or even a drunken shinobi was causing trouble. Luckily, nothing major happened and the team arrived at the Hokage's office. Guy and his team waited patiently for Kakashi's team, since they arrived half an hour before them. Still, Guy couldn't help but see it as a victory for him and started annoying Kakashi for it. Of course, the scarecrow Jounin didn't care much about it, since he was busy finishing the last chapter of his book. Kakashi, didn't I tell you to never walk in here reading that book? Tsunade's eyebrow was twitching at Kakashi's obvious disregard for her order. But she knew that, strangely enough, reading porn and being aloof to the world were Kakashi's ways of coping with the life of shinobi, just as she chose to drink, a lot. My apologies Hokage-sama, Kakashi said, before placing his book inside his holster. Just don't do it again, I want to hear the full report of this mission, so spill it. Kakashi gave the Hokage a full report of what happened since they left Konoha, giving her details of their fights against Itachi first, then against Deidara and Sasori, thus saving the Kazekage from Akatsuki's hands. Tsunade, at the end, smiled and congratulated them on the job well done, before dismissing everyone. Sakura, for her part, nodded and turned to Naruto for something, before being shocked that the blonde wasn't there anymore. Looking at Neji, since he was behind Naruto most of the time, the Hyuga just shrugged it off saying that he left just after the Hokage dismissed them. Neji didn't even bother to see her look at his answer before he left Tsunade's office through the door together with Tenten, Lee, and Guy. Showing her frustration, Sakura stormed out of her office, leaving Kakashi alone with Tsunade and Shizune. Kakashi watched everything from the corner of his only visible eye and smiled upon remembering that Yugao appeared before Naruto upon Team Kakashi's arrival. Tsunade-sama, I was wondering if I could talk to you regarding Naruto? I believe it's time that we place Tenzu on the team. This topic surprised Tsunade a bit. It was a bit early, considering that the man would only appear once Naruto was at least adequate with the usage of Kyuubi's chakra and so far, he hadn't demonstrated such control, at least not to her knowledge. It's still too early Kakashi. Why do you think that? On the mission, Naruto used 2 taels worth of power against Sasori of the Red Sand. I couldn't even keep up with him, not even with the Sharingan. I was at first worried that I'd have to use Jiraya's seal to subdue the fox, but the fox's chakra didn't affect Naruto's mind at all. In fact, he was in control the entire time, dealing with Sasori's army of puppets. With Tenzu's help, I bet he could reach at least 3 taels and still be in control after Kakashi explained. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at the fact that Jiraiya didn't tell her this specific piece of information regarding Naruto's training. If he did, then Tenzu would be accompanying the team to Suna, instead of only now being placed on Kakashi's team. Okay Kakashi, I'll call him here later on to tell him his new assignment. Now, you are dismissed. The Jounin bowed to the Hokage, before leaving through the door, leaving Tsunade and Shizune alone to ponder on things. Naruto, after only 3 years of training, pretty much transformed from and fresh out of the Academy Jinan into a Jounin-level shinobi. It was really scary for them to witness such growth. They could only imagine how powerful he would be once he learned to fully control Kyuubi's chakra. With Naruto . Soon after arriving inside Yugao's apartment, via Sunshine, Naruto was not surprised to see the woman already waiting for him, sitting on her couch with a wooden sword in her hand. The fact that Yugao was tapping her fingers repeatedly told that she had been waiting for a while. Sorry about taking so long Yugao-chan, a lot happened on the mission and thus Kakashi-sensei took a while to report, Naruto said, as he already summoned his metal staff, while seeing his girlfriend leaving the room through her window. Just so you know, you're making it to me for wasting some precious full moon moments. Now, let's go, I'm in need of a sparring partner and you can't get rusty with lack of a proper challenge to test your bojutsu. Now, I understand you came all the way from Suna, are you tired? Asked Yugao, already knowing the answer to her question. It was enjoyable to see the look on his face, upon having to answer this same question every time they sparred together. No, I'm not tired, I haven't been tired for a while now and probably it will take more than just traveling from Suna for that. Plus, yesterday, I managed to sleep a lot, so I'm 100%. I wonder about you, though, with those boring patrol missions of yours. Naruto knew that Yugao hated when someone underestimated her stamina and chakra capacity. She told him that people did all the time and every time she would show them by hitting them hard. True to his pretension, he could see her angry look and enjoyed every second of it. She was just more beautiful when she was angry, especially at him. You just signed your death warrant, Naruto-kun. Let's go, Yugao said, before she vanished, followed by a smirking Naruto who vanished as well. Naruto enjoyed when Yugao was angry at him. When calm, she was unstoppable with her sword, but when she was angry, she was vicious. And when she was vicious, something else usually happened. At one of the training grounds. Beneath the glowing majesty of the moon, two shadows could be seen fighting against each other, both of them smiling as each tried to find an opening to explore. Despite the fact that they were each using different weapons, they managed to adapt to both strengths and weaknesses of each weapon to utmost perfection. The sword, because of its size compared to the staff, was faster and more maneuverable. However, Naruto used more chakra than Yugao, thus he managed to swing his bow staff fast enough to parry Yugao's ninjato. Therefore, it was quite a challenge for the woman, since she had to worry about both ends of the staff. It only got worse seeing as both Naruto and his weapon of choice were popular for their unpredictability. She never knew when or how Naruto would strike, often defending herself through basic survival instincts rather than skill alone. Overall, it was an interesting match to watch, if not for the fact that the couple didn't enjoy any form of audience. They would be pissed if one of them noticed another shadow watching the spar from afar. Haruno Sakura didn't enjoy the fact that Naruto, her teammate, kept hiding stuff from her. They were supposed to trust each other, right? That was the lesson Kakashi-sensei taught Team 7. Of course, that lesson meant nothing to Sasuke, but it meant something for Sakura and Naruto, at least she thought it that way after she left Tsunade's office. Sakura tried searching for him all over Konoha. She only managed to see Naruto's golden hair with the help of the moonlight and, thus, she hid behind a tree as she watched Naruto sparring with some woman she never seen before. Sakura wasn't aware that Naruto was dating anyone and the fact that, whoever this girl was moving with such grace and speed only seen by the Anbu forces she kept hearing so much about. But why would an Anbu be involved with Naruto? Better yet, why would a female Anbu be involved with Naruto? If Naruto was seeing this woman, then chances were she wouldn't be able to recognize her identity. Still, curiosity got the best of her and thus she approached their position as stealthy as she could. Blissfully unaware of the Chunin's presence, Naruto and Yugao increased the pace of their movements as both of them started sweating from the exercise. Both of them parried blow by blow, each time, feeling better and better about the whole thing. Eventually, the amount of sweat and closure experimented by the couple weakened their bodies and the hormones were slowly taking over, allowing their minds access to previous images of both during lovemaking. In no time, neither could take their eyes away from the other as they parried the weapons one last time, before Yugao threw her sword on the ground and landed her lips on Naruto's quite violently, as they fell on the ground, making out with each other. Suddenly, the noise of steps approaching warned both of them. Looks like we've got company, we have to go, Naruto said, before she nodded. With a good use of the sunshine, Naruto and Yugao appeared inside her house. As soon as Sakura appeared closer to Naruto and the mysterious woman's location, still too shocked to see the woman pretty much jumping on her teammate, she didn't even register that no one was there anymore. The pink-haired meddler looked around for any presence at all, almost scared wondering if she was hallucinating the entire time. It couldn't be possible that an Anbu kunoichi was that much interested in Naruto. Author's note, there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. Next day Naruto and Yugao both woke up as soon as the sunlight invaded the room. Yugao, though, was hesitating to get up under Naruto's chest, which caused Naruto to smile. Eventually, though, she had to leave seeing as she needed to reach the headquarters in less than an hour. Naruto, for his part, didn't have many obligations in the morning, seeing as he just came back from a mission and his sensei was at least 3 hours late for everything. After taking a shower, he prepared a quick breakfast for the couple while Yugao took a quick shower. As he cooked the meal, memories of last night kept invading his brain. It still surprised him how different Yugao was from the usual reserved kunoichi she appeared while on missions or outside the bedroom. He almost forgot that he was the one cooking upon remembering the new position they tried yesterday. His mind was split between remembering what happened and cooking breakfast, so he didn't even register that his girlfriend was right behind him. "I enjoyed it last night, Naruto-kun, how about you?" Yugao whispered close to his ear, while passing her hands around Naruto's body. "You know that by doing that, you risk arriving late at the headquarters, right? Not that I'm complaining, just saying." The woman smirked and kissed him on the neck before going to her room to get dressed for work, while Naruto was busy serving breakfast on the table. As soon as she got out, though, she saw Naruto looking at her with a perverted smile on his face. "I can't help it, you look so sexy in your onbu clothes, Yugao-chan." Yugao smiled once more and approached at the blonde in an attempt to arouse the blonde even more, which was working. The blonde always had this fantasy of being interrogated by the sexy onbu kunoichi, which they did pretty often. Yugao for her part loved how she could seduce her lover, it made her feel special in ways that was long forgotten. After the teasing session, Yugao took a seat next to the blonde as she started eating breakfast, while engrossing in some light conversation regarding Naruto's list of activities for today. Tsunade gave his team a couple days off to fully recuperate before going back to active duty, so the blonde was free to wander around. So, she guessed he would do his second favorite activity, training. And points to anyone who figure out his favorite activity, considering this chapter. "I think I'm going to train a bit. I'm still not close to mastering the Suten Suishuha technique and it's bothering me. Afterwards, I don't know, I guess I'll see if Kakashi wants something." Naruto wanted to train using the Kyuubi's power, but he couldn't do it inside the village, unless he wanted the entire ninja population after him. He supposed it would be alright to train some other skills as well, since he wouldn't do anything else for the entire day. Yugao nodded, before drinking the entire milk bottle quickly and placing her mask on. She didn't cover her face until she gave her boyfriend a kiss. After that, Yugao opened her door and left towards the Onbu headquarters, leaving Naruto. After a few minutes, he left as well with the same clothes he used the night before. It didn't make sense to change, seeing as he would train once more. Stretching his limbs a bit, Naruto jumped towards the nearby rooftops towards the training ground that he used alongside Yugao. He needed a nearby water source to perform the jutsu. He managed, one time, to perform a minor C-rank technique without water nearby, but it required too much chakra, even for him. How the Nidaime Hokage did it, he would never know. Maybe that's why he became the Nidaime in the first place, thought the blonde as he jumped through the small buildings like it was routine. It didn't take long for the training ground to appear on the horizon. As soon as he landed, he stopped to look around a bit, wondering if someone was already using it. Something he picked from Yugao, if it wasn't team training, then, he didn't like sharing training grounds with a stranger. Since he didn't sense anyone, the blonde smiled and approached the lake in order to begin some light manipulation exercises to ease the chakra flowing inside his tenketsu. It involved the creation of small whirlpools. After he was done, he started making the hand seals sequence for one of the Nidaime Hokage's trademark techniques, the Suten Suishuha, water release, water collision destruction technique. Naruto, by no means, wanted to possess the Nidaime's level of control over water chakra, simply because it wasn't his affinity. He merely wished to have a suitable arsenal of techniques to help him in case his prime affinity isn't the best course of action. After feeling comfortable enough to practice the jutsu, Naruto started the hand seal sequence, while molding the necessary chakra for it. With Kakashi . A couple hours later, Kakashi was seen wandering around Konoha. He was supposed to meet Tenzu, who was given the codename Yamato by the Hokage, in front of the Hokage's office. He wondered about something interesting, though. Yamato was Yugao's second in command. So much strange coincidences surrounded them, Kakashi mused. Yugao was Kakashi's subordinate as an Onbu Jr., who afterward, was assigned to command Yamato's team, and now she's dating Kakashi's student Naruto. In a weird sort of way, the bond was formed. As Kakashi approached the front of the administrative building, he saw Yamato already there, looking quite angry. The probable reason was that Kakashi was 2 hours late for their meeting, but it could be anything. Upon seeing the man to whom Yamato considered testing every available killing technique out there, he controlled his breathing a little bit, in order to calm down. You just don't make someone wait for 2 hours, it's just inhuman. Sorry for being late, Yamato, You see, a black cat crossed my path and I had to take a different path to come here. Instantly, Yamato's brain conjured a scene of the wood user slamming Kakashi's face with a tree log. Kakashi-senpai, I almost forgot about your excuses for being late. Now, I was already briefed by Hokage-sama regarding Naruto-kun's situation. I understand he already gained control over 2 taels worth of the Kyuubi's chakra. From what I saw, yes. We should meet him. I'll bet that right now he's either eating some ramen or training. Personally, I'd go for training ground number 20. It's his favorite. Yamato nodded, as he followed Kakashi. Isn't training ground 20, Yugao Taiku's favorite as well? Kakashi smiled at the question. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. At the training ground number 20 . As soon as Kakashi and Yamato reached the training ground, they could see 2 different pillars, one made from wind and another from water. As such, they wondered if perhaps Naruto wasn't alone using the field. However, upon seeing closer, they concluded that they were 2 Narutos, instead of 2 different shinobi. One was on top of the lake, focusing on gathering the water around his body, before creating a tidal wave towards the waterfall 20 minutes in front of the blonde. Both jounin recognized the technique and wondered why Naruto was attempting such a chakra-taxing technique. If they weren't mistaken, the only one who ever used such technique was the Nidaime Hokage, and he only used it because of his unusual mastery of water ninjutsu. On the other side of the field, another Naruto, to whom both Kakashi and Yamato believed to be a Kage Bunshin, was seated in a lotus-like position with his eyes closed, while maintaining a spinning hurricane around his body. Ah, the wonders of unlimited chakra supply, ha Yamato? Just imagine how much he could do with the fox's chakra. The wood user could only nod dumbly as his eyes skipped between looking at the real one and the clone, presuming that the one doing the water exercise was the real one. What are you doing here, Kakashi-sensei? A sudden voice alerted the 2 jounins, and they turned to see a third Naruto holding a metallized bow staff with his right hand. The scarecrow jounin was slightly surprised, since he supposed that Naruto had summoned only one clone to aid him in training. The fact that he, now, couldn't say for sure which of the 3 was the real one. Then, he remembered that Naruto's Kage Bunshin training was useless when it came to physical skills. Therefore, the real one was the one practicing with the bow staff. However, now that he certified that, the man was even more surprised than before. If the ones doing the elemental training were mere clones, then how could they use as much chakra as a high-level jounin and not be dispelled? To think the boy's chakra coils haven't fully expanded yet, even without the fox's chakra, Naruto's chakra supply is off the charts. Seriously, Kakashi-sensei, do you need anything? You kind of spaced out for a minute there. Naruto even poked his sensei a few times, which managed to awake Kakashi from his musings. Oh sorry Naruto, well, I'd like to introduce you to our team's new member Yamato. Tsunade-sama felt that since we ended up facing not 1 but 4 members of Akatsuki, it would be best if another jounin-level shinobi joined as well. Naruto nodded and shook hands with Yamato, before Kakashi started speaking once more. He also has another purpose, Naruto. From what I saw from your fight against Sasori, you managed to hold your own with 2 taels worth of chakra without losing control to the fox. I can see you improved a lot in this regard, since before you left, you couldn't hold 1 tael, before getting affected by the fox's urges. Yamato, here, will aid you in better acquainting yourself with the fox's chakra, so to speak, probably reaching 3 taels worth of chakra, with 4 being your conscious limit according to Jiraiya-sama. On the outside, Naruto nodded and turned to look at Yamato, but on the inside, he was cursing his existence as he knew that upon granting Kyuubi access to his senses, he knew the damn fox ended up hearing everything. No doubt, he would be ecstatic if Naruto managed to use not 1 but 3 taels worth of power. Not that I don't believe you too, but how is he able to help? I mean, even Uro-sensei found it hard to upgrade to a 3rd tael? That's simple. Yamato here is a wood user. Upon hearing it, Naruto widened his eyes a bit at the revelation and turned to Yamato. Are you related to the Shadaime or the Godaime Hokage? How can you use Mukuten, and what does that have to do with anything? As soon as Kakashi was about to respond, Yamato interrupted him and explained to the blonde Chunin. Naruto, I'm not in any sort of way related to the Senju clan. I can use Mukuten because I was the only kid from 60 that managed to survive Orochimaru's little experiment. The man tried to replicate the Shadaime's use of Mukuten ninjutsu, so he used me as well as other test subjects. Now regarding your other question, the Shadaime Hokage, as you may or may not know, managed to control the Baijuas, tailed beasts, to his will. As a result of the experiment, I retained a bit of said skill. Therefore, If you by any chance lose control to the fox's chakra, I'll be there too, let's say, save you from destroying everything in your path so to speak. Now, apart from that, I obtained mastery in Suten ninjutsu. So, I could give you some pointers with it, if you so wish. Naruto nodded at the man, even though he had an excellent teacher sleeping with him. I would appreciate all the help I can get, then, thank you Yamato-san. However, I fear that if we want to train me in getting used to the fox's chakra, it's probably best to do so in a more secluded place. 2 taels is quite enough for the entire village to feel it and demand my execution. Don't worry Naruto, with Yamato here on the job, you don't have to worry about it, right Yamato? Yamato nodded, though the Onbu silently pondered if he had enough chakra to subdue someone like Naruto when the time came. The boy had already 4 times the Onbu's chakra and that didn't count the fox. Naruto soon dispelled his 2 clones, one by one, while closing his eyes so not to suffer the backlash of too much information at once. After that, he felt his stomach growling and looked at the Jounin with a smile on his face. Anyone up for some lunch? At the Hokage's office . Swamped in paperwork duties, Tsunade stamped her signature on documents dully separated by her assistant Shizune. Her face indicated clear boredom upon facing what every cage had to do pretty much every day. It was quite infuriating to say the least. The woman just wanted to learn some minor fire jutsu so that she could burn everything. Her assistant, on the other hand, was very displeased at her master's lack of proper decor while behind the most powerful desk in Konohagakure. Eventually, the papers were finished, but Tsunade's arm was on autopilot and stamped the table repeatedly. If it wasn't for Shizune nearby to wake her up, she would have stamped her entire office, without realizing. Shizune, I'm going to create a D-ranked mission, stamp these damn documents every day. Select one fresh out of the Academy Jinan for the job, will ya? Her eyes were almost shut and Shizune wondered if her master was already asleep. She wasn't even considering carrying out the order. It wasn't the first time, as she remembered Tsunade saying, one time, that she would select a Chunin and place him in a genjutsu so that he would appear like her and attend a boring meeting with some of Konoha's steel suppliers. Shizune was about to leave the office, when a Chunin had the stupidest idea to barge in screaming. He was sent flying by a paperweight that was thrown by a still sleeping Hokage. The man was nurturing his head bump, while Shizune approached and picked up the piece of paper that he wanted to inform Tsunade about. Taking a moment to read it, she, then, gave it to the Hokage who took the paper, before even opening her eyes. When she read it, a sigh escaped her lips at the Kazekage's request. Apparently, Gara conversed with Naruto in order to warn the other Kages about the Akatsuki threat and, thus, he sent a letter to the Raikage containing information Suna had on the organization. It wasn't as extensive as Jiraya's, but no village would reject information about S-ranked criminals. The Raikage did, though, as according to Gara, the man just disregarded the organization as a threat simply because Suna was the weakest of the hidden villages and a threat to them was considered a minor pest to the rest of the hidden villages. Tsunade knew some info about the proud Raikage. The man's pride was as big as his own muscles and no doubt, he would openly disregard Suna's preoccupations. Apparently Gara thought so as well, since he asked that Konoha did the same thing. Tsunade smirked at Gara's reasons. As inexperienced as he was on the job, the boy was highly intelligent. She saw similar skill in Nara Shikamaru. Gara even came up with the best team to send towards Kumagakure and persuade the Raikage into accepting the fact that Akatsuki is indeed a threat and shouldn't be underestimated. The Hokage knew Naruto to be highly skilled when it came to fighting tough enemies, but the boy lacked the necessary experience in missions that didn't only require a kunai and his fists. It would be his first diplomacy mission into another hidden village. Shizune, I know that I ended up giving Team Kakashi the day off, but please assemble them for me. I'm sending them on a B-ranked mission towards Kumo. Chapter 14, The Land of Lightning. After the Hokage's order, it didn't take more than half an hour for Team Kakashi to appear at the Hokage's office for a new mission. Well, at least Naruto, Sakura and Yamato were already present. Quite to the Hokage's dismay, Kakashi was still due to show up. Kakashi was one of Konoha's top elite jounin and it was only because of this that Tsunade tolerated the man's habit of tardiness. Anyone else would be punished severely. Meanwhile, she guessed that it would be a good time as any to introduce the 4th member of the team to Sakura. The girl was looking at him the entire time anyway, probably wondering who he was and what was he doing here as well, seeing as only Team Kakashi was summoned for this new B-ranked mission. Well, seeing as your sensei is still due to arrive, I might as well tell you about some changes to the Team Sakura by the mention of her name. The medic Chunin looked at the Hokage. The jounin next to Naruto will answer by the name of Yamato. He's an Onbu, so his identity is to remain secret. I trust that with the amount of time you passed with me and Shizune, you can understand that. The reason behind his addition is that Team Kakashi isn't yet complete. A 4-man unit is standard Konoha protocol and not meant for Jinan teams alone. He'll be the last addition to the team as second in command. Usually, I'd be placing an equally skilled shinobi, a Chunin, but with the enemies we're facing now, a jounin level shinobi is better suited to face the enemies Team Kakashi will be facing. I have high expectations that this team will be one of the strongest ever. Sakura nodded as she looked at Naruto. She knew about the Akatsuki from their last mission towards Sunagakur. What she didn't know, however, is why they were after Team Kakashi. She knew that Kakashi had an entire page in the bingo book and Yamato was an Onbu, so it was hard for anyone to know who he really is, thus, targeting him was out of the question. That left herself and her teammate Naruto. She doubted that anything she ever did in her career managed to piss anyone to the point that someone would want her head for it. Naruto, on the other hand, remained a mystery. She remembered how Akatsuki went after Gara because he was the one-tailed Jinchuriki, and she also remembered that Kakashi said something about Naruto sharing the same fate as Gara. It couldn't be that Naruto was a Jinchuriki as well, right? If it was true, then someone would have told her, seeing as they were teammates, right? So many mysteries surrounded Naruto, she reasoned. By looking at his aloof and neutral expression, she couldn't read him like she used to. Before, he was as open as a book, screaming his opinions, never once keeping it to himself. Now, he was collected, even aloof to the situation. She was half expecting him to question the Hokage's decision in front of everyone, or at least question the necessity of even adding a fourth member without any need, in his book. He did nothing, though. It frightened her that someone could change so much in such a short time. Not once did he give her any indication that his previous behavior was a front, a cover-up. Sakura stopped her musings, once Kakashi entered with hands on his pockets, greeting everyone. He even greeted the pissed-off Hokage, who was slowly considering punishing the man for his tardiness habit. Top elite my ass, next time I'm sure to punch him in the face to wipe that smile off his. About time you got here, Kakashi. Now, that everyone is here, I'll begin. As you all know, the Akatsuki is a powerful organization whose single goal, or at least what we're aware of, is hunting the Baijuas. Therefore, the Kazekage tried sending a letter to Kumagakur in order to let them know of said threat. The Yondaime Raikage dismissed Gara's concern, though, arguing it to be futile, considering Suna's reputation as the weakest hidden village. Because of the rejection, Gara asked us to assist in convincing the Raikage of the danger posed by the organization. This will be your mission, Team Kakashi. We already arranged a copy of everything Jiraya and Konoha gathered on them to be delivered to the Raikage. The success of this mission is to convince the Raikage to listen to what we have to say, or at least take a look at our file, that's all. It's considered a B-ranked mission. Neither Sakura nor Naruto has been to Kumagakur before, and they smiled at the prospect of visiting another hidden village, besides Sunagakur. Kakashi just picked the sealing scroll with the information on Akatsuki, before turning to the Hokage. What guarantees do we have that the Raikage will even listen to us? If Gara himself signed the letter, then anyone below cage level would receive the same answer. Perhaps, this mission is better suited to Jiraiya-sama or even you Hokage-sama? The fact that Kakashi questioned the Hokage's orders could have irritated anyone in command, but not Tsunade, for the single fact that Kakashi had loads of experience out there and his opinion mattered a lot to her. She indeed thought about what Kakashi had said. Why would the Raikage value more Kakashi's position than the Kazekage himself? Sure, the Yondaime Raikage must have known that Gara was perhaps the youngest shinobi to take the cage's position, and that alone showed a village's weakness. Kakashi, however, was respected by everyone because of his skills and achievements over the years. Surely, if Konoha sent a person like Kakashi to inform Kumo, then they would know that the problem was indeed serious. I thought of that, believe me. First, that pervert is rather difficult to track and I don't want to waste my time finding him and convincing him. Second of all, where Gara is a cage, he's rather inexperienced. The Raikage respects strength, thus upon seeing you, he'll know that something is up. If he still does not believe, then there is nothing we can do except convince the man to accept the information regarding the Akatsuki. As I recall, Kumo has 2 Jinchurikis and one of them happens to be the Raikage's brother. You could use this to, let's say, improve your odds of success. Kakashi nodded, before ushering his team to meet him at the gates. The man vanished soon after, leaving the 3 other members to leave, using the door. Before they left, though, The Hokage ushered Naruto to stay a moment. Yamato left right away, but Sakura remained looking at both Tsunade and Naruto for a few seconds, before leaving as well. Naruto, as strong and skilled as you managed to become under Jiraya's tutelage, this mission won't require any of it. It's a diplomatic assignment involving a cage from another village, hence the rank given. The blonde nodded as he knew where the Hokage was going with this. Indeed, the boy wasn't known for his social skills or his inaptitude to stay silent, opting from time to time to voice his frustrations out loud. He only listened to the woman, though, without responding it right away. Although the Raikage is not known for formalities, let Kakashi do all the talking. I know that you want to protect the other Jinchurikis from being captured, but this is a sensitive situation and needs to be treated as such. Tsunade was reluctant with even assigning this mission, considering the possible ramifications between villages. She didn't want to focus on Akatsuki as well as another war. I understand, Tsunade Bakken. The name itself brought a smile as he continued. I won't open my mouth unless someone asks me a question directly. I do have one question, though, about Sakura. While she is yet to know, I don't believe that Kumo will be secretive about it. What if she hears from the Raikage that I'm also one of them? Wouldn't it be best if she didn't come along? Tsunade nodded and smiled at the question. Something that she never thought would happen, but Naruto did show an improvement in intellect, even if it was inaccurate in this case. Kakashi is aware of this, Naruto. He knows how to talk to others, without giving too much information. Now, seeing as you're now thinking ahead, which I congratulate you for, let's take your suggestion and analyze it, shall we? What would happen if Sakura knew that her entire team was sent on a mission without her? The girl is smart and she'd know something was off, immediately. Afterwards, she would fetch for the reason, and that's where the problem is. She would work hard, but eventually she would have an answer, and it might actually be the actual hidden truth that you don't want her to know about. The blonde nodded with a smile, as he didn't think of the problem from said angle. But before he could acknowledge a response, Tsunade jumped in with another question. Naruto, Sakura is your teammate. If you want her to trust you with protecting you, I believe she must know about it. And it works best if she gets to hear it from you. Naruto looked at the Hokage in surprise at the advice. The decision is yours, Naruto. The law forbids anyone but you from speaking the truth. Take the time from the trip towards Kumo and choose whether you think that Sakura should be made aware of your situation or not. Now, I believe you must be quick in assembling your gear for the trip. It's almost time for you to meet your team. I believe the blonde nodded and left like Kakashi did, using a shunshine, leaving the Hokage alone with her work. She knew that the boy was conflicted about said topic. She knew that it wasn't the topic alone, but rather to whom she asked Naruto to tell. Sakura may be his teammate, but the two shared a history together. Even though Naruto moved on with Yugao, Sakura was still part of his Chunin team. It would be the same with Sasuke, if the damn kid didn't betray Konoha. With Naruto . After leaving Tsunade's office, the blonde went straight home where he packed everything he needed for the trip. He separated some clean clothes, a spare set of kunais and shurikens, some empty scrolls just in case, and his bow staff, and sealed everything inside a larger scroll, before placing it inside a hidden pocket on his special vest. The entire procedure took no longer than 5 minutes, so he had some time before he needed to meet his team for the mission. He went to a small balcony where he just stood, looking towards the clouded sky, at the same time wondering about what the Hokage said about him telling Sakura about the QB. The law created by the third stipulated that only he and he alone could divulge his position as a Jinchuriki. Others, though, would meet the death penalty. Therefore, if he was to inform Sakura, then she wouldn't be able to tell others, unless she wanted to give up her life. That being said, even if he told her, his secret would, in theory, be safe with Sakura. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell her. He was only scared of what would happen if, for some reason, the news reached everyone within Konohamaru. It was a risk that he didn't want to take, thus he supposed it would be better to tell her once they were a few miles away from the village. He also had to tell her about the law. He knew that the chance of her being pissed at him for keeping the information from her was 110%, thus he reasoned he could use the same weapon against Kakashi, when the man questioned about his new skills. Once the time was up for him to leave, he left a note on top of the kitchen table in case Yugao comes looking for him. He didn't have time to tell her personally, but something inside him knew that she wouldn't need a note to know when Naruto was available or away for a mission. Such is the privilege of being an Onbu captain, he smiled. He locked his door and jumped towards the nearby rooftop, towards the gates, but not before greeting the weirdest neighbor ever, one called Mito Guy. As he hopped between buildings, The blonde thought about the Raikage and his personality. Tsunade said that the man was a proud warrior, who only respected strength and skill. He wondered if the man would dismiss Konoha's concerns just as he dismissed Suna's. Having not one but two highly trained Jinchuriki probably let him assume that no organization would be strong enough or even capable of capturing one of Kumo's Jinchurikis. In Naruto's opinion, that way of thinking was ludicrous, considering that one of the Akatsuki members managed to capture Gara and he was the damn Kazekage. No matter how tough the two-tailed and the eight-tailed Jinchuriki were, Akatsuki knew how to deal with them. The known members of the organization possessed powers that could easily subdue any shinobi. Kisame had his sword which was able to eat chakra. Itachi had his main Jinkaiyu Sharingan. The other two they knew were dead, but so far only 4 members were revealed. The others still remain hidden somewhere, but there wasn't a doubt in his mind that they were as powerful as the already known ones, if not more. As soon as he reached the gates where he was supposed to meet his team, Naruto wasn't surprised to see Sakura and Yamato already there, engaged in some sort of conversation. He supposed that Kakashi would take at least another half an hour to arrive. The Chunin wasn't much thrilled about having to wait for Kakashi together with Sakura. If by any measure of bad luck, they run out of topics to talk about, there was a huge possibility that the girl would ask questions about their mission and the Jinchurikis. Naruto wanted to tell her, but he couldn't do it, so close to the village. His presence alerted Sakura and Yamato as they turned to the approaching form of Naruto. The blonde waved at them as he approached their position. "I take it Kakashi-sensei is late once more?" Naruto asked, already coming with a subject to distract Sakura for the time being. No surprise there. It's quite infuriating. The worst part is that we never know what he's doing. Instead of meeting his team, Yamato smirked at this. Apparently, Senpai's tardiness is well known throughout the entire village. The three conversed for a while about multiple topics, ranging from Lightning Country's geography to the respective hidden ninja village called Kumagakure. Naruto thanked the heavens for Sakura's never-ending curiosity about other countries. She didn't stop asking questions to Yamato about Lightning Country and Kumagakure, regarding its population, its shinobi, their skills in combat, among other subjects. Surprisingly, Yamato knew quite a lot about the region, to which Naruto assumed that Yamato was sent there on quite a few occasions to investigate or even, he dared, infiltrate. In the end, Yamato managed to hold Sakura's focus enough time so that when the topic was finished, Kakashi appeared via Shunshine, showing a happy salute to everyone. "You're late, Kakashi-sensei." Everyone flinched at the woman's angry tone, though for one simple reason. Sakura had the Hokage's freakishly strength. One punch could be their end. It didn't mean that Kakashi wouldn't throw his usually lame excuses, though. Sorry about that, Sakura. You see, an old lady was having difficulty carrying her bags, so I decided to help her. Her house was pretty far, though the man was scratching his head in fake embarrassment, but he managed his point across. After a long time doing the same thing over and over again, Kakashi became a professional at being late and inventing lame excuses for such. He, thus, led others to believe that nothing out of the ordinary happened, just like he wished others to think. It wouldn't do for others to know what he really does every day. "Okay team, let's move towards Kumagakure. If we move faster, chances are we reach the village entrance in 3 days. Let's move. Naruto, you take the lead. Sakura and Yamato will be in the middle and I'll take the rear." The team nodded, before they vanished towards Lightning Country's ninja village. In River Country . The battle that took place between Deidara and the ninjas from Konoha ended up leveling a few sectors of the forest near the cave where the Ichibi no Shukaku was almost extracted. There were rocks and debris everywhere as a result of Deidara's final ninjutsu, composed basically of blowing himself up after using his clay. It was quite an ending to a powerful shinobi, blowing himself up in order to take out as many enemies as possible. Unluckily for him, the blast was disrupted by a low-level but quite useful wind jutsu, courtesy of Konoha's Jinchuriki. Suddenly, someone or rather something emerged from the ground. It appeared to be some kind of plant, before a portion of cloth could be seen, as if the plant was wearing clothes. When it fully emerged, the vines opened up, revealing a strange human being, half white and half black. Upon further inspection, a scratched kusagaku headband could be seen, indicating that this man, if he could be called that, was a missing nin. He looked around the destroyed forest for any signs of what he was looking for. The loss of Deidara was a huge blow to Akatsuki, but what was more important was the ring the man wore. Zetsu was sent especially to collect the ring that every Akatsuki member had. Also, he was ordered to get rid of Deidara's body, after he found the ring. His acute hearing caught a faint noise of some rocks being moved, before surprisingly so, Deidara head emerged from the ground, panting from lack of air. Zetsu looked at Deidara and smirked, though his other half wished the man was killed, so they could eat him. It seems you got your ass whooped, Deidara. The dark half said, much to the other half's amusement. The strong voice alerted the Iwa missing Nin, before he turned to meet his comrade Zetsu. Such a delight to see you too, Zetsu, HN. One more word and I'll show you my art. By now, his entire body was out of the ground. Zetsu could see that even if the man managed to survive the explosion, his body took quite a lot of damage and it would take a little while to recover. Deidara, for his part, cursed Konoha for losing. Because of his suicide strategy, he didn't see what happened after he used his technique. He cursed at himself as well for not capturing the Kyubi Jinchuriki, before he remembered the fight. He never knew that Sasori-senpai could be beaten like that. They were equally matched, Kyubi Jinchuriki and Sasori, but it all changed once the Konoha shinobi used the fox's chakra. Sasori didn't have a chance and certainly he didn't as well. Next time, the story will be different, Deidara reasoned. He now had some unfinished business with Naruto. Heaven and earth bridge . A great distance away from the events, a long hooded figure approached the bridge from the west side. The scenery was quite peculiar, as from both sides of the bridge, the same forest could be seen. It looked like a major earthquake happened here some time ago and separated what was once a united land. The mysterious human being looked that no one was on top of the bridge, which to him sounded odd, seeing as his master was quite clear that they were to meet and he knew that when Sasori said something, he meant it. As soon as he stepped on the bridge and walked all the way to the middle, he realized that something wasn't right. He couldn't sense the presence of his master approaching from the other side, which meant that something must have happened to him. He looked briefly to his back and saw the place where his real master was hidden. He gave a brief flare of chakra and immediately Orochimaru appeared behind his second-in-command Kabuto. Orochimaru knew about Sasori's control over Kabuto and managed to break the seal placed by Sasori. He was using this opportunity to kill Sasori once and for all, thus diminish Akatsuki's numbers. A puppet master of Sasori's caliber would be quite troublesome to deal with and the snake Sanin didn't know what Sasori was capable of. So the rumors are true, then, Kabuto said, earning a nod from Orochimaru. It appears so, Kabuto. It was said that Hitake Kakashi and the Kyubi brat managed to defeat Sasori, when he attempted to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki and Kazekage of Sunagakure. It's safe to believe that we are much closer to our goals now with Sasori's death and we didn't have to move a finger to do it. The smile on Orochimaru's face caused his second-in-command to smile as well. For now, Orochimaru and Konoha have a common enemy and seeing that Konoha has defeated not only one member, but two shows that Konoha was prepared to get rid of Orochimaru's enemy for him. Right now, the only hindrance to Orochimaru's life was the organization. And with Konoha defeating them one by one, Orochimaru's opposition vanishes. Let's go back to the base, Kabuto. The sooner that Sasuke-kun is ready, the sooner I can take over his body and finally reach my ambition, Kabuto smirked, before following his master back to their hidden base. Neither of the two spotted the small toad that appeared from below the bridge. Jiraiya managed to follow Orochimaru's trail since he left Rice Country and wondered what he was doing near Grass Country. He heard the conversation and smirked at the fact that Orochimaru was scared of Akatsuki as well. It didn't bode well for him knowing that in a way, Konoha was doing his partner's dirty work. But he couldn't do anything about that. Akatsuki was after Naruto, or rather the beast living inside of him. He couldn't afford to let the organization roam free, even if it means that he, or Konoha, will end up dealing with the enemy of their enemy, Orochimaru. Nevertheless, his mission wasn't to kill Orochimaru, but rather to stop him from taking over Sasuke's body. Tsunade didn't give a rat's ass to the Uchiha's welfare, but she'd rather not allow Orochimaru to possess the Sharingan. The man had orders to kill Sasuke, if he had to. As soon as he realized that no one would spot him, he followed the enemy's trail towards the hidden base. If Sasuke is there, then Jiraiya's mission will be over sooner than he expected. Team Kakashi . 2 days later and Team Kakashi had already crossed Lightning Country's border. From here on out, they were in hostile territory. So, it was mandatory not to attract attention until they reached the entrance of Kumagakure. As soon as the team crossed the border, they noticed the immense changes in scenery compared to Fire Country. Instead of miles and miles of forests, they could see an entire path of mountains surrounded by small rivers on the horizon. The path towards Kumagakure would be harder now considering that in order to cross the field they had to use chakra to jump between mountains. Sakura asked if there wasn't any civilian route towards the village, before Yamato explained that the only one was heavily patrolled by Kumo. Either way, they'll spot us as soon as we use chakra to hop between these mountains. Since the end of the war, Kumagakure opted to increase their ninja capacity, focusing more on increasing the patrols around the country. Sometime, we'll be seen by them anyway. Let's go. Kakashi explained, earning a nod from his team as they jumped towards the nearby mountain. During their travel, Naruto and Sakura observed that clouds would hide the top of the mountains, which was quite interesting because they weren't traveling above the real clouds above. What no one knew, or perhaps only the Chunins, was that the clouds served to hide the special detection seals that allowed Kumo to spot invaders. As soon as the first Konoha shinobi landed on the first mountain, the seal were activated, alerting Kumo. Kakashi's only visible eye indicated that he already knew this. He estimated that they would be approached by a team of Kumo in no more than 2 hours. After passing about 20 miles of mountains, everyone's danger senses tingled. Naruto was the one that acted first, molding his chakra through hand seals. The others, seeing this, trusted their lives on him, gathering closer to his location. Immediately, a rain of shurikens charged at the Konoha group. Naruto was already in position, even before the projectiles appeared. No one expected such hostility from Kumagakure, but seeing as they just trespassed without authorization, ending up justifying said action. Fuuten Shuheki no Jutsu, Wind Release, Wind Barrier Technique. The blonde focused the wind barrier in order to protect all four. The small typhoon projected around them managed to block the shurikens, just as the team landed on one of the mountains to the right. The team of Kumo landed on the mountain from the opposite side as both teams faced each other. It took a few minutes, before Kakashi cleaned his throat and took and stepped forward, as in showing that he was the leader of the team. Immediately, a very gorgeous blonde woman Kunoichi, with breasts as big as Tsunade's, stepped forward as well. Kumo Shinobi, we are here under orders from our Hokage in order to speak with your Raikage. It's of great importance that we deliver him a message. Samui just crossed her arms below her breast. Sharingan no Kakashi, as your Hokage should have known, it's customary to notify Raikage-sama prior to trespassing in our territory. By any means, we should interpret this lack of attention as an act of hostility and respond as such. The woman's voice was rather cold, showing that she had experience and skill to back up any sort of threat. Plus, the fact that she knew Kakashi showed that she didn't have anything against facing him in battle if needed be. The Scarecrow Jounin was by no means an amateur in diplomacy and responded as such. Konoha and Kumagakure are neutral with one another. As such, there is no obligation of a prior notice from the Hokage. The message is of great importance and it concerns Kumagakure greatly. Furthermore, by the way your team greeted us, it can be considered an act of hostility on our part as well. As I remember correctly, we allowed Kumo leniency for crossing our border without permission. Are you now saying that the same courtesy does not apply to Kumagakure? The woman snorted at the response, but the man was right. Here she was hoping to at least win a verbal assault against the famous Sharingan no Kakashi. Plus, looking at the opposite team, she knew that the odds of Kumo winning were quite poor. They had 2 Jounins, whereas she was the only Jounin from her team. Also, she was quite uneasy upon looking at the blonde Chunin from Konoha. Something about his chakra that felt familiar and that worried her greatly. Very well, I'll allow your team to go see the Raikage. But on the condition that we escort you towards the village. Also, I'd advise not to try anything. As soon as we arrive, a team of Onbu will accompany us as well. The entire shinobi population of Kumo could follow them for all Kakashi cared. His mission was only to catch the Raikage's interest regarding Akatsuki and nothing more. His mission didn't require the Raikage to actually act upon his information, but only so that he actually listens and accepts the scroll containing the information. We accept. As soon as Kakashi spoke, the team from Kumo started moving once more towards the village, followed by Team Kakashi. In no time, the clouds became thicker, creating a similar environment to Kirigakure, except that it wasn't exactly a heavy fog. Because of this, it became much more difficult to maneuver throughout the mountains. One of the aspects of being a hidden village is that it must be built in a place that can literally hide the village, so that enemies don't spot it easily. Suna had the desert and desert storms. Konoha was surrounded by forest, thus it was easy for the enemy to get lost or even alert the Onbu patrol before he or she reached the walls. Kirigakure was surrounded by a heavy mist that only those who knew the path managed to find Kirigakure. In order to enter Iwagakure, one had to go through different caves in order to find the right path. And, just invented. Kumagakure was no different, as the clouds made it almost impossible to even spot the village on the horizon. Like Kirigakure, one must know the right path or else they would be lost easily. Nevertheless, the Konoha team focused on a simple formation that allowed everyone to follow the right path. With Kakashi first and Yamato last, he could see if Naruto or Sakura would move away from the right course. The entire trip took more or less 6 hours, before the hidden village finally appeared. The scenery didn't change much from the country's landscape. Several mountains surrounded by river. The Raikage Tower could be seen at the highest mountain, and rest of the village was scattered around the Cage Tower, at the lower mountains. Like the Kumo Jounin promised, as soon as they passed through the village entrance, a squad of the village's Onbu appeared next to Samui, before both teams escorted the team from Konoha. They walked through a path that went from the village entrance directly to the Raikage's tower. Instead of jumping through mountains like before, they choose to walk calmly towards the tower. Like everyone expected, every single citizen from the village, being civilian or shinobi, stopped what they were doing and looked at the shinobis from Konoha. It wasn't every day that such a thing happened, and some wondered what Konoha did to deserve such hostile treatment. Only the shinobi knew that this was basic procedure stated by the Yondaime Raikage. It not only served to prevent any enemy from retaliating but also to show to foreigners the strength of Kumagakure. A third purpose was to scare the enemy, but none of the members from Konoha showed any signs of being affected by said display of hostility. Of course, with 2 Jounins and the Kyubi Jinchuriki, it wouldn't be a good idea to piss them off. It took little more than 10 minutes before the entrance of the Raikage Tower was visible. The leader of the Onbu squad, then, turned to Samui and told her that his squad would accompany Konoha's team from now on. The woman nodded, before her team vanished with a lightning sunshine. He, then, turned to Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi, I expect that you treat Raikage-sama the respect he deserves. If one of your team even dares something, we'll be forced to take action. The Onbu member even raised the killing intent to get his point across. It was useless, however, as Kakashi just focused on his as well. Direct threats to my team will be met with the same level of hostility, Onbu-san. I'll abide by your regulations, no problem. Your threats are unnecessary. The man nodded and ceased his intention before walking inside the tower. The team from Konoha soon followed. Sakura was beginning to cower under the pressure, but she managed to maintain her composure long enough not to show that she was intimidated by such level of aggressiveness. As a medic nin, she wasn't accustomed to facing enemies trying to kill her. The Hokage used her killing intent on occasion, but Sakura, somehow, knew that the woman wouldn't finish her. Against Sasori was different, because the man was focusing in killing Elder Chio, not her. Once inside, the team was surprised to see that inside the Cage Tower was an enormous dojo where a lot of ninjas were found training their taijutsu. The Onbu saw their curiosity and decided to enlighten Konoha for a bit. Raikage-sama created this dojo in order to train our most gifted ninjas. Raikage-sama believes that any shinobi is strong given the appropriate training. Therefore, he established a list of objectives for every ninja under his care. Those who rise above it, gets access to this special dojo and access to high-level techniques. Kakashi and Yamato nodded, while looking at some of the ninja trainees going through some taijutsu katas. Naruto spotted 2 Chunin his size and probably his age, sparring against one another. He smiled upon seeing the well-coordinated moves. He remembered how long he took to perfect his taijutsu and applauded Kumo's mentality. A part of him wished to test his ability against one of these guys. He saw that the area wasn't reserved for taijutsu only, but ninjutsu and kenjutsu as well. He knew from Yugao that Kumagakure managed to train some nice kenjutsu users a couple years back. Perhaps, it started once the Yondaime Raikage started running the village. He was amazed at some elemental techniques that the ninjas practiced. A few he recognized, but others he didn't. His eyes landed on a brunette kunoichi that was performing a long sequence of hand seals, and in front of her was a wooden dummy. Fuuten Suing Fuu Kansei, wind release, twin tornado trap technique. Instantly from both sides of the dummy, 2 tornadoes appeared, before the dummy was massacred under the pressure. Naruto smirked and began taking notes of the technique, hoping to incorporate to his arsenal as well. Briefly looking, he managed to see that it was a close-range technique and the seal sequence wasn't that different from some of his techniques. He turned his attention forward, so that none of the Onbu knew that he was spying on Kumo's techniques. He snorted, though, seeing that they were the ones who brought the team here. Plus, no one would expect someone to simply master a technique just by looking at it. It didn't mean that Naruto couldn't take notes and practice afterward, right? Soon, they reached the stairs that would lead straight to the Raikage's office. Climbing it took quite a while and Konoha team wondered behind the necessity of such a long set of stairs. It took close to 10 minutes, before the office door was visible. The Onbu, then, turned to Kakashi and reminded him to show their respect to the Raikage. The squad soon vanished, but Kakashi and Yamato knew that they just entered the office and hid in the shadows, just like Konoha Onbu did. When the door opened, the team from Konoha took a moment to see the Raikage's office and it didn't look much different than the Hokage's. The room was a bit more spacious and a few couches could be seen next to some shelves on the left corner. The Kage's desk, like Konoha, was placed near the back window. They all assumed that every Kage enjoyed getting up and looking at their village from the office. Now what was really shocking was seeing a man with white robes and the trademark Kage hat in front of them, and he was doing some biceps workout with weights that would probably be equivalent to a normal human being's on each side of the iron bar. So, it was quite surprising when this morning I found out that a team of Konoha tried to reach our village without my consent. His face was shadowed because of the lack of light in the room, but when it showed, the team from Konoha had a better look at his appearance, white hair and a thin mustache. The man showed his teeth a lot, Naruto mused. The Raikage used to scream a lot instead of speak, so it wasn't surprising that he would snarl at the enemy. He had the body build to carry any sort of threat though, not to mention that the man was a Kage-level shinobi. His proficiency with lightning jutsu was what placed him behind this desk. The Raikage needed less than 5 seconds to study the team brought before him, before landing his eyes on the most immediate threat of the bunch, Kakashi. So Hatake Kakashi, tell me, what was the Hokage thinking by sending someone like you to my beloved Kamagakure? Kakashi took a step forward and bowed in respect to the man, before looking at the Kage directly in the eye, which earned him even more respect from the Kage. The Raikage respected strength after all. Greetings Raikage-sama, first of all I'd like to extend Konoha's gratitude that you freed your busy schedule to attend us. And please bear in mind that the reason of us being here is of great importance. Given the fact that Akatsuki's. I'll stop you right there Sharingan no Kakashi and ask if this is related to my dismissing the Kazekage's letter concerning some no-name organization composed of S-ranked nins, which according to him, is after the tailed beasts. The smirk on the man's face indicated that he didn't need much of an answer and must have treated Gara's letter with the same smirk on his face. There was a time when Konohagakure was considered the strongest of the 5 great hidden villages. I've come to respect a great number of shinobis from Konoha. The Shadaime, his brother Nidaime, Hiruzen that old monkey, which was a great friend of mine and possibly the strongest shinobi of his time. The Yondaime Hokage was undefeated and even your father Konoha's White Fang. Now to see such a village cowering because of one organization composed of what, 9 shinobi even if they were rumored to be S-ranked nin, it's quite pitiful. I'll give Konoha the same answer that I gave to Suna. The comment even raised a few snorts from the man's secretary and even some of the hidden Onbu team, but none of the Konoha team was amused. In fact, Naruto was livid, but managed to control himself in front of the Raikage. However, the man wasn't Kage for nothing and looked at him the same instant. You even have the Kyuubi Jinchuriki right there and you're still cowering. As soon as the comment reached everyone's ears, Sakura was the one that looked at Naruto with worry. Flashback on. After one day of traveling, Team Kakashi decided to stop for 20 minutes. Naruto took this opportunity and called Sakura to talk with him alone for a while. Kakashi and Yamato already knew this was bound to happen sometime and it was better that he did it now, because surely the Raikage would, if he didn't. And the impact would be quite large on the level of confidence between one another. The law estimated that only Naruto could tell the truth about his condition and such, he would have to tell not only Sakura, but everyone he felt that needed to know. Naruto and Sakura walked for a while, before they reached a small lake surrounded by thick trees. What is it that you want to tell me, Naruto? The look in his eyes showed her that whatever the topic was, it was quite serious. The blonde for his part, didn't want to tell her right now. But for the sake of the mission and for her trust in future times, he had to. Sakura, I was actually planning on telling you this on a later date, but seeing what this mission involves, I believe you have the right to hear it from me before you hear it from someone else, worst yet, someone you don't know. The woman nodded and surprisingly so, didn't utter a word in response. She never saw such seriousness in his look and it frightened her greatly. Ever since they met at the academy, the blonde was always this happy-go-lucky idiot who smiled every day for no reason at all. They grew up and still the blonde smiled at her. Only when he came back from his trip did he change and it wasn't subtle as she had thought it would be. Naruto took her silence as authorization to explain. Our mission is to inform the Raikage of the Akatsuki organization so that he could better protect the Jinchuriki under his care, the 2-tailed demon cat and the 8-tailed ox. There is a special reason, however, why the Hokage picked our team to act as messenger for the Raikage. Like Gara, I happen to be a Jinchuriki as well. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sakura widened her eyes slowly as her mouth in dire shock. Instantly, her memories started showing her images of their interactions together. The fight at Wave Country, the Chunin exams, when Naruto used some mysterious red chakra and fought a man that Sasuke couldn't hope to defeat, using his bare hands. She also remembered that when their team roamed through Konoha, the villagers would look at the blonde with hatred. Back then, she thought nothing of it, but now everything was explained. She, then, racked her brain in order to remember any event in Konoha concerning a tailed beast. It didn't take her more than 10 seconds, before she looked at Naruto. You're the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Naruto could pick up her shocked tone and could only nod as her mind was making its own conclusions. But, why you didn't tell me before? Why does everyone say the beast was killed by the Yondaime Hokage 16 years ago? Naruto sighed and looked at her eyes for a moment. He didn't care as much if the woman would loathe him like some in the village still do. Still, some part of him figured that explaining to her in a way that wouldn't take away from their relationship as teammates at least. He went into teacher mode, remembering the explanation given to him by the Sandaime Hokage a long time ago. The Kyuubi no Yoko was a creature made entirely of energy. It didn't have a physical form. Thus, the only way for him to deal with the creature was to seal it somewhere. An object wouldn't be able to hold such a strong chakra, and surely no scroll would be able to. Despite her shock, she heard every word. Therefore, the only option the Yondaime Hokage had was to seal the beast into a human being. A grown-up, with his chakra coils already developed, wouldn't be able to sustain the power as well, so that left a newborn for the sacrifice. It happens that I was the only one born that day. Thus, with a heavy heart, as the Sandaime Hokage explained, he sealed the Kyuubi no Yoko in me and sacrificed himself for the procedure. What you might be asking right now is why the real truth wasn't revealed to the population, right? The Sandaime Hokage thought best at the time to create a half-truth to be taught at the academy and forbid anyone from telling our generation of what really happened. I'm the only one who was able to tell the truth. Naruto couldn't finish the explanation before Sakura slapped him in indignation. The blonde took the blow without even lifting his arm to stop it. He just looked at her, then. He was about to turn his back away from her, figuring that like others, she would hate him when she screamed at him once more. Why didn't you tell me, you idiot? We're supposed to be teammates. I don't care if you're a goddamn Jinchuriki, what I care about is you, Baka. Despite the verbal slapping, Naruto smiled at her typical response. It's not exactly something you speak so easily about, is it? What did you propose I did? Invited you for some ramen and on the way, say, hey Sakura, guess what, the Kyuubi isn't dead and it's living inside me right now. Her face showed more indignation, but at least the tone wasn't so serious anymore. After Naruto explained, Sakura bombarded him with questions, which he answered without holding back information. It was needed for the sake of the mission. Flashback off. Kakashi cleared his throat and decided to use some of the big guns in order to convince the man. Raikage-sama, I trust that the letter sent by the Kazekage didn't tell you some of their names, am I right? Kakashi didn't have to wait for the man's response, before he started with the small but very powerful list of the names. The first member Konoha knew belonged to the organization was none other than Uchiha Itachi, who single-handedly killed his entire clan in one night. Next on the list is Hoshigaki Kisame, former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Hidden Mist, responsible for murdering a great number of high nobles from Water Country. The first two names already managed to drop the Raikage's smirk as he listened to Kakashi. Recently, Suna was attacked by two new members. One is called Deidara of the Hidden Rock and Akasuna no Sasori. All four of them are S-ranked missing ninjas. These were the names that we already know of, and there are 5 more members whose identities remain a mystery thus far. However, it's safe to say that are at least as powerful as the first ones, if not more. With all due respect, Raikage-sama, even if you didn't show us any, the power of this organization is enough to concern any leader who cares about a shinobi. I trust that one of the Jinchurikis is your brother, correct? Now what would you do if he was captured by them? The sudden silence that reached the room was quite deafening, but Kakashi wasn't yet finished. His mission didn't only involve warning the Raikage, but making him accept Konoha's information on Akatsuki. The information regarding Sasori's death was inside the scroll, so the scarecrow Jounin didn't feel the need to tell the Raikage. Now, Raikage-sama, I have here very detailed information regarding the members' known abilities and history as well. Information that if taken into consideration, could save your brother and the two-tailed Jinchuriki ni Yugito. The Raikage looked at the scroll in Kakashi's hand and almost unconsciously reached for it. The man's pride was as big as his muscles and his confidence in Kumo's shinobi had no precedence. However, after hearing those names, the man doubted if he could beat one of them, let alone two. Suddenly, his eyes recovered the usual fiery explosion, before he looked at Kakashi. You brought some new information I wasn't aware of, Kakashi. However, in order for me to accept your scroll, there is a condition. Kakashi maintained his composure, but inside he was cursing the man in front of him. He knew what the condition would be, as he knew the Raikage's character. If your Jinchuriki wins a battle against my brother, then I'll accept the scroll. Kakashi didn't know how to respond, but when he looked at Naruto's face and saw a pleasant smirk, he sighed in dismay. I'm sure this boy will be the death of me sooner than I expected. Condition accepted. Raikage-sama. Chapter 15, Battle of Titans. As soon as Kakashi accepted the duel, the Raikage smiled and called one of his ambus to come forward. It was the same shinobi that escorted Kakashi's team towards the Raikage's office as he appeared from a small lightning current and kneeled in front of his master. What can I do for you, Raikage-sama? Go call my brother and tell him to meet me in 2 hours at the Hateshine no Tanama, Endless Valley. That place will be perfect for a battle between Jinchurikis. Please tell him everything that was discussed here. The Yonbu, if possible, kneeled some more, before he vanished just as the Raikage started addressing the team from Konoha. This place I picked for the battle is quite fitting, because of the lack of possible accidents happening because of the fight. If you boy are anything like my brother, then chances are that if the battle were to happen close to the village, I'd have to spend quite a lot of money and resources, rebuilding this village. This place I've chosen is a clean field filled with small mountains, perfect for a battle of the magnitude I'm expecting. Kakashi nodded as he somehow knew that they were supposed to be following the Raikage himself towards the location, hence why he didn't ask anything. The huge man got up from his desk and walked towards the door, being followed by two new ambus that appeared out of nowhere. Team Kakashi followed suit as Naruto and Kakashi started a discussion with one another. Kakashi knew next to nothing about the Raikage's brother, hence why he couldn't aid Naruto in terms of any prior information. He knew, though, that the man was a seasoned jounin of Kumagakure and quite possibly has as much experience as Kakashi himself in terms of shinobi skills. He debated with himself if letting Naruto fight the eight-tailed Jinchuriki was such a good idea. He wondered if perhaps he would be a more suitable fighter to represent Konoha, more specifically, the village's strength, which would convince the Raikage into accepting the info on Akatsuki. Another thing that worked against him at the moment was his lack of information regarding Naruto's current skills, something he loathed now more than ever. The blonde turned out to be as mysterious as his own sensei, and Kakashi never thought he would feel this way. From what he so far knew, Naruto had mastery over water and wind ninjutsu, as well as quite a proficiency in bojutsu. He could use up to 2 taels worth of the Kyuubi's chakra without losing his focus, but outside of that, nothing more. And he somehow knew that Naruto barely scratched the surface of what he could do. At least, that's what he presumed, seeing as Naruto was trained by a Sannin. What are you thinking, Naruto? Another thing that he loathed right now was being unable to read Naruto's mind like he used to in the past. I'm trying to predict the eight-tailed Jinchuriki's skills. I bet he probably has mastery over Raiten ninjutsu, being a Kumo shinobi. If that's true, then my Fuuten will have the advantage. I know that he is your age, Kakashi-sensei, so he must be twice as experienced as me. Not to mention that, like me, chakra won't be an issue for him, meaning that this fight could take quite a while to finish. Anything more than this would be speculating, and that is not advisable, seeing who I'm up against. Who's to say I'm not going to fight against the demon, in control of his body? Also, if he, perhaps, had more control over his demon than I do. We'll have to see the man first, before making any more conclusions. Kakashi listened to the blonde the entire time without even correcting his analysis. His only visible eye looked aloof to the situation, but on the inside, he took everything the blonde said and thought it to be correct. When it came to Jinchurikis, he guessed that Naruto had more experience, seeing as he fought against Gara 4 years ago. Suddenly, he felt more confident in his students' chances of winning. The rest of the team remained silent, though, as they followed the Raikage throughout the crowded streets of Kumagakure. Quite soon, they would have to travel throughout the mountains as the fight would occur far from the village. Sakura looked at her teammate with worried eyes as she pondered on what she knew about the ninja from Kumagakure. The village itself wasn't discussed with the Lady Hokage. In fact, she remembered hearing the village's name only 2 times, with the first being Kumo's early attempt in gathering the Byakugan by kidnapping Hinata a long time ago. The other happened when a missing nin from Kumo was caught trespassing within Konoha's walls once. Besides these 2 times, she didn't know much about the hidden village. Suddenly, she felt useless for not being able to help her teammate. She settled, then, in hearing the conversation between Naruto and Kakashi. Naruto, even if this battle represents a show-off of Konoha's skills, don't forget that your goal is to beat your opponent. Therefore, don't show your techniques ahead of time and try to gauge his skills before devising a plan of battle. I trust that Jiraiya taught you well, in studying your opponent. Kakashi reasoned that the blonde was as ready as he would ever be against Kumo's 8-tailed Jinchuriki. He only hoped that Naruto knew some bits of information before acting rashly. This was the last habit that Kakashi believed was still present in Naruto's character. It somewhat unnerved him when Naruto smirked at him, instead of acting insulted like he did before. You worry too much, Kakashi-sensei. We have yet to arrive at the location and see my opponent. We can gather a lot of information even before the fight begins. Uro-sensei did teach me a lot about studying the adversary. The silver-haired Jounin nodded when the Raikage stopped in front of them. From this point forward, we'll travel throughout the mountains. The valley is 10 miles from our position. The entire trip took no more than half an hour, before the team entered the place known as Infinite Valley, according to the Raikage. Its name sure gave the location credit. It was a plain field surrounded by mountains, and because of the horizon no one could see the end of the valley. Indeed, it would be a perfect battlefield for 2 shinobi to waste their never-ending chakra capacity. Clearly, the Raikage didn't wish to see any of the Jinchurikis worried about destroying anything. As they ran throughout the clearing, a large rock started to appear in the middle of the field. As the group reached the rock, they could spot what appeared to be 2 human beings standing on top of it. One was the Anbu that left the Raikage's office. The other one, who everyone assumed to be the 8-tailed Jinchuriki, was a rather interesting sight. Both his skin and hair color were similar with the Raikage's, proving their relationship as brothers. The man known as Kirabai wore dark cargo pants and a white Kumo Jounin vest and white boots. What caught Naruto's eye the most was the 7 scabbards beginning on his back and ending on Kirabai's waist. Naruto knew it was common for ninjas to fight with 2 swords at a time, but he never knew people could use 7 swords at the same time. He knew that, should the need arise, he'd need to find a way to get rid of the swords. It's not like he can position all 8 swords without wasting some time, and Naruto would have to capitalize on that. When they all landed on top of the rock, Kirabai looked at Naruto and immediately began some kind of dance, flipping his arms in an awkward manner, while greeting Naruto again in an awkward manner. Hey ho, 9-0. Afterward, he showed his fist to Naruto, who for his part looked at the man like he was crazy. He actually didn't know the man's mannerisms, but at least he did what Kirabai wanted and greeted him with his fist as well. Kirabai seemed to like this if the broad smile on his face was any indication. Naruto could feel the comforting aura that exuded from this man, and he couldn't help but smile at him in return. It was a rather uncommon sight between past enemies, Kumo and Konoha, to simply bump fists as if they were best friends with each other. Since both were Jinchurikis, everyone guessed that a bond was formed between them where words mattered very little. It was the same when Naruto met Gara and they bonded. Kirabai, the Raikage said, interrupting the bonding moment between perhaps the strongest Jinchurikis in existence, according to the tales, at least. As I trust my Anbu explained to you, Konohagakure came forward with information on some new organization named Akatsuki that is after the tailed beasts. I proposed a duel between you and this kid, so I can see with my eyes, Konoha's strength. I trust that you will carry Kumo's strength and show this brat how a true Jinchuriki fights. The jab was of course meant to affect Naruto, destabilizing him prior to the fight. But the blonde just smirked and, once more, extended his fist to Kirabai. Let's have a good match, Kirabai-san, let the best Jinchuriki win. Kirabai once more smiled at the blonde and met his fist with a smile on his face. Kakashi was silent the entire time, but he was smiling at his student behind the mask. He could see both tailed beasts staring at one another from behind their respective hosts. He knew next to nothing about the Hachibi, but he guessed that it must have the same ability as the Kyubi, at least where the host was concerned, vast amounts of chakra. He also spotted the swords and was amazed that he could control 8 at the same time. It would be quite a show, he thought. Both Jinchurikis jumped from the rock towards the plain field below as they stared at one another for some time. Suddenly, and much to the Raikage's dismay, his brother started dancing around, while rapping. I've got spare power and my appeal is glowing, 8 tails the bridge, Kirabai, that's me. Yeah. It was the last word that came from his mouth, before he vanished towards Naruto with speeds that far surpassed the Chunin's. As soon as he was within reach of the blonde to strike, though, something slowed him down, allowing Naruto to see the movements and block the strike accordingly. The blonde followed with a sequence of his own punches, but Kirabai blocked them without much trouble. Kirabai blocked both of Naruto's punches, before holding one of his wrists and using the other arm to punch Naruto in the face. At the last moment, though, the blonde used a quick kawarimi with a stone nearby and appeared behind Kirabai, attempting to aim a straight kick on his opponent's head. Kirabai barely managed to block the kick, a bit disoriented because of the smoke generated by the replacement technique. Naruto, though, managed to hold the man in place as he made a single cage bunshine that appeared behind Kirabai and managed to land a strong chakra-induced punch at his stomach. Kirabai's feet were dragged a considerable distance, allowing space for Naruto to make an attack of his own. Quickly unleashing 4 shurikens from his vest, he threw them at Kirabai, before making a brief sequence of hand seals. Fuuten Repiso, Wind Release, Gale Wind Palm Technique. The shurikens doubled in speed, forcing Kirabai to use chakra through his legs to dodge them. Because of the close proximity, he managed to dodge 3 with the 4, causing a considerable slash on his right arm. Showing that he wasn't fazed by the wound, Kirabai charged once more, this time, grabbing a kunai and charging it with lightning chakra, much to Kakashi's surprise, seeing as the level of lightning manipulation needed for such an attack would be tremendous. He doubted if he could accomplish something like this. Just when Kirabai was with striking distance once more, the same propelling force slowed him down, allowing Naruto to dodge his movements, long enough to manipulate the air around himself and form a small wind barrier. Eventually, he pumped a little more chakra into the air, further increasing the velocity of nature. By this time, Kirabai was captured by the wind and couldn't do anything as Naruto finished a new sequence of hand seals. Fuuten Suresu no Tatsumaki, Wind Release, Slicing Tornado Technique. It was an assassination technique and one of the deadliest in his arsenal, but he knew soon enough that the man wouldn't be fazed by such an open act of hostility. The log sliced in front of him showed him that Kirabai was just messing with him. Sure enough, his opponent appeared a few meters behind his earlier position with a smile on his face, while crossing his arms. The smile on his face showed that he was having fun. Inside, he at least knew that Kyubi Jinchuriki's main skill was with wind techniques. Kirabai admitted that he didn't have much experience against wind users as he happened to be a lightning user. Ninjutsu wouldn't be his choice of action, then. The wound caused by the Repiso technique was already healed by the Hachibi as Kirabai pondered on what to do against the Jinchuriki. He was still bothered by this invisible force that seemed to slow him down for enough time, which allowed Naruto to follow his movements. Back at the audience. The Raikage saw every move taken and frankly wasn't very impressed with the blonde's abilities so far. He snorted and turned to Kakashi, who, as always, looked like he didn't give a rat's ass about anything. I'd say so far, your Jinchuriki doesn't show much promise, Sharingan no Kakashi. I expected much from someone who was trained by both you and the Sannin Jiraiya. If Kakashi was surprised that the Raikage knew that, he didn't show it, but he had faith that Naruto still had a lot more to show. He knew what Naruto was doing as he remembered the time when his team traveled to Sunagakure prior to them rescuing Gara. He also knew that Naruto's opponent was perplexed as to the actual cause. The thing about wind is that it is unpredictable and Kakashi couldn't find a more suitable shinobi to grasp the true behavior of said force of nature. The fight has barely begun. Raikage-sama and Kirabai already had to resort to a quick kawarimi to escape Naruto's jutsu. From my perspective, I'd say that your brother doesn't show much promise as well. Few had the audacity of turning the game on a cage and the man just settled to observe the fight without throwing more comments. Naruto x Kirabai . Kirabai suddenly started dancing one more time, while rapping. Hey ho, 9-0, you got some nice moves, now let me show what I, 8-0 can do. He screamed in victory once more before charging once more at Naruto. Picking a great deal of shurikens, he charged them with lightning chakra and threw them all together at the blonde while at the same time charging with the intent to land a powerful hit on Naruto. Unfortunately for Naruto, he couldn't dodge the incoming projectiles, while at the same time follow his opponent's moves. He managed to dodge the shurikens and was about to lift his arm to block Kirabai's incoming punch. The man smiled as he punched Naruto's arm, thus taking it off the way, while flipping his entire body and landing a fierce flying kick that hit Naruto straight on his chest. The Kyubi Jinchuriki was sent flying, while Kirabai followed to the blonde's destination. Once Naruto was reached, Kirabai tried continuing the blow with a knee uppercut, but once more, the strange force slowed his movements, allowing the blonde to stop his knee and get away from the attack range. He took his bow staff in less than a second and managed to land a powerful hit on Kiribai's side stomach, followed by a 2-hit sequence that finished with him using the tip of the staff and connected with Kiribai's upper chest, taking some air out of him as he was sent flying as well. Immediately, searching for an advantage, Naruto quickly reached for a scroll inside his vest. After opening, he threw it on the ground and stepped right on the kanji sign. Suddenly, water started pouring from within the seal, as Naruto threw his bow staff to the air, while performing some hand seals. Suten Sweryu Udan no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Dragon Projectile Technique. The water below him transformed into a gigantic creature of water as it charged hungrily at Kiribai. The attack surprised the 8-tailed Jinchuriki, seeing as this region didn't have a nearby water source for a jutsu of this caliber. Nevertheless, he supposed it was enough playing around. The Kyubi Jinchuriki proved that he couldn't be underestimated. If the little dude was this skilled without his Baijuu, Kiribai wondered what he could do once by the Kyubi chakra's influence. Focusing a bit of the Hachibi's chakra, Kiribai crossed his arms while the creature of water approached his position. Suddenly, what appeared to be 2 tentacles coming from his back. The extra pair of limbs destroyed the water dragon technique, much to Naruto's newfound interest. The tentacles must be a part of the Hachibi and Kiribai managed to use it. He wondered if he could materialize Kyubi's tails as well. Kiribai just walked towards Naruto. "I think we're done warming up. Hey 9-0, I will play with you baby." Kiribai used his right hand and threw 2 swords up in the air, followed by the rest, in order to position them according to this style. Naruto was waiting for this and quickly managed a quick sequence of hand seals, once more using the Repiso technique. He managed to divert his technique to the falling swords. And just like he expected, with his technique, it ended up propelling his opponent's swords far away from the battlefield, leaving a shocked Kiribai with only 2 of the 7 initial swords. Naruto smirked at his plan and grabbed his bow staff once more. "Sorry about that Kiribai-san, I just don't have the skill to fight against 7 swords at the same time. I hope you don't mind fighting with 2, instead?" A great distance away, the Raikage was suddenly pissed at his brother's stupid actions. He always told him to learn a new way of positioning his swords without throwing all of them up in the air like that. Strangely, so far, only the Kyubi Jinchuriki sought to take advantage of the situation, but still. Back to the fight in hand, Kiribai smirked and positioned himself in a battle stance holding his 2 swords. Naruto could see that the swords were glowing with blue energy, just like the kunai was. He did the same with his bow staff, focusing wind chakra through it, hardening the metal in order to face Kiribai's twin sword style. He knew that if the man knew how to use 7 swords, he wouldn't have much trouble using 2. At least, Naruto's eyes could follow 2 swords better than 7. Before he could ponder much longer, Kiribai vanished from his position, surprising the blonde as he positioned his bow staff in order to protect his entire body. Just when the Hachibi Jinchuriki was inches from attacking, though, he stopped and looked at the blonde with strange interest. Naruto wondered what just happened, before the man smiled. "You using wind chakra to restrain my movements, aren't ya?" Kiribai asked, before Naruto's eyes widened upon being caught. It didn't last long, though, as he smiled and nodded. "I was hoping to fool you a bit longer, guess you couldn't be fooled like the others." Their position wasn't so far from the rock, which allowed everyone to hear Kiribai's discovery. The Raikage widened his eyes, finding respect for the Kyubi Jinchuriki for his ability with wind chakra. Expelling wind chakra throughout his body like that, Naruto managed to slow down the enemy's movement so that it would appear that the fight was even, if his opponent was faster than him. But if the Kyubi Jinchuriki knew how to do this, then he could easily use this skill to increase his own speed. It must be another secret ability he plans to use against the Raikage's brother. Turning to Kakashi, he now knew why the man placed so much confidence in a teenager. Naruto may not possess experience, but he had skills to back him up. Back to the fight, the 2 Jinchurikis were smiling at each other. "Quite the skill you have there, 9-0. "Thank you, however just because you figured out what I did, it doesn't mean you found out everything there is to know about me. Wind chakra is considered the most powerful and most unpredictable of all elements for a reason," Naruto said, before he attacked Kiribai using his bow staff. He loaded the staff with wind chakra and aimed it towards Kiribai's shoulder, in order to break some bones. The man, though, managed to block the attack. He was surprised, once more, when Naruto started moving faster all of a sudden. His movements forced Kiribai to increase the rhythm as now the battle was transformed into a close-ranged one. Their speeds were faster than Kakashi could see, hence why he used his Sharingan to follow. Sakura was lost since the beginning of the fight and Yamato was having trouble like Kakashi did without his Sharingan. The Raikage, being used to similar speeds, could follow the match. He smirked, knowing that his assumptions about Naruto were correct. Not only can the boy use wind chakra to restrain the opponent's movements, but also to increase his speed by lowering the air resistance around him. The boy was trained well, the Raikage reasoned. The two Jinchuriki were at each other, with both precise and fast moves. No one could tell who was winning, because for every hit Naruto landed with his bow staff, Kirabai managed to scratch Naruto's skin as well. It soon became apparent that if nothing changed, then either Kiribai's bones would crack under the pressure of Naruto's powerful wind blows or Naruto would lose more blood than what was safe. Seeing as both managed to speak freely with their Baijuas allowed them to realize the consequences of keeping this up. Both backed away and Naruto used the momentary distance to make a long series of hand seals for a very powerful technique of his. Fuutanatsugai, wind technique, pressure damage technique. Suddenly, around his body, a dome of wind was created as it expanded towards Kirabai and the others, obliterating everything in its radius. The technique even reached the rock, forcing the people on top of it to scatter as to not get caught. When the technique was over, Naruto saw that Kirabai was nowhere to be seen. His eye wandered through every possible direction as he positioned his bow staff in a defensive position in case Kirabai appeared with a surprise attack. Little did he know, though, that the Hachibi Jinchuriki took advantage of the wide field and created a very long distance, both in order to escape from Naruto's technique and prepare for a ninjutsu. Said jutsu required a long series of hand seals and a few minutes of concentration, thus Kirabai knew that Naruto would charge once he feels the chakra. The distance would serve to give him time for his, or rather Kumagakure's latest triumph. Actually, besides him only his brother could perform the technique since the chakra capacity required for it is quite large. Kirabai was having a blast so far and he wasn't even sad that he couldn't use his sword style. The Kyubi Jinchuriki was full of surprises, he reasoned. He began with a series of hand seals, while molding a great amount of chakra. Suddenly, Naruto and the others felt the sudden spike in chakra. Immediately, the blonde charged towards the location where Kirabai was, only to see him holding the dragon seal. Raiten Raryudan no Jutsu, lightning release, lightning dragon projectile technique. His entire body was engulfed in electricity, as the creature appeared on top of his head. Kirabai was increasing the chakra necessary for the technique. Naruto could see that the creature was growing in size until it easily reached 10 meters high. The blonde didn't even try to see the creature's length as he began doing hand seals. He doubted that said technique would be enough to stop Kiribai's attack, but it was his only choice at the moment. He didn't find anything to replace himself with, nor would it do any good to summon Kage Bunshine to be used as replacement. The amount of energy gathered by the Hachibi Jinchuriki would surely cause a lot of damage to this field. The least he could do was to block the attack with one of his techniques and hope for the best. As soon as the beast's creation was finalized, Kirabai smirked at the Kyubi Jinchuriki and unleashed his creation. It was at this time that the wind around Naruto increased in speed. Fuutankaze no Tate, wind release, wind shield technique. As soon as the lightning monster reached Naruto, an amazing tornado circled around him. The creature collided with the wind barrier and an explosion soon followed, which could be seen from a long distance. The audience was shocked at the bright flash of light that engulfed them, before the land started to disintegrate in front of them. The Raikage and the Anbu was long gone from the paw of destruction and the others would too if Sakura decided to trust her instincts and get the hell away from there. Both Kakashi and Yamato moved quickly to save her. Yamato used a simple earth wall in front of Sakura while Kakashi grabbed her and got all of the way. The wall wasn't enough to stop the path of destruction, but at least allowed them time to save the Chunin. The debris caused by the attack was enough to alter the landscape a bit. Kirabai smirked upon seeing the result of his jutsu, before doing a victory dance, seeing as the Kyubi Jinchuriki was nowhere to be seen. Much to his momentary dismay, but happiness, a pile of rocks was pushed away, revealing a rather bruised Naruto. His clothes were a rag and one side of his vest was missing. The blonde, for his part, wondered what would have happened to him if he hadn't lifted the wind barrier. I applaud you for escaping alive from Dabom 9-0, but from here on out, it's time for the 8-0. Naruto saw the man using the demon's chakra since the red cloak surrounded him. He could see 8 tails behind him and was marveled at the man for his control over the beast. Suddenly, without warning, the Hachibi Jinchuriki vanished from sight and landed a powerful strike at Naruto's chest, which opened a big hole on his chest. His screaming echoed throughout the valley, which worried Kakashi, Sakura, and Yamato. The Raikage, though, smirked upon seeing the Raryudan technique that he invented being used by his brother. With Jiraiya == The little toad stopped jumping as soon as he saw Orochimaru and Kabuto entering the cave. It suddenly opened his mouth, allowing the perverted Sannin to emerge. He appreciated the toad's help and looked at the seemingly empty cave in front of him. It was strange and totally against Orochimaru's profile. Normally, every base had its guards blocking the entrance, but now he couldn't see anything. It could easily be a trap, he reasoned. One would enter the cave, only to be slaughtered by hidden traps or even hidden shinobi. In any case, Jiraiya wouldn't need to worry. However, his mission didn't involve being caught. Doing a couple hand seals, he slammed his right hand on the ground, until a considerably sized hole was created, allowing him to enter the base from below the ground. It didn't take 5 minutes before he found an entrance he could use. Once inside the base, he walked towards the wall of the empty room and looked around a bit. As usual, the place looked like a maze, as Orochimaru always made his base to be. Jiraiya loathed him, but he had to admit that the snake Sannin knew what he was doing. The pervert wouldn't put it past him that he would be able to accomplish his objective without resistance. Trusting that his path was clear, he laid a hand on the ground, in order to sense Sasuke's chakra. He needed to avoid both Kabuto and Orochimaru for the time being and focus on finding Sasuke's location. With Naruto . Just after, probably, the toughest pain Naruto endured, his consciousness was immediately transferred inside the seal as he started at the almighty figure known as Kyubi no Yoko. He could see true displeasure looking at him from behind the cage as he knew the creature's pride was larger than its own size. The blow to its pride was probably due to his host apparently losing a battle against the Hachibi Jinchuriki. Despite knowing it was risky, the fight was going according to the blonde's plan and he now had the upper hand. "I know you have a plan, brat. But if you receive any more of a beating from the Hachibi, then I'll get out of this cage and beat the shit out of you." The fox admitted that the plan was sound and he knew that if Naruto managed to complete it, then the Hachibi would be defeated, but this alone didn't satisfy the fox. The boy just smirked at his inmate and nodded. "Okay furball, for now give me 1 tael worth of chakra. This alone will protect me from the attacks. Also with my skills in wind chakra, my speed will double." "Okay brat, you have it." Kirabai stopped dancing immediately once he sensed the usage of demonic chakra in front of him. He noticed the wound on Naruto's chest healing at an impressive rate and smirked. It was time for the real battle between Jinchurikis, he reasoned. Kirabai used his superior speed and vanished, appearing behind Naruto. The blonde, for his part, used his ability with wind chakra, much stronger now with the fox's chakra, and managed to slow Kirabai's movements. Naruto used his bow staff and smashed it on Kirabai's chest. He followed with a sequence of blows, not allowing any movement in retaliation from his opponent. Getting annoyed, Kirabai focused on bursting his chakra, which managed to send Naruto flying. The blonde just used his momentum and flipped his body, before using chakra on his limbs to charge and diminishing the air resistance in front of him. His speed quadrupled and Kirabai was having trouble following. The audience was lost as well, with Kakashi being the only one, because of the Sharingan. Even then, he wondered how faster he would be once he used a third tail. As soon as he reached Kirabai's position, he tried landing a powerful bow staff strike only for Kirabai to block it and land 4 tails right on Naruto's face. The blonde smirked seeing as his chakra cloak managed to protect him. He did the same maneuver once more, this time appearing behind the Hachibi Jinchuriki, this time with a small piece of paper in his right hand to which Kirabai didn't notice. The movement was so fast, but Kakashi managed to see Naruto's plan and smirked behind his mask. This fight was as good as is now. Kirabai turned and saw the blonde aiming his bow staff at his shoulder and blocked it. Out of the blue, though, he felt something weird. His chakra cloak simply vanished and he couldn't hear the Hachibi inside of him. He looked at the smirking Jinchuriki in front of him and asked what the hell happened. He could see 2 more tails growing behind Naruto and his whisker marks getting more defined. He maintained the smirk, as his canines started growing to that of a beast. His hair was even more spiked as he fell on the floor like a canine. Once the transformation was over, Naruto decided to explain. His voice came out different and everyone could feel the malevolent chakra leaking from the blonde. Training under a seal master has its perks. For instance, Sensei devised a seal that cuts the link between Jinchuriki and tailed beast. He created it in order for others to use it on me in case I ever lost control to the Kyubi. Now that you don't have the Hachibi to protect you, it's my turn to strike. As soon as Naruto spoke, he vanished and started beating the defenseless Kirabai ruthlessly. The Raikage didn't know with whom he was angrier, his brother for falling victim to such a cheap trick or the Kyubi Jinchuriki who right now was treating his brother like a punching bag. He was about to end the fight when Kakashi explained what Naruto was doing to Kirabai. You needn't worry about your brother Raikage-sama. I can see that Naruto isn't loading his punches with the demon chakra. However, you do well to conclude that his fight is long over and Naruto is the victor. The Raikage disguised his preoccupation for his brother with an angry snort. He was about to concede, when he felt a very familiar chakra, all of a sudden. He recognized this supreme chakra capacity anywhere. This, perhaps, is the first time he thanked the demon for his assistance. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki is quite capable Kakashi. However, he still has to win this fight against another foe. No sooner the words left his mouth than all of them saw Kirabai being transformed into the demon itself. Naruto stopped immediately as he was now face to face with the eight-tailed demon. His height was easily the same size as Shukaku, but his appearance was rather unique. It had the body of an octopus and the head of an ox. Lowering down, he stared at the altered Naruto with its stoic white eyes. You fought bravely Kyuubi Jinchuriki, but I'm afraid that I can't let you kill my host. The beast's resolve in protecting the Jinchuriki surprised Naruto and he wondered if the fox would do the same thing for him. Even the Kyuubi itself was surprised at the Hachibi for his actions. It even reminded Kyuubi of the time when Mito Uzumaki was its Jinchuriki. Standing up, the blonde smirked at the giant demon and stopped using the fox's chakra. Jiraiya would like to know that the demon could overcome the seal. No need to worry Hachibi, I don't plan to harm him, hence why the blows I delivered weren't laced with the fox's chakra. My plan was merely to show Kumagakure that if I could cause this damage to him, then surely Akatsuki can as well. Truly, I envy Kirabai-san to have such a powerful and devoted partner at his side. Naruto vanished within a shunshine and appeared in front of the Raikage, who was shocked beyond words. I yield Raikage-sama, there is no way I can beat a tailed beast on my own. His response shocked Sakura and Yamato, but earned a smile of pride from Kakashi. Because of the fox's chakra, his wounds were healed but his clothes were a mess. Despite it all, Naruto showed the ability of a great shinobi. He managed to plan ahead and even admitted that he wasn't strong enough to defeat the enemy. By this time, the Hachibi vanished once more as he had to heal its host. Back to everyone, the Raikage was fixing his eyes at Naruto, trying to measure his character for a while. Such resolve, such confidence was only visible in one man and he could see his image behind Naruto as if he was alive once more. The Raikage wasn't certain that the Jinchuriki was related to this man, but he could see a great list of resemblances in both appearance and character. First, this fight was in order to see if he would accept Konoha's information about Akatsuki. He needed to see, then, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's power, before considering whether to accept it or not. With this fight, the Raikage could see that the boy showed such promise. And to think he had yet to fully control the Kyuubi. Kakashi, I'll accept the information. However, I'd like to write a letter in reply to the Hokage. Your team is welcome to stay in the village as I prepare the reply. The Raikage was interrupted once an Anbu came out of nowhere. Raikage-sama, we spotted two missing nin attacking Ni Yugito at the sewers. Their identities are unknown, but they are wearing black cloaks with red clouds. Kakashi responded right away that Akatsuki was attacking the two-tailed Jinchuriki. The Raikage nodded and ordered two squads of Anbu to follow him. Kakashi and Yamato followed him, while Sakura stayed with Naruto to heal him. As soon as the group vanished, the Hachibi Jinchuriki appeared behind him holding his head in a weak attempt to heal a nasty headache. Naruto smiled at the man, who in turn smiled back. They exchanged fists once more as Sakura settled to heal some of Naruto's less dangerous wounds.